All right, we'll see if this works. First time setting this up for myself. Merry Christmas Eve, everybody. I think we're good to go. And I'm going to try to keep this phone a lot steadier tonight, everybody. That thing can get a little unsteady when you're walking around, so hopefully this is going to work. I'll wait for the first comment to pop up. If not, we'll go plan B. Okay, I see rocking and slotting. Okay, and it's popping up on the chat. I was making sure all that was going to work. All right, so let's get walking around. Let's get up front and get set up then. All right, Christmas Eve. That means it's time to bring you gifts of kith and kin or something like that. Ooh, up to the front. This place is it's pretty bare compared to the way it looked the last time, but we've sold quite a bit up here since the last time we did a sale. And it's been pretty good restocked. So last time we was up here, that entire board had got obliterated. Posters, that's from all the leftovers from before. And we've gotten some pretty cool stuff up here. So I've got a couple different camera options, and we're going to stay on ultra wide for a while. I think that's the go-to. And then there's also back. Let's see, which is that one. That's kind of like our normal, that's like a normal zoom. I kind of like that one myself, but also this ultra wide here kind of gets you can see a lot in one shot. It might catch some people's eyes. Like, wait a minute, Chad, what was that Kiss poster up there? So I've been banned on buying toys this time. What? That's the whole reason I'm live, Paul Brothers, is to sell you more toys. That's the whole reason I'm live, is to literally sell you more toys. So I'm going to try to go through all these cabinets. Here comes Otis. Come here, Otis. You're going to be the star of the show. It's just me and him. John just left. That's why I was late. John just left. John comes in and works on Christmas Eve. Everybody's got a paid day off. And John's like, you know what? I want to come in and work. And I'm like, okay, that's fine with me. And Otis is probably wondering where his parents are at. They're having a night on the town at Christmas parties. So, all right, let's get started. I'm going to try to sell some pocket knives tonight, toys, collectibles. I mean, honestly, compared to the way this store looked, there's a lot still left up here that we didn't get to the last time. Jake's got my mic in a better location. And let me actually go back there and make sure it's in the best spot. I'm going to do some tests. First thing I want to do is y'all let me know if you can hear my here 1, 2, because over here's where the sound really is catching. That's why these shelves are still full and the rest of the store is still empty, because we got over here and it was like, man, the sound kept cutting out. So I'm going to do some tests over here. I'm going to say test 1, 2, test 1, 2, and we got some comments. So liquidating. I am breaking up. Okay, let me go see if I can put that mic then in the best spot. And then what I might do, dang, yeah. So what I might do, Jake's got it on a wire over here. Let's see how the receiver looks. Dang it, yeah, it's so funky. I'm just gonna have to cart them up. I wanted to cart them up and just take them to a different spot, but yeah, we've got this thing about as high as they'll get. Let me move it over here. Let me move it over here, and I'm going to try to keep the camera. I'm going to try to do a better job keeping the camera steady, but it literally just doesn't work too well on a stable mount. I mean, I could probably get something. Yeah, this thing is about as high as it's going to get, so I think that corner over there is just doomed. So what I'll do is... hey, Otis. What I'll do is we'll just have to bring that stuff closer. Okay. All right. So let's get started. Let me grab my keys. Of course, back here in the back, this is our warehouse part. I mean, here's literally our comic book room, and you can see what's going on over here. Those are full of Funkos that's never been processed. And this is where we found a lot of interesting stuff the last time. It's still pretty buried back here. You can see the layers of toys and posters. And at some point tonight, I'm going to try to get all this stuff out. Maybe we can sell it. It's more cars and more Kiss cars. That's full of Kiss stuff. It's just going to literally probably take me setting down this phone. But the good thing is, I'm going to go test this out. A helmet cam, that'd be great. Well, Jake bought me a harness. And of course, it's made for somebody normal size like Jake. And I'm like a 3-4 XL, and I put it on and it snapped in half. So I don't know if they make any big guy harnesses. I'm sure they do. I need one for like, you know, something like Shaq would wear. I'm not that big. I wish. But, okay. And then let me just take this. Okay, so y'all can see, can y'all see the normal record camera right now, right? Y'all can see the normal record camera. I hope so. And then this should go back to my, okay. So that's working. That means I can come back here at any time and charge my phone. And if we want to go through a box of magazines or posters, I can bring them back to this table. So that's going to work out good. And of course, we could have done that the last time. And I'm probably going to have to now, because later tonight, I'm probably just going to be going through records and stuff like I normally would be. But if we do get to a point like, uh-oh, I got to go charge my battery, we'll come back there to that camera view and just go to normal record selling, and we'll bring stuff to that camera if I have to. So we're good to go. Let me start over here by showing you where I was eating my Subway. There's Otis's Treats behind the counter. There's all the flip videos from this morning. There's popcorn. I'm looking for a set of keys. Here they are. And I'm going to start opening some of these cabinets. Amazon Hellcam. Yeah, make sure it's for a big head too. Or see if they make like a 3XL body harness. Something that like, you know, a 6'2", 300-pound person would wear. All right. Any knife buyers on? Any knife buyers on? Man, we have the largest case knife inventory we've ever had. And this is the season we normally sell them, and we pretty much have neglected them. And now the holiday season's over, and we're sitting on more case knife inventory than ever before. So let's do that. Let's open up this cabinet. This has got some cool stuff in it. I think it's unlocked. Good. It's unlocked. And then, yeah, we'll do them on sale for sure. Yeah, so let me grab a calculator. I mean, they're literally stickered November, and they've just never been put out. But we got to start chipping away at some of these. And then hopefully I have a couple buyers that want to do some of this stuff, maybe even wholesale when we go through. But that's a new pattern. Those Jesus fish are a new pattern. Orange, always popular, and those. So, Otis, where do you think we should start? Well, I don't know, Chad. Let's go back over here to the knives. Okay. So in here, case plates. We'll start there. Case plates are $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, and $11.99. And we have these knives. So I'll read what you have here. Seafoam Green G10 Smooth Mini Copper Lock. And of course, that's with the Jesus fish on it. And that is, let me change to this camera. Let's do this one. Yeah, there we go. That might be even better. Okay, so this one's $94.99. This is a doctor's knife. Seafoam Green G10 Baby Doctor's Knife. $79 on those. So these, I mean, you can maybe tell me what you're thinking on price, and we can go from there. Those are MSRP. I always do at least like $5 off. So like if it's 74, I can do those for 69. These 85. But you know, we can talk about price on anything here. So 95 on that one. The mini doctor's knife. So this is the vault pattern for this year. They brought out the doctor's knife, which has the tongue decompressor or the tongue compressor. Those are 79. There's a 3-blade medium Stockman. Those are 89. And then there is a pocket-worn Mediterranean Blue Bone. Very nice knife there. Like I said, 69 on those. Mini Trapper with the Jesus fish. This is what they call the large Stockman, the jumbo or large Stockman. Those are 92. And back there is the rest of the Jesus fish. We have a full-size trapper, what they call the butterbean, and then a mini lockback. So first sell of the night is circular plate. So Brandon Jones wants one of these at $9.99, and then Paul Brothers wants one of these at $9.99, okay? First sell of the night, some case license plates. These are always popular. There's our orange knives. So there's the medium Stockman in the back, $69. The full-size trapper, $62. The peanut is $55. The mini trapper, $59. And then there is what we call a sodbuster. It is $55. And then there's the Mediterranean blues, $69, $79, $68, and $79 on those, okay? And then down here is some classic yellow. There's a mini toothpick for $49. There's the fishing knife for $83. The doctor's knife for $59. The sodbuster for $42. This knife here is $72. The yellow jumbo Stockman, $79. That one in the back next to it is $65. And then here's the American Flag Series. Those are $69 each. And then the new yellow for this year, the mini trapper, $76, and the full-size trapper, $79. And then this is a new color for this year. There's the vault pattern. That's the Pacific Tides. That's what they're calling that one, Pacific Tides. We have a couple of those. This one is the two-blade peanut. There is the copper lock, the large toothpick, mini trapper, full-size trapper. And then over here is some more classic white with red shield, 64 and 63. WWE, WWF backstage passes, $14.99 for all 5. Nice, backstage passes. Okay. So, Otis, what do you think about the train? He's over it already. He's like, golly, I can't believe you drugged me into doing this again tonight. Okay, so first thing we have is Paul Brothers wants the orange trapper. You probably mean the orange full-size trapper back here, right? So sell this to Paul Brothers. Sell this to Paul Brothers, right? Let's do that one for $59. Does anybody else want a full-size trapper? Let's take a closer look at it. Full-size trapper. Orange synthetic, we'll do those for $59, okay? I like that number. There's one for Paul Brothers. And then over here, next thing, let's see, hold on one second. And then how much is the small blue one? If you're talking about these over here, who asked that? Chris Frazier. So all these are kind of small and they're all kind of blue. This is a peanut, it's $68. This is a Barlow, it's $79. And then the small doctor's knife is $69. And then the three-blade trapper, $79. Paul Brothers got an orange trapper. Yeah, Brandon, this one I don't sell. I just keep it for display. It says not for sale, and that makes a lot of people frustrated, but that's a vintage one there. That's probably from the 70s, so I've always kept that one just to decorate with. Sean Miller wants an orange sodbuster. So let's do this one for Sean Miller. Thank you on that one. All right, and let's put that right there. So that's an orange sodbuster for Sean Miller. And then let's see what Bob has on the yellow sodbuster. Bob, $42.99. I can do one of these for $38. $38 Bob Riger on the yellow sodbuster. We can do those for $38. And then over here, make sure I didn't miss anything. Yep, so we've sold these 3 for sure if Bob's good with that. So Smooth Trapper, Sodbuster, and then Smooth Sodbuster Jr. Okay, so that's those. So we still got the orange Sodbuster, orange Trapper, and we sold one of the yellows. Nice, and we've sold a couple license plates out of here. Of course, there's plenty of others to go around and show, so let's jump right over here to the next cabinet. Otis, don't let me step on you. This is an original Superman figure here. Energized Superman figure with simulated X-ray vision. What is this, 1970 or so? 1970 something probably. Let's see if we can get a date on this. Very cool. Let's get it out of the case for a second. Or at least let's rotate it. $79.99 for that one. There's a original 78 C-3PO. That should be from around that Superman movie. So what, like late 70s? $79 on that one. C-3PO is $119.99. And boy, this Obi-Wan Kenobi is still sealed. $349 for that. There's a couple country cassettes, George Strait, Human League, etc., etc. Obi-Wan Kenobi Funko, Duck Call, and I think the last time this was full of like little trinkets, And the only thing that didn't sell was the TY Beanie Baby there. The TY Beanie Baby of Incredible Hulk. Any turkey themed knives. I think you're in luck. I think I have some of the animal type knives right over here. Still got the 2 Homer Simpson or the 2 Simpson figures. One stray PC game. One stray PC game. Paul Brothers. Tomb Raider. No, that's a PlayStation game. Okay, that's why it's up here. Tomb Raider, $14.99. There's that. There's some stray Mego parts for the Wizard of Oz. I have to keep up with my phone. I've told y'all before, I'll lay my phone in the showcase because this is how I'm seeing what y'all are saying, and then I'll walk away, and I'm like, dang, what did I do with my phone? Here's some kind of train down here. It looks like John Wayne, Untamed Spirit, some kind of train, $29.99. Vintage razor boxes only, $4.99. Those are for straight razors. Those are empty boxes, $4.99 each. Empty knife boxes. Kiss Cruise Bag. We've had that for a while. Kiss Cruise Bag. Kiss Cruise, $19.99. Paul Brothers wants the Tomb Raider. Nathan Williams, Merry Christmas. I'll see you tomorrow about 4 o'clock-ish. I'll see you tomorrow about 4 o'clock-ish. Don't eat all the fudge before I get there. Fudge. Let's go ahead and put this sold stuff right here. All right, we need to go through these books over here too. I have a feeling some of y'all are going to be highly interested in some of these comic book books over here. First of all, I think over here with the turkey knives, let's walk over here. Let's, Otis has got his paw tucked in. He said, you better not step on me. You better not step on me. Did you get my yellow sodbuster? Did I get one of those for you too? Orange or yellow? Bob Riger. Who just said that? Did you want a yellow sodbuster too? I got Bob Riger for a yellow sodbuster. I got you for an orange trapper. Did you want a yellow sodbuster too? I don't know if that came through. Okay. So, turkey. What do we got over here? We got sort of a turkey hunting knife there. That one says Sportsman. This is Case Sportsman Series. Case knives made in the United States of America. That's a 2-blade trapper. That one has like the hunter, his dog, and he's hunting pheasants, ducks, maybe a turkey on there. There's one with bears. There's one with elk. There's one with deer. And those are $99.99 each. So there's deer, 2-blade trapper, elk, 2-blade trapper, bear, 2-blade trapper, and the hunter is a 2-blade trapper. Over here I also have, let's see here. Well, I need to go back to that other case because I think somebody wants C-3PO. Sean David, you want C-3PO, right? Here's some other really nice blue ones. What do they exactly call these one? Light blue synthetic. There's a 3-blade Stockman, a 2-blade trapper, a blue sodbuster, $62.99, and then the copper lock, $84, okay? Let's go back over here to this case. What I've learned is let's stay at one case until we're done buying everything because somebody might see something. I try to show everything and try to obviously put prices on everything. So we had another sodbuster. The last yellow sodbuster also sold for $38 to Paul Brothers. So we sold one to Bob Riger for $38, and then there is the other one for Paul Brothers. Okay, those are sold and sold. Okay, and that's all. Okay, I got to keep all this together. I got to get a good pile going, otherwise all this is going to... So let me make sure Sean Drake did or did not want the C-3PO over here. So the C-3PO was $119.99. Let me move this so it's not a mirror and y'all cannot see my face anymore. Magic, there we go. Yeah, that's an original C-3PO in box, $119.99 on that one. Now the John Wayne train, I had a couple questions on it. So down here, let's see what this looks like. It is H scale, HO scale. I'm pretty good sometimes identifying these. It looks like John Wayne, it looks like Legend of Brewster Cogburn has a COA. And this is Certificate of Authenticity, Untamed Spirit Coach. This is authentic original from the Duke Express collection. Hawthorne Village. That's something from Fred Goodwin. $29.99. Okay. Did that red case say Snap-on? Maybe. I don't remember. I'll have to go back and see. Yeah, I'll definitely get my exercise in. Make sure I didn't miss anything else. So how much is, oh, see, Sean was asking how much it was. $119.99, my bad. Michelle Clements Sodbuster. So the only Sodbuster I have left, the only Sodbusters I have left are the large orange. Seems to be popular tonight. I've already sold one. $54.99, okay? I've only sold one of those. $54.99. That's orange Sodbuster. Okay, and then it's right there. That red case says Snap-on. You're probably looking at the license plate. You're probably looking at the license plate. That's just a, we sold one of those earlier. Those are $9.99. No Sodbusters left over here. And let's go back to that other cabinet because I'm pretty sure there's some over there though. So I just got those two orange, big orange ones left. Go Big Orange, $54.99. John Wayne train's available if anybody wants it. And somebody thinks they're seeing something with the word Snap-on. That's another thing. People, they'll see something. I'm like, man, what are y'all seeing? We had this problem the other night with some stuff. Yeah, there's no other Snap-on. I don't think I have anything with the word Snap-on in here. I'm almost positive. I'm 99% positive. Okay, anybody else on this cabinet? If not, we're going to go back to that other case, which is, I think we was about to sell some stuff out of there. So let's go over here. Hey, I just found this in the back of today. It's a preamp and speakers from Fosse Audio, and the speakers are Edifers. $124.99 for the preamp and the speakers. It's tube powered, and I think that's about what the Fosse Audio preamp sells for new. So $124.99. Light orange Sodbuster. Okay, let's go over here and figure out what's going on. Triumph motorcycle. No, unfortunately not. Red box right next to Homer. This is Ship Boo card game. $59.99. And then over here we have an empty box that held straight razors. Yeah, that's a straight razor box. $14.99 for that. The 8-track is Blondie Parallel Lines, $9.99. No Pokemon cards, not up here in the cabinets at least. I think we've got some in the back unprocessed. And then, what else did I miss? Obi-Wan. So over here, CP3O's $119. Obi-Wan is $349. And then this Obi-Wan is $34. You can get an original Obi-Wan for $34.99, $349, or you can get a new Funko for a tenth of the price. Maybe 50 years later, those would be $350. That'd probably make a lot of people happy. It will only take 50 years, though. Michelle Clements says she'll take the Blondie 8-track. Let me make sure that Chris Frazier doesn't want it. And let's go right over here and put this in the pile. And let me make sure I didn't miss any other comments. Nobody on the John Wayne train. Make sure I didn't miss anything in here. Should have a big plus tote to everything in for each hour. That is true. I may have to go do that in a second. Just have a big tote down here on the floor to toss everything in, as long as it's not breakable. All right, so process to sell Pokemon. Give us 3 to 6 months. Blondie is sold to Michelle Clements because I don't even know where they're at, and there's no telling how long it'll be before we get to them. I usually let Laura price those. Give me 3 to 6 months. Let's open up this cabinet here. And I think we wanted a, I'll take offers on anything. Literally anything. It's Christmas Eve. I'll take offers on anything. Let's get this cabinet open. And then I think somebody else wanted an orange Sodbuster over there, and once again I forgot to pull it. Let me also go grab a tub to put some of this stuff in. So that I tell everybody, I mention I have something, and they'll say, when can you have it out for sale? My honest answer is 3 to 6 months. Could be sooner, could be later. That way I'm not lying. And that way it's a reasonable time for me to process it. 3 to 6 months. I think somebody asked the other day, do you have any more CDs? That's a common question. I'm like, yeah, give me 3 to 6 months. All right, I think I still got to go over here and do, I think if I hold my phone up while I'm walking, maybe it don't look as bad with the motion sickness. And I think Tim Voldness wanted an orange Funko. Y'all got to stay on me because I'm not like paying close attention to the chat like I normally am. And I think we need one more orange Funko over here for Tim Voldness. Yep. So we're down to one orange. I keep on saying Funko. Sodbuster. One orange Sodbuster left, okay? Ah, dang it. Stay. I want to rummage through those albums. We do that every night. You watch me do that every night. That's what I go through. That's the leftovers up here. That's all the leftovers that's ever been shown, that some of them didn't even sell for half off. Don't worry. If you watch our sales every night, you've already seen every single one of these. These have all been shown on Facebook already. I promise. Okay, so over here I'd left off with these 4 blue knives. So that's what they call a copper lock. There's a light blue Sodbuster, $62.99, $62.99, a 2-blade Trapper, a 3-blade Stockman. There's the Sportsman knives that are etched. They say Sportsman on the blade. And then, yeah, down here was the 2-blade kind of gray Barlow, 2-blade two-blade yellow, single blade yellow. There's the Mini Trapper, $66.99. John 3:16 on the Mini Trapper, and those are $76.99. So these is for available. No, this is all stuff. These are all records that have been shown. I have went through all these at some point or another. That one's dated April of earlier this year. This has all been shown. These are leftovers that have not sold. Some didn't sell in the discount, etc. These Jimi Hendrix, Eddie Van Halen, and Randy Rhoads. Those are $39.99. Also, so if you're having this so this is where my I said earlier is I might have to was yeah have a Stevie Ray Vaughan mini guitar. Mini guitar usually do, yes. Let me set this right over here. Let me look to the back and see if Otis is officially asleep. Test 1 2. I think it's back on now. Yeah, this is a horrible spot. I cannot go to this side of the store. I really want to because this is where I left off the last time. So I think what I'm going to do is flip the store. Next time I do one of these, I'm going to take off this and get over there and just have to flip the store. Going to have to curate. Going to have to curate for that purpose. Okay, so let's start over here then. Maybe y'all can hear me a lot better. Let's go through some of this stuff here. I don't know if I've tested one, reading off anything. I'll make sure y'all can hear me. Or let me walk over here to the monitor and make sure it's still loud and clear. Let's go to the ultra wide view for a second. Boom. Ooh, nice. Okay, looks like I see my meter, so I think it's going. Golly, look at all that over there. Whew. All right, here we go. Here we go. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. I like that one for this. Okay. Kang the Avengers, $14.99. A World Without Superman, that's $9.99. Doctor Strange, A Separate Reality, $14.99. The End, Marvel, that's $9.99. Thor Vikings, $29.99. The Infinity War, $14.99. Iron Man, Mask in the Iron Man, $14.99. And then we have Star Trek, The Mirror Universe Saga, $14.99 for Star Trek. Didn't even know I had that one. Okay, we have a request is the Felix Vintage. It is, Chris Knapp. It is. I think, let me go check. How much are the Beatles on the wall? Operation Center. Is all that stuff back there you haven't gone through and priced? Yes. Tens of thousands of albums. Tim Rory would have a heart attack. He'd be back here slobbering all over them. Chris Frazier on Doctor Strange. That's so to Chris Frazier. Do you have refurbished turntables? I have some like new turntables that are for sale. And anybody else on here? Chris Frazier got Doctor Strange. Let's go through one more shelf. This is Universe X. That's $9.99. Another one, not $14.99. Where's Paul Brothers at? Here's Earth X, $9.99. Paradise X, $19.99. And then over here is Paradise X. These look pretty interesting. Of course, these are graphic novel comic books, by the way. If you're not familiar with these, this is what they look like. All right, so there's that. And I'll know where I stopped. Well, it's only a few more here. Let's know that we've gone through this one. We have Kick. This word is pronounced, This is $14.99. And then The Watchmen is $9.99, and we have The Return of Superman, $9.99 on that one. All right, I'll show those posters up on the wall in just a second. First, ST and Superman, that's Star Trek for Paul Brothers, and the Superman one was right over here. That is The World Without Superman. So those are sold to Paul Brothers and Paul Brothers. And we need to go get an Eddie Van Halen guitar for Sean Miller. Sure. On my way over there, let me show you all these posters. And let's figure out what's going on over here. Whoops, Otis, don't let me step on you. Okay, so we have Motley Crue, $49.99. That's an original. Journey, $64.99. Kiss. Kiss is a 1977 foil Love Gun poster, $150. 1979 Kiss motorcycle poster. And the grand price of this is $124.99. Grateful Dead, $49.99. And there is Ace Frehley for Jeff Brent RTO. He's been looking for that. Oh my gosh, it's been up here the whole time. $249.99. I can't sell that to anybody but Jeff Brent RTO. He's been begging for that for 3 weeks, 3 months. Sorry for the glare. There's nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do about the glare there, but man, where is Jeff Brent RTO? Wait till he finds out. $250. There you go, Jeff. Hopefully he's all over that one. And then let's go over here. I need Slab Doctor Strange. Did you see that already somewhere? And then my mic's probably going to cut out, so I'm not going to try to do much talking, but I'm going to step right over there and get that Eddie Van Halen guitar for Sean Miller. My mic could possibly cut out, so let me step up. Grab this. Well, first, Sean, do you want red or white? Do you want red or white? Let me ask you that first. And we've already sold one poster. Are these the posters that people were asking about? So, yeah, let me get my step ladder. We'll get Motley Crue. Probably if I get my step ladder, we'll be able to do a bunch here. Robert Plant poster. Okay, now that's a monstrosity. That is a large, flat piece of corrugated plastic that was made to be sent to a record store for display. So it can't be folded. It can't be rolled. It would cost quite a bit to ship it. It's ginormous. And Karen, if you come pick up the Beatles, it's framed $49.99. So Karen, that asked about the Beatles. I know you come pick up locally, so $149. Okay, let me go ahead and get my step ladder, and we'll go through and get some of these posters down up here. Hey, oh, I'm going up a level. Hey, I'm up here with them now. I'm on a ladder. This is dangerous. I don't know if this is OSHA approved. I'm holding the camera and I'm on a step ladder. But Motley Crue is sold. Now I can get up here and maybe show the other ones better. It's also really dusty up here on the rafters. Journey, Kiss, Grateful Dead, Ace. Ace is probably sold good as gold. Hey, who you going to call? Transformers, $14.99. Transformers, This one is $89.99. These World airplanes are really cool. They're $150 a piece. $150 a piece on those. All right, I can't see comments, so I got to get back down. What are you doing? What are you doing, Otis? He's probably like, what are you doing, Chad? Huh? You're the one on a ladder holding a phone like a crazy man. Okay, let's go over here. So, first thing I had, Robert Plant poster was asked about. Sarah Weiberding got Motley Crue. Sarah Weiberding got Motley Crue. Sean Miller wants a red Eddie Van Halen poster. Eddie Van Halen star. I'm working my way down. Move the mic for him before I forget. All right. And let's put it over here next to Randy Rhoads. I'm going to lay it right up here so I don't forget. All right. And then next is Can't Hear You audio. Can't buy and drive at the same time. Be careful. John Young, Anything Size. Price and Robert Plant. Chadwick Smith wants Grateful Dead. Okay. Now, first thing I have is Robert Plant. If he's picked up locally, I said $200. I told Karen if she wants the Beatles, $150. It's framed. It's a French reprint. Robert Plant. These are both buyer pays postage. Okay. Jake just texted me and told me how to put the receiver in a better location. Let me go do that right quick. I think I know what he's talking about because it has moved a little bit, Jake. We had it sitting on top of this platter pack. I shouldn't say that word too loud here because the last time we sold 100 platter packs and the people went crazy. I mean, the people were like, oh my gosh, platter packs. You've got to be kidding me. Bob Look with 2, stack of signed photos. Let me try to fix this right quick. Give me 1 second. I'm going to set something heavier on it. I know what's heavy, a box of records. Let me set this on instead of that platter pack. There we go. That should hold it in place. That should help us a lot better. I think they did a test and my mic was working better with that location. All right, let me go see if that worked. There's Otis. Hello, buddy. Whoops, I'm going to walk right between. Yeah. These posters here, these are all brand new posters. They're $15 plus $10 shipping. Okay, because we got to ship them rolled in a tube. These are $14.99 plus $10 shipping. $14.99 plus $10 shipping. This is the only ones left since the last time we did one of these sales. Alien, Back to the Future, Batman, Beetlejuice, Jelly Roll, The Bride of Frankenstein, Stevie Nicks, Fleetwood Mac, Frankenstein, Elvis, Pokemon, Pulp Fiction, Radiohead, Silence of the Lambs, Velvet Underground and Nico, The Warriors, Zelda, and Thor, and 2001 Space Odyssey. Otis here. Those are plus $10 shipping. Can anybody still hear me? One price. Somebody wanted the Grateful Dead poster. Yes, let me go back and find that one right quick. There was a poster where I have got to it yet. I want to see it. It's already sold. Motley Crue is already sold. And Bride of Frankenstein, and Frankenstein for B-side. So there's she'll have to pay shipping because she'll pick up locally, and there's Frankenstein. Those look next to each other. There's Frank and his bride. Okay, what's going on over here? Thing is, Paul Brothers wants Zelda. We can take care of that for him. And then who was asking about or I think somebody claimed the somebody. Got to get it down and make sure we find that one. Chadwick Smith, possible. Okay, Chadwick Smith. The face of the receiver where the light shines need to be pointing directly towards the front instead of at an angle. It's gotten worse. Okay, Jake is sending me clues back here on the receiver. It was pretty good. I moved it to get it up higher, and he's like, it needs to be, let me read his text again. The face of the receiver where the light shines needs to be pointing directly towards the front instead of at an angle. Okay, well, I've got that pretty much done here. Let me set down my phone for 1 second. Here, y'all can look at the flirtations. All right. Let's see here. Let's put it like that. I see what he's talking about. We just need Jake to figure out a way for when we do this, we have a whole new system. All right, that's about as best as I can do. If it doesn't work, then we'll just go to a different part of the store, or I'll have to just start bringing everything back here, which would be nearly impossible. That will be nearly impossible, but we'll try. Okay, so the last thing that I claimed was over here. Paul Brothers wanted one of the Zelda posters. So all these are $14.99 plus $10 shipping extra if you need to have it shipped. Or, of course, local pickup, their price is marked. Alien, Back to the Future, Batman, Beetlejuice, Jelly Roll, Stevie Nicks, Fleetwood Mac, Frankenstein, Elvis, Pokemon, Pulp Fiction, Radiohead, Silence of the Lambs, Velvet Underground and Nico, and Warriors. Zelda was sold to Paul Brothers. There's one of those left, and then there's one Thor and one 2001 Space Odyssey. Okay, so with that being said, let's see how my mic sounds. Let's jump over here and see what happened. Zelda. Scott Dwallow also wanted a Frankenstein poster. I got to get that for Scott Dwallow. Frankenstein, Otis. Can you pull that out for me? Sure thing, Jen. Let me get this Frankenstein poster for you. He's right over here somewhere. Where are you, Frank? There he is. Nope, that's Elvis. Almost the same thing. Who is that, Otis? Who is that? Do you know who that is? Who is that? Okay. Anything else sold with the flirtations? Not that I know of. I can help suggest what you need. New mesh Wi-Fi. We actually have that set up here. Pass on Grateful Dead, and he wants a 2001 poster. Scott Dwallow also wants 2001. That one's right over here. So like I said, local pickup 14. If you buy one, $10 extra, but after that, you can buy as many as you want because they'll all be shipped in the same cube. And then Javi Soto wants Radiohead and Back to the Future. Radiohead and Back to the Future. We got those. There's Radiohead. All right, and then here is Back to the Future. So whoever's tagging, just make sure one, I guess put one in for at least 25, and then you can put the others in for same price, right? So that'll take care of the postage, and then as many more as they want to buy. There's some more up here I'll show in just a second. Okay? Okay, now, Jeff Brent, look what's up here. I've been looking for it the whole time. It's been up here in the store for sale. Ace Frehley is $250. Jeff Brent RTO. Rare 1978 Ace Frehley poster, $249.99. If y'all want to see somebody freak out, Jeff Brent RTO is about to freak out on me. Jay Nutra wants a Warriors poster. Jay Nutra wants a Warriors poster. Let's go ahead and pull that for him. Warriors, come out and play, or something like that. All right, that's sold. Otis is using me as an obstacle right now. Linda Blair, it's over there in the corner, Denise, somewhere. Kiss posters, got your back. Let's see the mini guitar. Those have already sold. Paul Brothers wants a Batman. I'm getting my high knee steps in, stepping over Otis. He probably wants to know who I'm talking to. He's probably like, who are you talking to? All right, that's sold to Paul Brothers. Motley Crue has already sold. Motley Crue has already sold. Scott, I got you down for 2001. Thinking about it. Oh, boy. 2 or 3 other people asked about it, Jeff. Here's what I recommend. I recommend you saying, I'll take it. Otherwise, somebody else is about to buy it. And I know you've been asking for it for 3 months. So I'm going to say you've probably got about 60 seconds or somebody else is about to buy it. It does have pinholes. There's tape in the corner. There's tape up there on the top left. There's tape up there on the top left. I really can't see the bottom. Overall, it looks really nice. Let me just grab it right quick. Let me get it down so we can get this glare off of it. You almost said the wrong answer. You're supposed to say, I'll take it, thank you, because there's about to be somebody else buy it. Yeah, so there's tape down here, tape down here. So it has been hung in tape, but the actual field of the poster is really nice. $249.99 on that one, okay? All right, so there. And let me jump over here and get these other ones down. So the first one I'm going to show you is, let's do this Grateful Dead. Let's see what kind of themes this thing has here. Whoops. Give me 1 second. Always a balancing act, also trying to hold the phone. We have Grateful Dead, 1977. So this is an original poster from 77, $49.99. I'll ship it for that. Okay, I'll ship it for that. And then Jason wants Ace poster. Jeff Brent, you're on the clock. And this is why I told you whenever I found it, I was going to auction it. Because whenever I found it was going to auction it, I figured it'd bring even a lot more than that. But there's your chance. If you say pass, somebody else has already bought it. And then 1979, let's take a look at this one. This is 1979 Kiss motorcycle poster, $124.99. $124.99. This does have a crease right up here and a crease right up here. It looks like it's been hung. $124.99 on that one. Also, there's a few other posters. I don't know if y'all can see them. I've got, these are the $14.99s plus $10 shipping. Clockwork Orange, Queen, the Mona Lisa, Yu-Gi-Oh, and another 2001 Space Odyssey. Okay, so there's that. And then, so there's that. And there's another Bride of Frankenstein. If y'all couldn't hear me earlier, Robert Plant, $200 pickup only. Buyer pays postage. It's gigantic. And then Karen asked about the Beatles. I never did hear a yay or nay from her or Michelle on this. The Beatles is framed, $150. It's a 70s French reissue. Okay, there's that. All right, so this Ace Frehley poster is sold, and we need to get, is this possibly a new buyer too? This is Jason Cavallero. If you're a first-time buyer, just say yes. If not, then thank you and welcome back. And this one sold to him for $250, okay? Let's get all the sold posters together. That one sold. Motley Crue is sold. Let's put all that in the sold pile. And let's see what else we can find in this building. Y'all have almost literally bought my entire poster inventory. I was going to wait end of the year and restock them. So we usually have 3 bins like this full of posters. Every time I do sales, we sell the heck out of them. So if anybody ends up being a first-time buyer, just send us your email address and mailing address, and we'll get you registered, okay? We'll get you registered. Can I see the Kiss figures after the posters? You can. So motorcycle poster, $125. Dead, $150. And then, let's see. Let's try to get down these 2 up here. Let me move my ladder 1 second. Like I said, probably what I'm going to do at some point, my battery is going to be an issue. And when that becomes an issue, I'll have to go back to our normal camera and probably just try to sell some records tonight. So this is 1977 foil Love Gun, $149.99. Let's get this down where we can look at it. So this is $149.99. This is a 1977 Kiss foil Love Gun poster. It does have pinholes, $149.99. Okay, it's been folded, it looks like, and it does have corner damage, $149.99. Okay, so let's go over here, and we have the following. Make sure I haven't missed anything. We sold the Ace poster. We sold that as their Alita Ford. There actually is, and it's autographed. I have it in the back. And I was looking at the Beatles figures on the wall, any retro window cards, and then 1966 Nichols wants Love Gun. Are you also a first-time buyer? If you are, let me know, or if you've bought before, say, no, I've bought before. This is also sold $149.99. Okay? That is sold. As usual, Kiss posters flying out the door. Just got those two left there as far as vintage. That is Journey for 64. That's another new one, Bride of Frankenstein. Okay? Let's go right over here to this. Any more mini guitars? I really can't walk over here because my mic cuts out. I've got Kirk Hammett. Let's see if I can go to a normal zoom a little bit better. I got Kirk Hammett, Jimi Hendrix, Eddie Van Halen. Those are all $39. Over here, I've got Cheech and Chong, the Canadian Maple Leaf. I have Billy Gibbons, Bootsy Collins. Those are all $39. Bootsy Collins, I think that's Billy Gibbons, and then Cheech and Chong. I guess that's Tommy Chong to be exact. Matt Nichols. Okay, that's Matt Nichols for the Kiss poster. Okay? Matt Nichols for the other Kiss poster. So that's the only other mini guitars up here. Billy Gibbons, Bootsy Collins, and Tommy Chong. And then the other three over there. That's it. I probably need to load up on those because I think we've been selling some here in the store during the holidays. Now, over here, we sold some other stuff. We started selling off this rack, but also somebody wanted a price on some of these over here. So what we went ahead and did is I had all these lobby cards from the Fillmore. Some of these are originals. Most of them are originals, or they're a second print still from the 60s. And, of course, we've had them stacked up in the back. What we did is that we just went ahead and just priced them and put them up here. So I'll go down through this lineup. I'll let you know if something requires additional postage. So, or I'll add another 10 onto it because of postage. And the only reason I'm doing that is because we probably will only be doing this tonight, and some of this is going to require much additional packaging. If it's in a frame or if it's glassed, right? So, if it's already priced accordingly, great. If not, then I'll give you the price that will include all the extra postage we'll put into it. So that's the Grassroots. Some of these are originals, and they're really like, look at the frame on that one. Some of these have $200 frames. The Grassroots Quicksilver Messenger, that one's $59.99. Chuck Berry, Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, $69.99. This Kiss Love Gun Shadow Box, it's $50. Fillmore West, that's the Birds, Albert King, that one's $50. Fillmore West, that's Beautiful Day, Chuck Berry, 10 Years After, that one's $50. And then over here, we have Jefferson Airplane, that one's $120. The Kinks, Mike Bloomfield, those little tickets, those tickets are $59. Chuck Berry, John Mayall, that one is $50. Sonic Youth poster, that's $350. Rage Against the Machine poster, that one's $175. $175 plus shipping. And this one here, I'll do $250 with shipping. So $250 with shipping. Let's see, let me redo this. Okay, we'll do either one of these $150 plus buyer pay shipping. The Beatles figures, all four of these are, give me 1 second, Karen. Let me see what we have here. Do I have a price on these? Yeah. So all four of the Beatles figures I will do for, if you're picking them up, $100. All 4 of those if you're picking them up, $100. So price on Tommy Chong guitar is $39.99. Todd Gibbons. Percent. So these are really killer here. These Jefferson Airplane lobby cards, etc. Okay. Cross Steels and Ash, Chuck Berry. Very, very cool. Alrighty. So I'm probably gonna have to get some stuff off the walls right quick that has sold. First, Karen wants the Beatles figures. Let me go ahead and tag these. So put her, she's a local pickup. All 4 of these for $100. The Yellow Submarine figures. Let me stack those right here for her. Let's get those. I'll kind of go back through tonight or tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Tomorrow's Christmas, Chad. Just another day for me. I'll go back through and get all this stuff in some kind of an order. Okay. What is the Rush sign? What is the Rush sign? This is a metal Rush sign. Shipped is $19.99. It looks like the artwork. It's a metal sign. $19.99. We have the same thing for the Farmall Tractors, Def Leppard, Detective Comics, International Harvester, Clemson, Georgia, Anheuser-Busch, Remington. So yeah, these are $19.99 essentially. Farmall Tractor, Rush, Def Leppard, Georgia Bulldogs, Farmall Tractors, that's the same as that one. Detective Comics, Ruger Firearms, North Shore Longboard. What's behind that one? That is Remington Ammunition, Lionel Trains, Lionel Trains again, International Harvester, Coca-Cola, Clemson, Georgia, Anheuser-Busch, Oliver Tractors, Kiss, Destroys Anaheim, Kiss again, Oliver Tractors, Moxie, Ted Williams, Remington, Ruger again, and Winchester with the puppy dogs on it. Okay, so Chad, can you say Matt Nichols gets the Love Gun silver foil post so I don't get the motorcycle? Yeah, he did not get the motorcycle. He got the silver foil. So all these shipped because we got to probably put them between 2 pieces of cardboard and ship them separately. They're $19.99. $19.99. So Karen got the Beatles. Patty wants Def Leppard. Javi was a close second on Def Leppard, but sell this to Patty. And then Javi, you do get Rush. So those are sold and sold. And then what was next over here? Same price Detective, $19.99. And over here, Sarah was next on Def Leppard. The Remington, $19.99. Michelle wants Kiss, Destroys Anaheim. Mike Pierce next on Rush. So let's also pull this Kiss one out here, which was right here. This one right here. Yeah, I need to order more of these. I hadn't ordered these since May of 2023. Okay. And then Remington, you're talking about this one, right? This one here, Mike Conway. I think that one for Mike Conway. And then what was the other one? Javi wants the round button Coca-Cola. Got it. Okay. All right. So let me make sure I got that in the right order. I'll do this for the taggers. So Patty got Def Leppard. Javi got Rush. Javi next on Def Leppard. Sarah next on Def Leppard. Michelle got Kiss. Mike Pierce third on Rush. Mike Conway got Remington. Javi got Coca-Cola. And Mike wants the one with the animals. You're talking about this one right here then. Yeah, that's a cool one. The one with all the game bird or the different game on it. Game bird? We'll put that one back in there. Okay, and then Michael Rudolph does want Detective Comics. Nice. All right, so let's read through those again. Metal signs, $19.99. So we have McCormick, Farmall, equipment used here. There's Remington with a logo. Georgia Bulldogs, yuck. Hawaii, North Shore. Ruger Firearms. Lionel Trains. This is an International Harvester Farm. Very cool vintage Anheuser-Busch logo there for all you beer drinkers. There's another Remington. There's another Ruger. There is a Winchester with the puppy dogs on it. Oliver Tractors. There's a very cool Kiss. Let's put Kiss up there. Kiss. Oliver Tractors, Oliver Tractors. Ted Williams. Georgia Bulldogs down here. And then Clemson, Clemson. Okay, that's all of them. One with the animals. Yes, thanks. Okay, so these are 11 by 14 prints of Elvis Presley. And these are $11.99? Yeah, 11 by 14 prints of Elvis Presley, $11.99. $11.99 on those. Make a note, whoever's watching, order more metal signs. I used to have 3 racks of these full, and they used to be some of our best sellers. I just never did. Show them on the sales because they're kind of oversized and they're metal, so it's a little bit more difficult to ship them. And of course, we try to stay uniform with shipping. That's why I don't do these sales too often, because it takes a little bit more time to get them done. Farmall and International Tractors for $35. Farmall and International Tractors for $35. So that would be Farmall and International Tractors. You're talking about here. Those were up here. This was Farmall and International. I put right here. To Danny Thomason for $17.50 each. Okay, those so to Danny. All right, so yeah, this wall, the last time we did a sale, let's go back ultra wide camera, right? There we go. So yeah, last time we did a sale over here, this was full of action figures. I sold them all to one person, and we've restocked it with a few posters. Somebody bought something. Michelle, nobody got the Love Gun Shadow Box, right? Nobody wanted any of the lobby car or any of the prints, or what am I trying to think of here? Nobody wanted any of the date bills. Sonic Youth and Rage Against the Machine. There's all kinds of different Funkos. I don't know if I've read through those. Thor, Captain America, an Oshawott, which is Pokemon, Jimmy Neutron Newman from Seinfeld. That was a Yu-Gi-Oh character there. That's the Magician of Black Chaos. Shape series, more Jimmy Neutrons, Fredo Clorione from The Godfather, Yami Yuki, Yu-Gi-Oh, Tom Hagen, Michael Clorione, of course from The Godfather, Peter Pan, another Michael Clorione, Superman, Batman, Joker, those are large Funkos, and then these Kiss figures, yeah. All right, so I've got 2 different sets of Kiss figures. That's the Love Gun, and then I've got a Destroyer still in the box. Love Gun, all 4, $500. $500 for all 4 Love Gun figures. $500 for all 4. Okay. Price on loose Gene Simmons jumbo figure. The sign says $500, all 4. And here's the worst words Jeff Brent could hear: will not separate. That's a nightmare for Jeff Brent. Will not separate. You got to buy all 4 of them. 500 smackers. How much for James Dean Giant? I saw that just in the corner of my eye a second ago. Where did you see that at? That was somewhere. Was that over here? Where did you see that at? Where was that? I saw that too. Where did you see that at? What happened to that? Golly, it's like a mystery game. It's like, where is the... Jeff Brent loves to separate sets. Jeff Brent wakes up every day and says, man, how can I figure out how to separate a set Chad has? He has all these complete sets, and I love to try to separate them. All right, so there's those. James Dean Giant. Where did the heck? I've seen that too. I've just kind of lost it. And then the disco ball. Carol, you need that. $500 shipped. An original 70s disco ball. $500 shipped. If we bought something tonight, when could we pick it up? If you bought something tonight, Friday. No. Tonight, Oh man, I don't know. I guess if there'll be people here Friday, I guess if you really need it, we probably could get it to you Friday. Yeah. I just don't know when they'll have all this stuff tagged. So if you're coming, I'll have to let them know and be like, yeah, this was this much, because right now they have no idea what's being sold and how much. I'll just have to get it together and make sure we have it wrote down. Okay, where to next? Let me also take a peek at my battery. Okay, 59%, I'm good. This is the one I'm worried about. Giant is above. Oh, it's right there above the figures. Golly, yeah. That's just like a reprint poster. It's $25. $25 on that. That's something from Fred. It says printed in Germany, so it's kind of vintage, but not an original piece, of course. I have not showed any turntables yet. There's at least one. Oh, it looks like we sold one. As soon as I start putting these things out, they sell, of course. Melanie Jennings wants James Dean. What is Ed's email? Well, if you go to Coletco website, you can just like email us through there. All right, so this is sold for $25 to Melanie Jennings. Let's lay that right here. I think somebody asked earlier, could I go through some of these comics? I do, because I think they've already honestly started, I think Tanner started putting some of these on eBay earlier today. So let me try to get over here to these turntables. What are all the road posters? Those are all the road posters left over that I have shown on Facebook. So when I start going through road posters, anything that don't sell, I crate it up and bring it up here. So that's all the leftovers. That could be movie posters, band posters, advertising posters. That's all the posters left over that we have shown on Facebook. Everything up here, actually, everything up here in this store has actually been shown on our Facebook Live sale at one time or another. Every cassette, every figure, every turntable, every poster. I don't know, maybe not the comic books, but most of them, every CD. This is the catch-all location for all the stuff that doesn't sell once I show it live. Every poster, every stuffed animal you see, every book, every one of these books, I've went through them and read the title at some point or another and showed them on Facebook. So this is kind of the catch-all leftovers, and we just store it up here for any of the walk-in traffic. Okay. We're looking for smaller KISS figures. I don't think I have many left, but I'll show you what I can come up with. Okay, so first thing I have is, let's go back to back camera. There we go. So first thing is this. I have, okay, this was a turntable we bought pre-owned, and as you can see, it's covered with metal stickers. So this is an Audio-Technica. It's a pretty good model, AT-LP120 USB. And I think this needs to be put back on there. Yeah, this is either snapped off or broke off the platter. So this is $150 plus shipping. It works. Pretty good Audio-Technica model. And I can read that again if anybody wants it, okay? And let me pause right there. And so first thing y'all seen, I usually try to do this in order, was smaller KISS figures. There's some in the back that I've got to do. Well, I've got lots more KISS cars back there. And then Peanuts looking poster. What are the Peanuts and Snoopy? Okay, I'll take Robert Plant. What are the Elvis print in the top right corner? Let me try to figure out where y'all seen that at. Let's see. Led Zeppelin, Beatles, Radio, Eddie Van Halen, Rolling Stones, Hank Williams Jr., KISS, Richard Nixon, Radio, Hank Williams Jr., Beatles, Calcutta, Ray Charles. Those are Elvis plates. Metallica, turntable. And here is these. So these are like teachers. These are like share your resources. A good day starts with a good attitude. Plan before you start. I think that would be a fantastic. So these are posters printed. It says for schools. Hooray for our team. You'll feel better tomorrow if you got plenty of sleep tonight. When you try your hardest, the feeling is spectacular. Have you checked your dog's collar lately? Check your work. And be a good listener. We do better when we work together. and it's a fun to share a good book with a friend. Your contribution is unique. So the way we're selling these is 15 for 2 plus $10 shipping. So that's how we're selling those. 15 for 2. 15 for 2 plus shipping. Okay. No cassettes tonight. Well, I think we've sold them all. Those are all. You can buy those right now on Whole Lotta Records. Those are the leftovers from the other night, and then that's the leftovers from the Post and Whole Lotta Records. So those are all. If you go to Whole Lotta Records and search cassettes, those are all pictured, and that's the leftovers right there. Okay. Led Zeppelin, $1,000. Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti, 1975 promo poster. $1,000. 1975, a real record store promo poster for Physical Graffiti. $1,000. $1,000. Okay. James Hetfield, Knuckle Rocks, Icons Figures. This set will not be separated. Jeff Brent RTO, I'm breaking bad news to you again. These are $950. They will not be separated. And Jeff Brent is like, you've got to be kidding me. Not separating them. $950 for all 4 of them. Those are puzzles behind the cassettes. I'll show those in just a second. Did one of the puzzles say Ghost? It does. Peanuts, Share of a Friend, the one with Charlie and Snoopy. Peanuts, we have Share of a Friend, the one with Charlie and Snoopy. Okay, well, whatever the two, so these are actually separate, but whichever one you buy, you'll get both of them. So they're essentially $25 shipped, or if you buy one, then the next additional one is $15. And I think he wants this one right here, the one with the book, right, and your contribution, the one with Woodstock. So this one is sold. There Goes Mark. This one is sold to There Goes Mark. Also, we got to get the Robert Plant poster down, right? So that's $25 shipped. And then if anybody else wants one, same price. But if you buy another set, they're $15. And then what was the, let's read through the puzzles. But I also got to get down the, who got the, don't let me forget this because it's way up there. I'll have to get it down. We got to get down the, what? Cindy Yarborough, the Robert Plant poster for $200, and she's going to come pick it up. Dang it. Shoot. She's going to buy that. Shoot, Otis. All right, don't let me forget. Let's make the official note. Boy, all the posters wiped out. That's crazy. Again, Robert Plant sold for $200, Cindy Yarborough. I'll have to get it down. Dang it. Shoot. Darn it. Ah, shoot. Gosh darn it. Dang it. Why did I price that? Okay, now what was the other question? Puzzles. I can read those in are the radios retro ones? Or this is, no, these are real. This is a real General Electric radio. I would say it possibly works, but I wouldn't guarantee it. I've always viewed these as more of a display piece. $50 for that one. That's a real Bakelite, plastic, whichever term you want to use. $49.99. And then that is an Eagle radio. That's a gigantic one. That's a, what, 20s, 30s era? And then the speaker horn on top of it's $150. That's an awesome display piece by itself. That old speaker horn, look at that. That's amazing. It's got the plate on the front. The plate, you can see it needs to be retacked. But man, $150 for the horn, $150 for the radio. We got Richard Nixon. I got Ronald Reagan in the back. We keep Ronald in the back because he's kind of part of my personal collection. I already have a Richard Nixon. I kind of get obsessive over presidential posters. I have about 50. Most of them are framed or rolled up here in the store or stored somewhere in my house. So that one's for sale because it's a duplicate. And Reagan, I had a Reagan up here by the counter. Did I replace it? Nope, another one sold. See, right there next to my monitor, our security monitor, I bring up a Ronald Reagan and I'll put a crazy, I don't want a sale price on it, like $600, $500. And then I'll come in, I'll notice it missing, and my mom will be like, yeah, somebody came in and bought it. I'm like, they came in and bought it for $500? That was like my 3 times value, not for sale price. And that's why I never priced Frankenstein. Because I priced him one time for $10,000, which is a ridiculous price. And a guy started getting literally his wallet out. And I was like, well, first of all, there's no way this guy has $10,000 in cash on him. And he was like, would you take a credit card? And I was like, I really don't want to sell them. And I was like, are you going to buy them? And next thing I know, I thought I was about to ring him up, and then he decided not to buy it. And I was kind of relieved. Whew. I was like, man, this is why you can't price stuff, because people will buy it. Y'all will buy it if I price it. I've learned that. That's why I keep all the good stuff hidden back here in the back where nobody can see it. I'm joking. Everything is for sale. Everything is for sale. Let's go look at Ronald Reagan. Reagan's, and we got General MacArthur back here. Here's where I keep all the rare and highly sought after stuff. This is Americans for Reagan. Framed, which I paid quite a bit for. He is $500. $500 buys Reagan. $500 buys Reagan. General MacArthur is $500. General Douglas MacArthur is $500. I'm having Tyler come up. I'm getting all of my bond posters finally out of here and taking them to my house. I got to get them all framed. One already fell off. Luckily, it didn't break. Can you believe a bond poster fell 20 feet to the ground the other day and it didn't shatter? I was very fortunate. Okay, so we need to go back to where we have a lot of stuff where people can buy stuff. So let's get right back up here to where we were. And anything you see is for sale. Almost everything's negotiable. Some stuff is additional shipping. And with that being said, let's read through some of these puzzles over here. This is the best way to get to them. These are all $24.99. Creator, Iron Maiden, Seventh Son, Elton John, Captain Fantastic, Iron Maiden, Run to the Hills, Iron Maiden, Dance of Death, Creator, Pleasure to Kill. I got 4 of those. Iron Maiden, Running Free, Nirvana, Nevermind, Rolling Stone, Some Girls, Kiss Dynasty, Iron Maiden, The Trooper, Rush, Fly By Night, AC/DC, Highway to Hell, Green Day, Insomniac, Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, Rolling Stones, Voodoo Lounge, David Bowie, Heroes, Metallica, 598 EP, Hawkwind, Space Ritual, Rolling Stones, Voodoo Lounge, Dead Kennedys, Iron Maiden, X Factor, Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness, Metallica, Ride the Lightning, Metallica, Hardwired, King Diamond, Abigail, Iron Maiden, No Prayer, AC/DC, For Those About to Rock, Guns N' Roses, Appetite, Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, Ghost Prequel, Pink Floyd, Endless River, Slipknot, Volume 3, Queen, Greatest Hits, Elton John, Goodbye Yellow Brick Road, Rolling Stones, Bridges of Babylon, Metallica, Saint Anger, Iron Maiden, Fear the Dark, Iron Maiden, Number of the Beast, Iron Maiden, Self-Titled. Those are all $24.99. Shipped. That price on those are pretty firm. Those are pretty firm at $24. Do you have all 4 Kiss statues? I've got both album covers. I got Destroyer, and I've got Love Gun, I think. What is going on over here? Why do these look different? Is this 2 different? Love Gun, is that from Destroyer? I don't know. No, I guess that's... Are these 2 different ones here? This says Love Gun. Is this from Destroyer? I'm not for sure. These have different bases. Is that how it's supposed to look? This says Love Gun, Love Gun. That one kind of looks like... No, they're all Love Gun, I guess. Or maybe that's a different deal. I don't really know. These 2 say Love Gun. Let's go back to ultra wide view. Hold on a second. Yeah, so that says, that one has like different bases, and then that one says Love Gun. And then that's definitely a complete set. Destroyer up there. All right, so this is sold, that's sold. Where the heck did I lay my phone? I saw some puzzles came in. All right, so first thing I have is Michael Rudolph wants Elton John, Captain Fantastic. Chad, the Elvis print talking about is on the wall next to the corner shelf with the radio's silver frame. Okay. Yeah, this is silver frame. Aha. Probably this. Probably that. This Elvis Presley. This is a French reproduction of Jailhouse Rock from the 70s. It's framed. It's $50 plus shipping. Okay. Kiss figures on the wall. Aha, these Kiss figures. See, somebody else noticed these earlier. These are $20 a piece. So $80 for all four. And then these are $20 a piece. Psycho Circus. $20 a piece. Would love to sell all four of them, obviously. Okay. And I need to grab these posters, puzzles. I need Captain Fantastic, Blizzard, and GNR. Let me grab those right now before I forget. Let me see if I can prop up my phone. Let me prop up my phone right here. I think y'all can still see. And I'm going to grab these puzzles with two hands. It's going to go a lot faster. There's Captain Fantastic. And then we need GNR Appetite. One of our best sellers, puzzles. GNR, of course, way down here on the bottom. And Blizzard's right on top, so that balanced out. I got to be careful pricing stuff tonight. I've already priced two things, and I'm like, okay, here's my, maybe I don't want to sell it. And then it's been bought. I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no. Merry Christmas, everybody. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Got to watch that tomorrow night. I should be watching it tonight, but I like watching Christmas on Christmas. It's not Christmas yet. It's just Christmas Eve. It's not Christmas yet. That's tomorrow. It's still time to sell stuff. Where did I leave my camera? Here it is. Okay, so no Eric Carrs. No, unfortunately not. Star Wars die-cast, Eric Carr. And then the band cover of the cross. It's the cross. It's the classic logo, the cross. Okay. Well, the last time I did one of these sales, Kiss pretty much got obliterated. So let me show you what the only thing I have left Kiss up here. Here's the Star Wars die-cast. That's Boba Fett's Boba Fett Starship, Boba, and then the Razor Crest and TIE Fighter. Those are actually Hot Wheels, $19.99 on those. And then, so I got those Kiss figures, I got those Kiss figures. I got 3 more radios right there. There's 2 hours worth of going through posters. That's about a good 2 hours if I started going through those, so not right now. And plus, they've already kind of been gone through, but I bet there's something in there somebody would want. Here in a minute, I'm going to go back to the back camera and just try to go through records like a normal sale. The only other Kiss thing I have are the bust. I've got the bust, which are $800. I've got the Destroyer figures. I've got those figures. And I think that's it. That's about the only Kiss stuff that's left up here. Y'all have literally just bought everything in this store. I thought we sold everything the last time, but of course we had a few big things up in the back. So there's that. And Gene Simmons bust, $800, Jeff Brent. $800 for Gene Simmons. Or you can buy the other 3. Buy Gene Simmons for $800, and then you can have the other 3 for free. Brad Waite says he'll take the Kiss figures with the letters. Tag these for Brad Waite's 20, 40, 50, 80. Shipped to him. Let's get those right over here. They look to be in pretty good shape, too. Sometimes we get these and they're just yellowed, or the boxes are sometimes completely destroyed. I have an offer on the TIE Fighter, I think. Tim Rory said he'd do $15 on the TIE Fighter. Let's consider that thing sold. $15 on that. And first of the year, we're going to go out. Paul was on the chat earlier. I hope Paul's still on the chat. But Paul, first of the year, man, which is just we got to get out and do some buying. I mean, I know the back of our building is full, but it's mostly vinyl. We got to get out and buy some stuff. Some stuff. Okay. Next thing is this. We took the puzzle. Duff McKagan Funko. Don't have one to my knowledge. Models or figures. From what I think, we've already sold them. And then TIE Fighter sold for $15. And then cassettes in front of the puzzles. Those are on Whole Lot of Records. So these are the leftovers from the other night. And the leftovers are posted in Whole Lot of Records. If you don't have Facebook, these are, and some of these might have already been sold. I don't think they're done pulling them. So these were shown the other night. That's the leftovers over there. Okay. 45 platter packs. They're all sold right now. Here's another turntable down here. This is a JVC. JVC QL-F4, $175 plus shipping. A QVC quartz lock QL-F4, $175 plus shipping on that one. Okay. And then no Kurt Cobain Funko. And then Thor and Captain America Funko price. Those are $14.99. The Thor and Captain America are $14.99. Yeah. Bunch of stuff. Oh, I know it. It's like, I mean, if we could just buy stuff and fill up this building, I did this once a month, we could probably sell out this entire room. We just got to buy it and fill it up, and then we'd sell it all. That's the issue, is getting out and buying it. King Diamond. Danny, I have one King Diamond puzzle, Abigail, which you've already bought. I got one King Diamond record, No Presents for Christmas, which you've already bought. And then everything else I don't have anymore because you've bought it all. So there is virtually no King Diamond stuff left in this building because you've bought it all. There's virtually no Kiss stuff left in this building. We're down to what now? Just 3 high-end items. Bust, big figures, and then those figures. And then I think I have a few Kiss cars in the back. And, of course, as soon as I get to those tonight, they're going to be sold. These are sold to Michael Rudolph. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. Those are sold to you. Those are done. And then Tim Rory. Winger has not done a puzzle. No, they haven't. Tim Rory wants an Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time poster. I mean, puzzle. We can find that for him. I got a Nirvana Nevermind puzzle. And then over here... So, yeah, I think the only thing we have left is our 3 and then the Kiss table. Everything else in this building, Kiss, is sold. If I could buy somebody's Kiss collection right now, if you're out there and you have a Kiss collection for sale, high-end, low-end, it doesn't matter. I'll send Paul to come buy it and then give us about 2 weeks and we can have it all sold. We just got to find a Kiss collection. It's out there. Every day somebody probably makes a decision to sell some or all of their Kiss stuff. I just got to get out and find it and then get it here. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. Iron Maiden Somewhere in Time. That one is right here. This is sold to All right, awesome puzzles here. Anybody out there has a kit, y'all send me links. Y'all send me suggestions. I'm looking to buy truckloads and truckloads of Kiss stuff. Kiss records, Kiss toys, Kiss posters, Kiss signs, Kiss figures, Kiss autographs, Kiss store displays, Kiss this, Kiss that, Kiss my... Over here, we need my phone so I can see comments. What is the top puzzle? Ghost Prequel. Ghost Prequel. It's available. Ghost Prequel. All right, so over here, big comic book bundles. I've got Police Against Crime. A lot of 4-page 10-cent police comics. They grade good, good plus. These are from 40s, 50s era. $90 for those. Over here we have Sergeant Fury and his Howling Commandos. Mostly 60s and 70s, 19 comics, $84.99. Those are pretty cool. And then over here I have Our Fighting Forces and The Losers, 60s, 70s bundle, 18 comics, $74.99. He also buys Pink Floyd stuff, and he also buys King Diamond. I've never seen a King Diamond collection. I've seen a couple small Pink Floyd collections, but most people don't have like a whole room full of Pink Floyd stuff, and if they probably rare. I've never seen anything like that. There's not that much. Kiss is easy to acquire because they've literally marketed everything on Earth, and a lot of people have collected it. Pink Floyd, I've never walked in somewhere and someone's had like a whole wall of Pink Floyd action figures and Pink Floyd shadow boxes and Pink Floyd posters. That would be incredible. Same thing for King Diamond, or y'all can imagine if there was Led Zeppelin out there, I would be all over it. But man, that stuff is just, you can't find stuff like that. Okay, and then I'll take the 2 Mortal Kombat figures on the table if you don't tell my family. We're going to keep it our little secret, okay? Anything you buy tonight, Paul, will be our dirty little secret. It'll be our dirty little secret. We won't tell your family. And we got to get some of these toys sold to you. These are sold to Paul Brothers and Paul Brothers, okay? Let's get those sold. Paul Brothers and Paul Brothers. I went through these books earlier, but we need to go through the other shelf. And what else do I need to get? The Ghost Puzzle for Sarah Waberdink. I've got to get the Ghost Puzzle, right? Sarah Waberdink on Ghost Puzzle. Yep, we got to do that. Yeah, that is another thing. I mean, some people that have collected kits may be getting to the point where they're ready to sell, or possibly they might unfortunately have to, or they could pass away. But some of the stuff like Metallica collections, I think that audience is probably still relatively young. So might be a while before that stuff turns up on the market. All right, so here's what I want to do. Let me try to, first I need a bottle of water because this isn't a normal sale where I'm just in one spot. And I mean, I'm getting some steps in for sure. I think the last time I did this, I walked 3 miles. My phone, I went back and looked, I walked 3 miles, walking around in circles like this. So let me get over here to the Coke cooler. Unfortunately, I can't mute my mic. It's way up back. So let me set down my phone, or let me prop it up for a second. There we go. I'm going to take a drink of water. Otis is napping, yeah. Otis is napping. Now, can y'all hear me? Let's do a sound test. I'm going to walk over here because there's some really cool stuff over here, but my mic always cuts out. Okay. Can y'all hear me? How about Mimi? Icon figure series, $44.99 for Mimi. That's a really nice, well-made figure. Wolverine, $14.99. From $14.99. Harpy Lady, Rava, the Last Dragon Lady, Eve from Wally, Transformers, Michael Myers, Star Wars, Power Rangers, Batman, big. This one is $74.99. M&M Jeep with orange M&M, $39.99. Chewbacca, Kylo Ren, Martin Soldier, Ariel from Little Mermaid, and then Superman. All right. Breaking up, yep. Not a good one over there. How much is the Rush 50th anniversary box set? That, who's asking? Jim B? $374.99. $374.99. Yeah, Jake, you still just don't want to work good over here. Right, Otis? That's right, Ed. There's something wrong with your receiver. Okay. I'll try to stand here and can I zoom in maybe? Maybe if I zoom in, hey, this might work. It's going to be blurry as heck. Hold on, I'm still on ultra wide. Let me go to back, front, back. Yeah, that still doesn't help. Okay, there's that. And then, so we need to go get Wolverine Funko for Michael Rudolph. I'm going to step over there and grab that. And then Paul Brothers on the DC Universe. Okay, let's do that. So we got Wolverine, the DC Universe. All right, that's awesome. Let's stack this over here with the sold stuff. Okay, so Motorhead Funko's $14.99, Lemmy's $44.99, and then War Pig was $74.99. And then what was next? I don't know if I can try to zoom in. See, Martian Soldier, that's Luke Skywalker, Chewbacca, Kylo Ren, Larry Mullen from U2, I can't see that one, Superman, a large one, Tiffany from Chucky, Ash from Army of Darkness, Walter Payton, whoops, my finger's in the wrong spot, Walter Payton, that's the Mandalorian, that's kind of like a silver enamel badge. Very cool large Batman figure there. The Riddler, G.I. Joe Black Hawk, Marshall Pottery, churn, butter churn. Surely somebody, I need to put more posters. All those posters up there sold too. I need to sell somebody my butter churn. The big Funko in the middle is Michael Myers. Over here, I got Jiminy Cricket, the Diamond Collection. He's $14.99. Ralph Breaks the Internet. Ralph at Racket Ralph. Seinfeld, the party game about nothing from Funko. We got Jimmy Lee from Lord of the Rings. Elo Worm from Lambert. Han Solo and Tauntaun, just $89.99. Boy, surely somebody needs that. I have Luke Skywalker, The Mandalorian, Kylo Ren, Luke Skywalker, John Wick, Martian Ambassador, Harpy Lady. A large Thor figure. That thing's pretty cool there. Look at that. $189.99. I love stuff like that. These large, like high-scaled figures. Man, I love those. Charlie Brown over here. We got Charlie Brown with Kite, and we got Good Grief Charlie Brown. Those are $14.99. First thing is, what can I see the Funko? Also, I want to see the framed Lady Justice poster. Gerald Whitworth wants the Motorhead. Can I see Motorhead Funko? How much is Walter? Okay, so we have Motorhead sold. Danny was first to ask about it. Go back over here. So there is War Pig. There's the first one, okay? $14.99. Danny, if you want it, it's yours. If not, then it's sold to Gerald Whitworth. Who is Walter? Walter Payton. Gold Funko Legends Walter Payton, $29.99. That's a large one. It's like a 12-inch. Okay? And then, comment. One's just Lemmy smoking a cigarette. So those are 14 and 14 on Lemmy and Lemmy. Danny says he'll take War Pig. That's sold to Danny. Gerald was second on that one. Walter Payton sold to Thomas Baumhart. He's done. Okay. There's two more. So this is Lemmy Hot Topic exclusive gold on the left, and then the other one is just a standard. Okay, sold that. Let me also show you. Here's another really cool action figure. We've had this one a while. It's marked $99.99. I'll do this for $75, Paul Brothers. That's a really cool comic book, pretty desirable comic book, The Killing Joke. And I'll do that 25% off, which makes that $75. Okay? Danny takes both Lemmy Funkos. So that leaves the big War Pig statue, and then that leaves the big Lemmy figure. I'll go show those in just a second. 75% off on that. Paul Brothers says he'll take it. Trying to say literally every toy that's left in here. If I can. And then Sergeant Fury and Fighting Forces bundle, $135. Probably can do that. Let me go check the original sticker. And then over here, some other bundles. This is where I take photographs. This is the perfect spot in the store. I don't know what it is, but the lighting. I've been in this building for years. I've tried every corner imaginable. Right here is the perfect spot to take pictures. I lay a whiteboard right here. Here's where I photograph. I put it right here. It's the perfect spot to photograph stuff. So anytime you see me posting pictures of autographs or the photos from eBay or anything like that, they're all taken right there. There's a little behind the scenes. All right, so these were marked 85 and 75. Right, you're talking about these two, I think. So 75 and 75 is 150. So I was at 165, and you said 135, and I think that's right. Let me go back over here to my chat box. My goal is to sell Paul Brothers every toy in this building. Okay. So he said, yeah, all right, sell these two comic bundles for $135. Nice pickup there. We'll go through some more in just a second. All right, so where did we leave off? Okay, yeah, my mic, man, there's so much cool stuff over here, but it sucks my mic cuts out. We cannot get it to work unless we bring we're going to have to like bring the receiver all the way back up here. So let me just try to read off, and then I'll zoom in, and then I'll come grab them. And I mean, right here, I can literally see the transformer. I think because it has to go through these walls, the signal, all of a sudden it's probably coming through here, right, Otis? Yep. And then over here in the corner, it's going through all these walls, and it's like, Okay, so Eddie guitar. Yeah, let me stand right here. So I'm down to 3 mini guitars over here. We had Kirk Hammett, Jimi Hendrix, and Eddie Van Halen. Also need to go make sure Otis has food and water. That's also important too. So that's the 3 guitars I have left. Kirk Hammett, Hendrix, and Eddie Van Halen. You need water? Do you need water? Okay, let's go back here and make sure Otis has water. Let me take the chat with me. Let me see both Lemmy Funkos. Let me see. Oh, I thought you said both Lemmys. Let me see them. Okay, give me 1 second. Sorry. I thought that was the same comment. Let's make sure this doggy has water. Oh, his food is covered up too. All right, let's see what's going on here, Otis. Well, this has water in it. You want this food uncovered? Probably. Let's see what Tanner's got you in here. Oh, yeah. You're good to go. Food, water. You're good to go, buddy. That helps. Your food's uncovered. Here's Operation Center 101. There's Jay Leno. This is where they left off tagging some sales. There's a Billion 45s. Audio Technica turntable. My Pistachios. Autographs. Laserdisc. Kiss is sold. All right, Danny wants to see the 2 Lemmy Funkos. I got you down for Lemmy Pop Rocks 170 and Lemmy Pop Rocks Motorhead 49 Gold Hot Topic exclusive. The mini guitars are $39.99. And speaking of, we sold Billy Gibbons out of here earlier to somebody. And I need to get... Here's 2 more Kiss figures. Ace Frehley. That's the solo album figure. Ace is $19.99. And then Peter Criss, another solo album figure. He is also $19.99. Those are $19.99. The Eddie Van Halen guitar is $39. And somebody earlier out of here bought Tommy Chong. We got to get, or excuse me, they bought Billy Gibbons. So we need to get Billy Gibbons out of here before I forget. And I still got 2 Bootsy Collins, and I still got, who else do I have? I got Bootsy Collins, and I have Tommy Chong, the Marijuana Leaf. Okay. Now, what else have I forgot about? Easy to forget about stuff over here. Gone through all those. Let's go back over here to these right here. Let's go over here to these. So this is Sergeant Rock, 69 comic books, mostly 70s and 70s, mostly 80s, 69 comics, $129.99. Sergeant Rock lot. That's a lot of comics. 69 comics, $129.99. Okay, then I've got Sergeant Rock, late 70s, early 80s, 13 comics for $29.99. Another war series. And then this is Namor, the Submariner. Issues 1 through 25 with 2 additional ones, a 90s series, $74.99. All Kiss comics have been sold. I think I got one more stray one around here somewhere else. But so far, no takers, or so far, no location on that one. Okay, Fantastic Four, big lot boxed, price 1 of 1. Includes Key Fantastic Four, issue 75, classic cover art by Jack Kirby. So these are 157 Fantastic Four comics, $324.99. Fantastic Four. So this is 60s through 90s And it includes issue number 75, which has a classic cover. And Otis thinks he needs to be petted all of a sudden. And then there's a case of Waters. And so that box continues up here with this one. Okay. So that's the other box. That's a lot of Fantastic Four. So that's part of the lot. So that's, what did I say, 167 comics. Fantastic Four, 157 comics, $329.99. Yeah. Let me see if I can get where I can flip through them a little bit better. It's going to be difficult, but yeah. So they start, 60s should mean 12 cents. There's a king size special, and this dog has literally brought me a toy. Wow. Okay, not right now, but I'll give you 1 second. Yeah, so they start, those are annuals. Here's where they start, issue number 40. Let's go find that issue 75. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, that's a cool one. So there's a lot of 12 cent in there as well. 157 comics, $329. Literally 2 boxes of Fantastic Fours. All right, so maybe somebody will want those. That would be great. And time to play with the dog. Action Comics number 419, first appearance of Human Target, $40. Wolverine by Night bundle, 10 comics, $49.99, Wolverine by Night. Weird Mystery Tales, Secrets of the Sinister House bundle, all from 1972, 10 comics, $44.99. It, issue number 1, Supernatural Thrills featuring It, $9.99. Adventures into Fear, Man-Thing, $7.99. Ultimate Iron Man 2, 2007, issues 1 through 5, $15 for all of them. Forbidden Worlds, $4.99. Hulk Thing, Hard Knocks, $12.99. Ultimate Mystery 2010, issues 1 through 4, complete run, $12. Last Hero Standing, complete run, 1 through 5, $16.99. Ghostly Tales bundle, 6 comics, $24.99. Iron Man 2, Volume 2, issues 1 through 6, $21. John Carter's Warlord of Mars, 1 through 14, complete run, $44.99. Toxin, 1 through 6, complete run, $14.99. Planet Hulk World Breaker, $15. Ultimate Iron Man, 1 through 5, complete run, $15. Savage Hulk, 1 through 6, complete run, $18. Thanos vs. Hulk, $12. Maestro, 1 through 5, complete run, $15. And World War Hulk's Wolverine vs. Captain America, $6. Yeah, oh, it's hot. I'm sweating. It is warm on Christmas Eve. It is, yeah, it's 70 degrees earlier when I got in my car. I had my jacket on, and I've been in the habit of starting my vehicle. I started my vehicle, and I got outside, and probably my neighbors thought I was crazy, but I don't even really pay attention to the weather that much. I had my jacket on. Of course, I wear shorts every day because, I mean, I go from my house to, I mean, I want to be comfortable, so I'm not wearing pants to do these sales in every night. Sometimes I even take my shorts off. I'm joking. Okay, so let me figure out what else is over here. What else do we need to get to? Sergeant Rock, and then if I miss something, let me know. Because we need to go to a different part of the store. Now, at some point, what time is it? 8:24. I was thinking about 9 o'clock, I could go to the back and reset and probably start going through some records and let everybody know right now that's what I'm going to do. So we probably got a good half hour, maybe even an hour to figure out what else is up here. I know what a lot of people like to do. Let's go through possibly the road posters or the cassettes or the CDs, but I do that every other night. I'm trying to go through all the stuff that we typically don't go through. I typically, you know, because if we literally stopped to go through a box of cassettes, we'd be on it for 45 minutes, maybe an hour. So we do that all the time during the week. Those have, and plus everything up here is already showed. If we do anything new, I'll need to get to the back anyway, to the stationary camera, so I can actually, plus I only have one hand. So some things are really difficult for me to go through one hand. So like back here where I normally do the sale, I can go back to this camera and I can try to dig up some stuff that hadn't been gone through. And of course there are some people chomping at the bits, like Jeff Brent RTO, and he's already missed 2 of his grails tonight. He passed on them. Unbelievable. Man, look at all this. We could just start digging through all that. That's about a month of processing and cleaning and sorting. Do you not want to sell the Angry Lady Justice poster? Now, you've said that 2 or 3 times, and I have no idea which one you're talking about. Angry Lady Justice poster. So I will say this, there is no Metallica Lady of Justice poster in this building. Now, if you've seen one, let me know where you've seen it, and I will find it, okay? There is no Lady and Justice for All poster Metallica related in this building. If you've seen it, let me know. Let me know what it's near, and I will sell it to you, Danny. Also, if you see something and I don't go to it, you'll have to ask me again, and then again, and then again, and then again. And then you'll probably have to ask me again, and then I might get to it. Oh, you're talking about Rage Against the Machine. I know what you're talking about now. Rage Against the Machine is $150 plus shipping. It is, let me give you the details on it. You're talking about this right here. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Rage Against the Machine. It's a 1999. This originally came out in 1996. It's a 24 by 36 framed. 24 by 36 framed. It's $150 plus shipping. $150. It is an Emick. E-M-E-C-K. He's the artist. Very well-known poster artist. Emick. E-M-E-C or E-M-E-K. I think there's a couple. Let's see here. Let's see. What happened to Lifestyle Spider-Man? It fell over and broke, and then the guy that's supposed to be fixing it is currently being sued by me, or in the process of being sued, because he took my money and didn't fix it. So that's a bad topic. That's a bad. Spider-Man turned out to be bad. Spider-Man turned out to be bad. Bad guy I was dealing with. I think all the Batman stuff's gone. They got to sort through more of it. They got to sort through more. There might be a few over here. Detective Comics, $5.98, $9.99. Detective Comics, $4.92, $9.99. The Untold Legend of Batman, $4.99. Brave and the Bold, $7.99. Detective, $5.99. Detective 616, $7.99. Detective 618, $5.99. Detective 621, $5.99. Detective 622, $9.99. Detective 624, $9.99. Secret Origin starring Halo and Batman, $7.99. And that's where Superman starts with action. The Clemson sign is $19.99. Rage is a silkscreen or high gloss. I think it's high gloss. This was originally, it's printed in 99. The poster was originally made in 96. Yeah, it looks like high gloss. It looks like high gloss from what I'm seeing. Looks like high gloss. Let me make sure I hadn't missed anything over here. Let's see. These hadn't sold. Let me put these back so there's no confusion on my part. Ulysses, no. No, Ulysses. What you got, Otis? He was about to bark at somebody. No problem. Yeah, that was Rage. Sonic Youth. I've already read through all this. Let's see here. This, we've already done those. These, let's go right back. Man, then I put a bunch of, well, we sold some knives to begin the, show. Went through those. I've already run through this cabinet. Let's go over here and find these Namor comics. Any Rocket comics? Yes. They're currently being photographed and researched for an auction next week. They're right now being photographed and auctioned for an. We have the original artwork. We're going to auction it next week. $60. Sell this to $60. Sell this to Jetstream. Okay. Put those with his other comic bundles. Right, Otis? Yep. Okay. What's in the shelf? Uber the mini guitars. Looks like Dave Mustaine or RP. Under the mini guitars. Let's see. Under the mini guitars. You figure out which side of the store was you at? And then Rocket, any discounted vinyl. Jim B, you're going to not be able to make any money off tonight's sale. So I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. No luck making any money off this sale tonight. You made enough last night, $4 or $5 grand probably. No Friday the 13th. Lord of the Rings, Jurassic Park. Y'all bought up all the horror. Every time I do one of these sales, I make a checklist of what we need to buy when we're out looking at collections. Horror stuff, Kiss. That's it. That should cover everything everybody wants. Horror stuff and Kiss. And then if we have a store full of that, we're in business. That's nothing. That's nothing. Pay no attention to that. Those are just clippings of album artworks we're using to decorate. Jim would love for me to start digging through some of these crates at $1 a piece. Oh man, his kids would go crazy. All the Christmas gifts they're going to be getting. Okay, there's that. What's my phone battery on? Okay, I'm still good. Wow, this phone battery is surprisingly really powerful. Here's Walking Dead, limited edition, the complete second season. Gigantic skull with an eye, a screwdriver going through his eyeball. Pokemon Funko. Pokemon Gym. Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mandalorian. Here's another toy for Paul Brothers. Justice League of America. Very cool. Brave and Bold number 28. So it's marked $54.99. So that means Paul Brothers would do $45 on that probably. The Batman Golden Age. I feel like I've shown this 2 or 3 times, which means it sounds like we need to reduce the price. Very cool. So it's a couple early Batmobiles. It's marked $39.99. $39.99 on that. Okay. Friday 13th and Elm. I'll be on the lookout. What's the price on a small stack of Rock comics? Sergeant Rock. These here. Sergeant Rock was $29.99. Sergeant Rock bundle, late 70s, early 80s. $29. That is 13 comics. About less than $3 a piece. This is sold to Paul Brothers for $45. Sold to Paul Brothers for $45. I was trying to figure out where those last few action figures like that were around here that I didn't get to the last sale. There may be some over here, but if I walk over here, my mic's going to cut out. So bear with me. Superman Funkos, Silver Surfer, Lone Ranger, those mini guitars. Okay, another one. Let's bring this over here. Here we go. DC Universe, $124.99 from June 6, 2023. So Paul, $125, $85. That's cool. $85 on that one. I found a couple more Kiss figures over here. So here is this one, Gene Simmons from Alive. He's $35. That's a McFarlane. And then if you missed it earlier, I had these over here too. I had Peter Criss from the solo album cover for $20. And then I had Ace Frehley was $20. So $20 on Peter Criss, $20 on Ace. That Gene is $35 from the solo albums. Okay. Matt wants Ace and Peter. All right, let's tag those for him. I'll put over here on the Justice League right here that Paul bought earlier. So there's that and there's that. Okay. And then let me see what else is going on over here. That's taken care of. Oh, here's some figures. Y'all probably, hopefully, can hear me. There's Dimebag Daryl, $24.99 for Dimebag. Here's Ghost prequel, Nameless Goulet, $24. Papa Emeritus III, that's $24. And then here's Cliff Burton. Cliff Burton is $24. $24 for Cliff Burton. I got chocolate bars. Can't say those because we don't want to ship those, right? I'm sure y'all would love a chocolate bar, though. Here's a Labubu, $44.99 for Labubu. And then we have Spider-Man, R2-D2, and Deadpool Funko pins for $11.99. Okay. Someone asked for the Walking Dead price. Really? Oh, Gerald Whitworth did. Walking Dead price. Walking Dead price, Gerald Whitworth. I have this thing stickered. I don't have it stickered. Is there no price on this? I do. $89.99, Gerald. $89.99. It does have some box damage back here. $89.99. Okay, we sold Ace, we sold Peter. Dude, I was in a record store in Hollywood yesterday. They were selling Master of Puppets box set for $1,100. And just think, we sold one the other night for $900 or $800. We got the best prices on earth. Papa Emeritus is sold to Tim Rory. That's sold. And the Dime sold to Josh Tanner. And then sold to James Chilcott. Diamondback sold to James Chilcott. And then Josh just wants a Cliff Burton. I need to order more of those. I hadn't ordered some of these in a while since, September. I figured it'd been a few months since I've shown and ordered it. So when I get done really showing the death stuff, it ends up here. And then we usually end up selling it pretty well here in our store. And then I have to reorder it and basically bring it back circulation. So we don't keep showing the same stuff over and over. And then eventually when I do these sales, it's like fresh merchandise up here. Most people may have missed this. It's not like everybody's watching every minute of the sale every day, right? Let's see what we got over here. We have Martial Arts of Shaolin Temple VHS 44. There's a Gene Simmons figure, $39.99. We got Deadpool for $11.99. Herman Munster for $24. Another Gene Simmons figure, he's $24. Another Ace Frehley figure, he's $39. There's a few Star Wars and G.I. Joes. There's a Megadeth wallet. Megadeth wallet, $21. Elvis stamps for $5. That's a Predator 1 ounce silver figure for $135. A rocket ship. Did y'all see with silver again today? Silver hitting $72 an ounce today. I'm telling you, before long, these little pieces of collectible silver will be near melt. It's approaching, and then they're going to be like crazy good deals. $135, $135, or I'll have to raise the price. Hate to do that. Edison Giacottolati. What did I just say? It's a cap gun. That looks like a really dang good, well-made cap gun. $50 on that. And then there's the rest of our silver figures. $135, 1 ounce. Iron Man, Batman, Halo, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. $135 on those. Iron Man, Batman, Master Chief from Halo, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Matt also wants the Ace and Peter figure. Ace and Peter. I've already got you down for those. You're talking about these over here, right? Matt, I've already got you down for these two. Ace and Peter, I've already got you down for those. Okay. This rack is empty because I've sold stuff off of it in videos. I had to come up here and get stuff off the rack. I got to replenish it for when we reopen Friday. What is that right back there? Nightmare on Elm Street. I didn't know we had that. That's something new. Can y'all see that in the back? Nightmare on Elm Street, $49.99. I need to get the keys to this figure. I need to get this. I need to get my keys. Where's my keys at? I don't think we have any robots. I've got that one plastic one over here. Yeah, precious metals are insane right now. I wish I had stocked up on more and just like had boxes full of it when it was 30 an ounce, and I'm sure all kinds of people. Now, the thread I was reading this morning on X, you know, somebody was like, don't stop buying because, you know, people's been stacking at $30, $40 an ounce, and now their dreams have come true. They've literally doubled their net worth in investments on silver, and now they're going to stop buying. They're like, okay, well, it's $70. I got to stop buying now. And then if they keep dollar cost averaging it when it's $110 an ounce, they're still going to have a great return buying it at 70. And I think that's why we still have people asking for it. We still got people asking for it every day at $75 an ounce now is what the new spot premium is going to be for just bullion. So all right, let me try to get at this Nightmare figure. The Cliff Burton figure was $24.99. $24.99. I think we got a couple $2 bills. I think we got a couple $2 bills we've been keeping just for you, Brandon. I think they're laying over here to the side. This, I could have probably already sold this if I would have knew I had it. Nightmare on Elm Street 4, the Dream Master. $49.99. There we go. Didn't know I had that. $49.99 on that one. So the closest thing to metal bullion I have are those. That's the only silver left up here. And then there's that. Let me set down my phone right quick. And I'm going to go to our normal camera view back here because I need to plug up this phone. And so I'm going to bring some stuff. Let me do this right here for a second. Let's go to our normal camera mode for a second. Plus, I do need to go ahead and just like tag some stuff. John also priced 4 crates of records, and gonna be doing that. I wasn't gonna restart the feed either. I was just gonna make sure everybody knew what was going on. I need to tag some stuff right quick. And then I think to go through some stuff better back here, like possibly posters, coins, currency, and that kind of stuff, we can show it here on this table as well, and then go back up front in just a second. Oh, plus I want to bring some toys back here, Funkos and stuff, so we can try to show them. Over there where my mic cuts out, it just sucks. It's terrible. It's just terrible. So give me 1 second. 180. I was curious how many people would be watching. 189 is not bad at all. Let me figure out why my screen just went. I clicked full screen, but now I can't see anything. That's not good. Let's see here. What if I... Exit school full screen. There we go. Well, what happened to OBS? Have Seth look at that. Maybe, let's see, OBS, there it is. I just want to make this larger here. I got to be able to see what y'all can see. Whoop. What did that just do? Well, that almost messed y'all up, didn't it? Okay, there we go. A little bit better. Okay, better. Much better. I can see what y'all are seeing now. We want to remind me later for an update. All right, Merry Christmas, everybody. Whew. Okay, I can rest my arm for a second. Golly, look, it's almost like it's almost turning red where I'm having to hold up my camera. I need to do more curls in the gyms, I guess. I do almost 2 or 3 times a week, but evidently I'm not doing enough. I had to set down my phone for a second. Okay, now I'm ready to show some stuff back here. And let me open up this and this, okay? So first thing I need to do is let me move this. And let me get an empty crate to start putting stuff in, just like a normal top cell. Let me wipe my forehead with my shirt with all the sweat. I just had literally a workout doing what I just did. Can't work too hard on Christmas Eve, right? Here we go. Oh, man. Okay. So first thing, Scott Dwallow needed a Monster Magnet box. This was the last Monster Magnet box we had. He said he needed one, and there it is. So that's so to Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that, Scott Dwallow. And then Mark Weiss was on a waiting list for Doors Rhino Hi-Fi. Doors Rhino Hi-Fi. That's so to Mark Weiss. Okay. Here's a few sports cards I had marked the other day, and I hadn't got around to showing them yet. So let me put these price guns away. Otis is over here. Has he already ate all of his food? Sounds like he's pawing something in here. What are you pawing, Otis? Where are you at? What are you doing over here? Oh, you playing with that cup? He's in somebody's old empty Starbucks cup. He's trying to pull it out of the trash can. Oh, well. Okay. Happy Festivus, yes. Monster Magnet box set's going to wait till after the holiday. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and order a couple more for sure. Okay, so here's two $29.99 cards. This is a 89 Upper Deck Nolan Ryan SGC 9, and then a really cool Michael Jordan 92-93 Top Stadium Club number 210 Members Choice. So those are $29 each. That's Michael Jordan and Nolan Ryan. Those are pretty cool. I've got one $59.99 card. These are cards I was going to give one more chance before I tag these. Nolan Ryan 78 Tops, $59.99. That's a near mint 7, 78 Tops, Nolan Ryan. Possibly the greatest pitcher of all time. $59.99 for Nolan Ryan. Okay, then I got a bunch of really cool $10 cards. What letter is the Peter Criss at the bottom of the spine? This is AA. Now let me go check my waiting list, because before I found this, and before I sell it to anybody right now, I got to make sure nobody else had claimed it. With that being said, let me go up here and grab my sticky notes and make sure we don't have a waiting list for Peter Criss. If not, then Jeff, you can have it. But there's somebody down to grab this one. I have a waiting list for Stones LA Forum, Rolling Stones Some Girls Live, Punk Goes Christmas. That's a note for me. That's a note for me. That's another to-do list, 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 another to-do list. And then my other wait list is for King's X, Rush, Iron Maiden, Peter Criss Silver, Peter Criss White. All right, we've already tagged White. Jackie already got one. Iron Maiden, Police, Steve Vai, Ray Vaughan, and Rolling Stones Leads. Okay. So, with that being said, yes, this Peter Criss is, in fact, available for sale. What I'm about to do, I'm about to show cards, records, posters, and anything miscellaneous for the next 10 hours back here, okay? So anything I can come up with for the next several hours. So Peter Criss is sold to Jeff Brindley. All right, that was my only copy I had in stock. And then I showed some of these road posters last night that are autographed. Let's see if I can remember the prices. This is Black Label Society, fully signed, including Zach Wild at the top. That's JSC authenticated, Black Label Society. And as usual, I didn't write down these prices. I'm pretty sure I said $275 on that. $275 on Black Label Society. It's signed. And then over here we have James Bond Goldfinger, signed by Shirley Eaton. That's a reproduction poster. That's $175. We got a waiting list for Peter Chris White, which is what I just sold. I've already ordered more of those. I don't know if they're going to come in. And then silver has been the tough one to get. Peter Chris and silver. This is Twisted Sister, signed by Dee Snider. It's made out to Cindy and Doug. It's signed by Dee Snider. That's also JS8. I said 75 on that one. Signed JS8. Okay. And that's Dee Snider from Twisted Sister. And then over here we have Journey. Now, this is the one I didn't price last night because I hadn't done the research. No Steve Perry, but it is signed by Journey. That's a pretty cool item there. 50th anniversary. All right. So, Shirley Eaton, Black Label Society, Dee Snider, and Journey. There's a poster fix for a few moments till I can find more. All right. Okay, here's a few $10 cards. This is a reprint, 52 Bowman, Mickey Mantle. Early cool LeBron James card there. LeBron James, it's a trifecta with somebody else and Carmelo Anthony. And then these are all $10 a piece, and they're all graded. Nolan Ryan, 89 tops traded, mint 9, that's $10. 93 tops Nolan Ryan, PSA 9, $10. And I'll pause right here with 93 tops Nolan Ryan, #1 gold winners. That one's also $10. Okay, can you show me the James Bond poster again? Yeah, sure thing. So this is it's a modern reprint of the poster. Of course, the real ones have gotten really expensive, like $1,000 expensive. But this is a very nice reprint. It looks just like the original, and it's signed right here by Shirley. And it's rolled. There's no creases. If you put it in a frame, it would flatten out very well. Of course, it has been authenticated. $175 on this one, I think is what I just said. It will come shipped rolled in a tube. I can probably do better on it, but it's signed right here. James Bond is back. Everything he touched turns to excitement. Sean Connery, 007. Okay. Does the poster say Twist Sister? Looks like it's his solo era band. The Dee Snider poster, does it actually say Twisted Sister on it? It says Twisted Sister. Yes, this is an original Twisted Sister, 1984. Okay. Too pricey. Make me an offer. We have Nolan Ryan. This is sold. I only have like 15 of them. We have Nolan Ryan sold to Oso Adventure, $10, $10, $10. Shaquille O'Neal, 93-94 Topps Finest, $10, SGC 6. 96 Topps Finest, Derek Jeter Bronze, 7, $10. 92-93 Topps Stadium Club, Shaquille O'Neal Members Choice, SGC $8, $10. Shaquille O'Neal 92 Classic 4 Sport, 8.5, $10. 92 Upper Deck Collector's Choice Nolan Ryan Silver Signature, $10. Trey Lance, SGC 9, $10. 2021 Panini Score Mac Jones. These are all $10. And 2021 Panini Prestige Mac Jones. Those are all $10. Okay? All slabbed. Good companies, too. SGC and PSA. We already sold the 2 Nolan Ryan PSA. So Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Nolan Ryan, Shaquille O'Neal, Derek Jeter sold to Oso Adventure. And Oso Venture also wants Nolan Ryan. Okay? Those are sold and those are sold. $40 offer on D. Snyder if he's JSA. What did I just price it for? I don't remember. I think I've gave 5 different prices 5 different times. Hey, buddy, what are you into over here? I got to come check out. What are you chewing on? A straw? I don't know if you should be chewing on that. Let me take... I'm confiscating that, okay? I'm confiscating that. I don't know if you should be chewing on that or not. I'm throwing it in a trash can you can't get your head into. Okay. And then over here we have, do you have Brock Purdy? Not to my knowledge. Oso also wants both Shaqs. So these two are also sold to Oso. And then also on both Shaqs. So Mac Jones, Trey Lance. There's a Shaq sold. There's a Shaq sold. There's actually 3. There's actually 3 Oso. And then both Mac Jones sold to Matt Nichols. So those are sold to Matt Nichols and Matt Nichols. And then also there's actually 3 Shaqs. There was Stadium Club, the Topps Finest Refactor, and Classic 4 Sport. All I think are technically close to rookies, if not rookies. And then that just leaves Trey Lance. We'll put him right back there for a second. And these 2 loose ones, which was an early LeBron, and then this Mickey Mantle Bowman here. Is that signed by Sean Connery? Boy, I wish. It is signed by Shirley Eaton. Bond girl Shirley Eaton. I'll give you a little 101 about Bond autographs. So this came from Fred Goodwin's autograph collection. He knew Shirley Eaton. This is a reproduction poster, and I have hundreds of items signed by Shirley Eaton. She was Jill Masterson in the Bond movie Goldfinger. $175. It's JSA authenticated. If this poster was signed by Sean Connery, you're talking $3,000 to $5,000. A signed Goldfinger poster could go for $5,000 plus. I would love to own one day, but that's a near impossible feat. Very, very difficult to find. Oso on all 3 Shaquille O'Neals. Okay, those are sold. And Danny, I think I said 55 on D. Snyder. I'm going to keep that at $55. Mostly because I got to put it in a tube and ship it. And it's JSA'd, and it's D. Snyder, and it's a vintage poster. I think 55 on that is very, 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 very good deal. I think that's a very, 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 very good deal. But yeah, 175 on that. Okay, here was some unsold auctions from the other night. I'm going to try to re-auction some of these. I need to tag this for Matt Nichols. This is sold to Matt Nichols for $19.99. That is sold. And then over here is this. I actually seen somebody post in a Bond group today. There's a website selling fake signed Bond posters for like $685. And like 2 people in this James Bond group I'm in has already bought one. And I'm like, oh no, these are faker than a $3 bill. I'm like, do y'all realize what a full... I mean, they're signed by Timothy Dalton, Sean Connery, Daniel Craig, Pierce Bronson. I was like, do y'all know what this would be worth if it was real? This is like a $10,000 item. And there's a couple people already bought them. I'm like, oh no, why are people buying these? All right. I've gotten down the rabbit hole of collecting other Bond autographs, and it's become crazy. All right, somebody asked about Limp Bizkit. Significant Other, Limp Bizkit Significant Other is $39.99, and Chocolate Starfish is $44. Will you work with my son? All you got to do is make me an offer. I'm asking $175. So those didn't sell, those didn't sell. Let me put away my miscellaneous stuff over here. The D. Snyder autograph is $55. $55 for D. Snyder. Let's look at it again. JSA authenticated. It says Cindy and Doug, Twisted Sister Forever, D. Snyder. It's a vintage poster. It's $55. It's in great condition. The signature is really nice. I think that's a fabulous price, knowing that I'm going to have to buy a $5 tube and ship this for 15 or 20 bucks. So after my net, including credit card fees, I'm probably getting like 30 bucks for that or less. And I've paid $15 or $18 to have it authenticated, I guess. 15. So I don't know what I paid for the poster, but all that being said, if I sell it for 55, I'm probably going to get like 15 bucks for it after it's all said and done. So if I sell it, Danny, to you for 30, I might literally not make anything on it. Or 40, I mean. Yeah, I think at 40, I may be like breaking even. 150. That is a magic number. Sold. And if anybody else wants one of these, I've got like 7 or 8 more of these. Okay, $150. This is sold. Sold. D. Snider, $55. Somebody's about to buy it. If Jeff doesn't buy it, Danny's going to. $55 on D. Snider. Now, also, the only Nolan Rhines you didn't get, I don't know if you wanted these two. This is Nolan Ryan, a 78 tops. It's $59.99. And then this one here is $29.99. 89 Upper Deck Nolan Ryan. So that's the other two higher end ones you missed there. Okay, and then Shirley Eaton is sold to $150. You got a great item there. You got a Goldfinger poster signed by a Bond girl. I have more if anybody else is interested. That's a great thing to have. It'll look really good when you get it framed. And it's been JSA certified. All right. I will be posting a 9 a.m. video tomorrow, yes. Chad needs a drink of water before he passes out. All righty. Almost time for some mini M&Ms to get a new wave of stuff shown. So what have I gone through back here? Okay. So did Matt get the poster? Yes. Currency reminder. Okay. I've got this. Brandon Jones, here's your first one for $6.99. Bicentennial $2 bill. There's your first one for $6.99. Okay. Make sure Brandon Jones knows about this $2 note. All right, there's that. Bicentennial. Okay, now let me get a crate here. Maybe just one to use for a tabletop for a second. I'm letting my phones charge in case I want to go mobile again in a second. I'm going to try to bring some other miscellaneous stuff over here. Funkos, comics, M&Ms, and other candy bars. This is sold for $6.99. Karen says she'll pick up that poster of her stuff. Great. Thank you, Karen. This is sold for $6.99 to Brandon Jones. Let's put that next to the Bond poster. Let me make sure the JSA card's down in it. Where's the JSA card? Okay. JSA card's rolled up in it for whoever's tagging. Thank y'all on that. That's done. I have more of those if anybody else is interested. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Okay. This is Rolling Stones bubblegum. Rolling Stones can't get no bubblegum action. This is literally a CD with music and bubblegum. $6.99. All right, cards. We've already shown all that. Those need to go out in the store then. Store, bubblegum. This, Michael Jordan, $29.99. Let's put that right there. Don't ignore these. These are getting slabbed because they're sealed. All right, Danny. So okay, I saw your comment. So you're saying for a cube, hold it until you buy another road poster. D. Snider, $50. Or how about we say $65 plus shipping? So $50 ship for D. Snider. Dang. Man. What is $5 between friends, Danny? What is $5 between friends? All right, let's see what else I have over here. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go up front and start grabbing some this and that. Otis, I think at some point this little puppy dog may have to go potty. If so, we might have to go outside on an adventure. Let me step up here and grab this. Probably wants a treat too. Treat. Sit. Shake. These are from Mike Massey, okay? All right, there's that. Got to give the dog some treats every now and then. All right, let's grab these. And these. Probably a good time to set all these out and photograph them anyway. So that way we can reorganize them. And then we probably can start going through some albums. Is there anybody here that's interested in records? Is there anybody here that's interested in records? Chewbacca, $14.99. Batman, $14.99. Batman, $14.99. Magic Johnson and Travis Kelce. Those are all $14.99 each. Okay, and then Scott Oman said he would do $25 on the Jordan. That sold to Scott Oman for $25. Okay, that sold to him for $25. Let's put that right over here. Jordan. I wonder if Michael Jordan just knew I wonder if he knows I just sold him a card of his. I wonder if he knows. I'm going to mute my mic for a second. David Tate's been waiting for vinyl. Me too. Chad's also been waiting for a Diet Coke up here. Let me show you the 78 right quick. Let me grab some more of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. I'm feeding Otis pistachios. I hope that's okay. Somebody Google, can dogs eat pistachios? Okay. Caffeine. All right. Move this stuff out of the way. Just don't feed them chocolate. Oh no. Really? I'm joking. All right, I'm getting set up. Sorry, this is like the sale is starting, you know, like we're on a new beginning. So give me a second for that. 1 second here. All right. Let's see here. All right. So this is Jimmy Reed's very first 78. This is Jimmy Reed, High and Lonesome, and Roll and Roomba. And we're asking $399.99 for this. Excuse me, I got the hiccups from the Diet Coke. This is his very first record, High and Lonesome and Roll and Roomba. Jimmy Reed Chance Records 1142. That's $399.99. Okay. As I show Funkos, I'm also going to start auctioning a few LPs. As I begin to show Funkos, I'm going to try to keep them stacked over here where you can still see them, but we'll have to eventually clear off the table. So Chewbacca is sold to Pam Murray, and that's why I was bringing some of these back here. $14.99 on that. I'm going to start stacking some of these others back there. So there's a couple different Batmans, and then we got sports stuff like Magic Johnson and Travis Kelce. So there's that. There's Chewbacca. That one's sold. And, of course, Laura and nobody was really here today. So what's happened is I've ended up with nothing but what we call our bonus auctions, which there's nothing wrong with that, huh? Always cool stuff here. So let's see what kind of stuff we have in here. And that's probably some of the LPs we can try to auction tonight. And should be some pretty cool stuff in here. Let me take a peek at them. I really hadn't got to look at them. Yeah, there's stuff like David Bowie, AC/DC, Saxon, Crocus, Pink Floyd, and that might make some good for some good material to keep the show rolling here, right, Otis? Right, that's right, Chad. Keep the show rolling, buddy. All right, and this is a 1981 USOG AC/DC Dirty Deeds. Done dirt cheap, $25 start. We'll probably be here for a few minutes. So my other phone is about charged. I'm going to start working on charging this one. And I do plan on going back up front and visiting up there again, okay? So there's that, $25 start on that. Let's go ahead and bring one of my first crates here, which should be check condition. And these have all been ultrasonically cleaned. So he's gotten into some stuff like check condition that was at one point pretty dingy, and he's brought it back to life through our ultrasonic cleaner. And he started this morning, he said, at 9 when he got here, and it was still running when I got here about 6 o'clock. So all these have probably been ran through a ultrasonic cleaner. Let me take a peek at the first one. This is ELO out of the blue. ELO out of the blue. I mean, yeah, you can tell it just has that kind of sheen to it, even though it's in VG condition. So it's a lot of check condition stuff, but it's been ultrasonically cleaned. So that's good. VG $14.99. That's buy it now best offer. Limp Biscuits $39 and Limp Biscuits $44. I also have Aerosmith Toys in the Attic. That's VG $12.99. Classic album from Aerosmith. VG $12.99. And then over here we have Yes, Close to the Edge. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Yeah, you can tell these are you can tell they've been really well cleaned. There just might be check condition. VG Plus, $14.99. And then AC/DC was an 81 OG, just a $25 start on that, FYI. Okay, and I'm going to go grab another handful of Funkos. I'm working on this corner over here that literally my mic doesn't work. So as I walk up here, my mic may cut out, but I'm going to be grabbing some of these so we can show them. Where the heck is Otis's leash? Otis, where's your leash at, buddy? That's the next thing I got to find. It used to lay right there forever. Then I think I used it one day, and now I don't know where it's at. So, we got a couple fun ones here. We got first, Aerosmith is sold to Joe DeGaldo. Thank you on that. And then I got Michael Scott from The Office. Office 869, Michael Scott. It's marked 15. How about $14.99? And then this is a Chase, $14.99. He-Man, Funko Fusion, limited edition Chase. I think that sat behind the counter because it was a Chase we got in, and I was going to look it up. And see, when I order these new, sometimes we get the Chases, and that's one that sat behind the counter. So I don't know what the deal with that is. But there's ELO, there's Yes, Janis Joplin Pearl, VG Plus $24.99, VG Plus $24.99, and then we have Neil Young Harvest. Neil Young Harvest is a gatefold jacket. VG Plus, $24.99 for Neil Young Harvest. A classic album. Oh, man, take a look at my life. And then let me open up my chat because I need to ask them, Tanner specifically, Location of Otis leash. And I'm going to make one pass through the back room over here and see if we can find it. Right, Otis? That's right, Chad. I'm about ready to go outside. I've drunk 3 gallons of water. You have. This thing is actually empty again. Looks like you need some more, hey? Yep, there's that. All right, let's fill that up. Let's fill this one up. There you go. Full of water again. You'll really have to go to the bathroom after that one. I think he keeps hearing me say outside, and he's like, huh? Outside? What? Here's some, let's make AC/DC a buy it now. $25 for Dirty Deeds, and they're done dirt cheap. $25 on that, AC/DC. I'm going to put that right over here. And then we had, this is cool, Sesame Street 2, the official Sesame Street 2 book and record album. That's VG $9.99. And then over here we have Todd Rundgren Todd, VG Plus $19.99. Here's a few more Funkos I brought up. From the Superman 1979 movie, there's Lois Lane. And then I got Lex Luthor. Gene Hackman played Lex Luthor. There's Lois Lane, and there's Jor-El, and that was played by, as y'all know, Marlon Brando. So there's a few 79 Funkos. Chase is like a limited edition. So what they do is they made a He-Man Funko, and then they made a variant. It's essentially a variant, and they randomly sent them to people, and there's kind of a more limited edition of the same one. Michael Wood got the AC/DC for $25. Kelly Wlodarczyk was first on Sesame Street. These are new check condition records, by the way. Wasmo Narez, Things Aren't Right. VG Plus $9.99, Gold Stamp promo. And then Chicago 3 is VG Plus $19.99 with poster. Let me know when I'm going to walk Otis. I'm going to walk up front, see if I see his... Oh, he's on like a invisible leash, but we literally are right by a highway, and I hate... Tanner can do it because he's got him trained, but I hate walking Otis without a leash. Like, he's very well trained, and we got an invisible leash. Okay, I have found his leash. I have found it. I found the actual, but, you know, he's on like one of those invisible ones, and you just kind of vibrate his neck. But, man, I don't trust it, especially it's not my dog. We're right next to literally 50 miles an hour, so I'm like, oh, my God. Wreck. But Tanner just lets him out, and he'll listen to Tanner probably a lot better than me. Let me show a few more Funkos. I'll put up another auction, and then, yeah, I'll go ahead and make sure he doesn't have to pee because he has been here several hours. We'll make sure he doesn't have to. Here's Tony Stark from the Avengers, 449. Oh, there's another stink bug. Y'all see that? That's probably the same one I flicked off the other day. There's Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, Eddie. And then we had Hershey's Cookies and Cream. And then we have Hershey's Kisses. He-Man is sold to Brandon Jones. Thank you on that one. I think that's the same stink bug I flicked off of a record the other night. Oh, now he's halfway across the room. Otis will probably eat them later. All right, so we still got Jor-El, Michael Scott. There's Iron Maiden, and then Lex Luthor, Tony Stark, Cookies and Cream, and Hershey's and Kisses. All right. All right, I'm going to take Otis for a walk. I doubt my mic works outside. So I'm hooking him up right now, and we're going to go do a doggy break, okay? Let me put up another auction right quick. Hold on one second, Otis. Don't go too far. Ooh, this is a good one. Pretty in Pink. The Pretty in Pink soundtrack is a 1986 USOG, a strong VG, Pretty in Pink, a $20 start. All right, we're going to leave my mic on. I doubt it works out here, Otis, but he's a good dog. He's walking like right next to me, step by step. He was well trained. They sent him to like a doggy academy for like 6 months. Man, he's like a perfect walker. I think he knows it's about time. All right. That was easy. Probably ready for a treat now, aren't you? Oh, yeah. Ready for a big old treat? Okay, let's go get you a treat. You gotta go right over here and get you a treat. Uh-oh, we're just down to half bones now. We're just down to half bones. And then I gotta get into the box. See it? That was easy. He definitely had to pee. He definitely had to pee. Otis is now relieved. His bladder is hopefully relieved for a while. Okay. So here we go. Let's see. How much was the Superman ones? $14.99 each. Jor-El and Lex Luthor, $14.99 each. So the Pretty in Pink soundtrack, Strong VG, $20 start on that. That's now up for bid. This check condition bin is where we're at right now. These are all buy it now, best offer. This is VG condition, $14.99. VG $14.99, ZZ Top Eliminator. Also, we had Eric Clapton's Rainbow concert, and that's in VG Plus condition, $24.99. Gatefold jacket, that's Eric Clapton's Rainbow concert. And Foghat Energized. Foghat is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. And Golden Earring Cut. Golden Earring was VG Plus, $16.99. Golden Earring Cut. Grateful Dead Terrapin Station. This one has some cover damage down here. VG $24.99. But yeah, the Superman Funkos are $14.99 each. Let me go grab some more up front. I got to clear off the shelf anyway and get some of these done. I really don't need to go like super duper late tonight, but at the same time, I'm here to sell as much as we need to. As y'all know, I always do that. I figured somebody would want one of these, at least one of them, so let me grab these and show these. Charlie Brown. Good grief, Charlie Brown. And then I got Charlie Brown with a kite. And then next to that one, we have Ash from Army of Darkness. And then this is Swamp Thing. Swamp Thing. Those are all $14.99. If anybody wants to do a buy it now on the Pretty in Pink, I'm actually going to put it down in here. It's a $20 buy it now on that one. And we have Lois Lane as well. Yeah, we have Lois Lane, Lex Luthor, Jor-El. And the actual Superman one from that set is a larger one. It's $35. It's like in a bigger box. But yes, I've got that one as well. April in Paris, The Genius of Charlie Parker, #2. Charlie Parker with strings, 1961, VG, $14.99. Todd Rundgren's Utopia, EX condition, $16.99. Todd Rundgren's Utopia. And then we have Prayer Meeting, Jimmy Smith with Stanley Turrentine. That's a 64 stereo, VG condition, $24.99. And John's went ahead and put that in a new MoFi sleeve for us there. Awesome. That's a 64 stereo, VG $24.99. So Pretty in Pink is so does Scott Oman. Thank you on that. And then the Guess Who Road Food, that's VG $14.99. The Guess Who Road Food. Also, we have the Who Tommy, and that is in VG Plus condition, $24.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. All righty. These are all new vintage. This is stuff that John actually marked today. It's new vintage check condition. Would you do 40 for Lois, Jor-El, Lex Luthor, and Charlie Brown? So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. You're picking up too, right? I think, yeah, Karen picks up for sure. So Jor-El, Lois Lane, Lex Luthor, and Charlie Brown. Which of the Charlie Brown? Charlie Brown, Good Grief, or the Charlie Brown with the kite? Let me know on those. There's 2 different ones. Otis the dog. I need to sell this big collection of Bob Dylan CDs in one big lot. Also over here we got the Dynamic Sounds of the Legends. That's in VG condition, $9.99. Dwayne by the Riverside, Anvil Rock, Just Because, Frankie Diggs Johnny, Sammy River, VG, $9.99. Karen said, Good Grief. Okay, we have Foreigner 4. She's talking about Charlie Brown, of course. Foreigner 4, VG condition, $9.99. So we have Jor-El, Lois Lane, Lex Luthor, and Good Grief Charlie Brown, also to Karen, $10 each. And she'll be picking these up, of course. All right, those are all sold to her. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. You got it. That was a total of $8,000. No, I'm joking. All right, those are all sold to Karen. Okay, I forgot about currency or these other coins I had in here too. I'm really all over the place. We're showing a little bit of records. We're showing Funkos, which we're selling them, which is good because this stuff I never get to up front. And now we can recondense these. I need to grab another auction. Corey Ross wants Foreigner 4. And I probably need to go up front and grab some more Funkos then, right, Otis? What happened to your toy? Where's your toy at? Where's your parents at? First of all, I need to know where your parents are at. Am I keeping you all night? That'd be an awesome Christmas gift if I could just keep you all night. We could spend Christmas morning together. This dog is like, okay, this guy is psycho. He's like, I'm just a dog, dude, okay? I'm just a dog. Just a dog. Not just any dog, though. Folks, this is Otis. This is Otis the dog. He's the dog. All right, here's some more cool Funkos. These are all $14.99 each. Yeah, I'm about to get into some coins, hopefully. John Wick. There's John Wick. There is Robert De Niro as Sam Rothstein from Casino. Here's another Chase edition. Jim Halpert from The Office. I'll put him over here next to Michael Scott. Superman, this one's $24.99. This one's $24.99. This is Superman 251 Funko Specialty Series. And then Wonder Woman, $14.99. So $14.99. The only one outlier, that's a little bit pricier one, that's Superman. That's nothing to do with the movie series we just had. He's just a 80th anniversary. Looks like a 50s era Superman to me. So $14.99 on those. Okay, let's read through a few more LPs. Pure Prairie League, Something in the Night. Pure Prairie League is VG Plus, $9.99. Billy Joel the Stranger, VG Plus, $9.99. Billy Joel the Stranger. And Fleetwood Mac, The Vintage Years. That's a white label promo. VG condition, $14.99. Sam Rothstein is $14.99. All these are $14.99. I did a bundle deal with her earlier, so that's why I discounted. Plus, she's picking up and we don't have to ship them. But yeah, all these individually are $14.99, except this Superman, which just sold to Karen Robbins for $24. Okay, so I got to have 15 for these unless somebody's picking up, or you buy maybe like a bunch at once. That helps, but individually these are $14.99. Some of these we bought in a collection, so we might have better margins, and then some of them, you know, we bought new from distribution, which really kills the margins on these, but. Some of them I've had for a while. I'm just trying to get my costs back out of them. But yeah, Sam Rothstein's $14.99. We have Mahavishnu Orchestra, EX $9.99. Any New Wave. No, we've went through that whole collection. There's one video posted in the group with some leftovers, and I'm going to post another video tomorrow night. Jimmy Smith and Wes Montgomery, the dynamic duo, VG $19.99 on that. Okay, so we have Susie Breedlove wants this Charlie Brown with the kite, and she wants a Lois Lane. Those are sold to Susie Breedlove and Susie Breedlove. Let me go get another handful. So the ones I just brought back here is John Wick, Wonder Woman, Sam Rothstein. I think I have a few more from Casino. I think they made 3. They also made Pesci and the girl, the woman. I am dog sitting. Yes, Otis is here with me tonight. So his parents are at a Christmas party, I'm sure, probably with their family, and they're not at their house. And so Otis had to stay behind. And if Otis has to stay behind, he has big separation anxiety. So we bring him here so at least there's somebody here to talk to him and walk him and feed him, and he's not locked up in a cage. We don't want that, do we, Otis? No, we don't. We don't want that at all, do we? Let's see if I got any more music Funkos. I'm up front, so my mic could cut out, by the way. Yep, here's Ginger, Nikki. And speaking of mobsters, there's a young Vito. And let's see who else I have over here. I got Boba Fett. And then here's Luke Skywalker, 764. We got a couple of different these, a couple of different Lukes. I don't know, maybe y'all pick out 5. I guess if you pick out 5, I can do $50 on them. I'll probably do that. So if I show enough and you can pick out 5, I'll do $50 on them. So we got Nikki Santoro, Boba Fett. I love the design on this box. These are 14. A young Vito, which is another Robert De Niro there. He's played some big roles, hasn't he? And there's Ginger McKenna, Sharon Stone, yeah. And then I got 2 different Luke Skywalkers. I got Luke Skywalker 764, which is him from, of course, the first movie. And then this one I think is technically Red 5, where he's blowing up the Death Star. Oh, spoiler alert. They do blow up the Death Star, spoiler alert. And then was the WW from TV or movie? Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman is from the newest movie, it looks like. Yeah, Wonder Woman is from, I think that's the newest film, it looks like. Okay. If you have all 3 Casino figures. Okay. So Ivanar, I do. So tag these for Ivanar. There's Ginger. He wants Nikki Santoro. And I also got him down for Sam Rothstein over here. I want you to use his head. I want you to use his head as the open the door or whatever. You can either have the hammer or the money, but you can't have both. You can have the money or the hammer, but you can't have both. You can have the money and the hammer. I forgot how he said that. You can have the money and the hammer. But either way, I forgot what he said. And then Chris Sheridan on Boba Fett. Thank you. Every time I sell these, I have to put them over here around the corner on this table so we have them lined up in correct order. And just like that, we've already sold 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 Funkos. And we have a long ways to go if you want to rock and roll. Okay, so there's Luke. We'll put him over here then. There's Luke. There's 2 different Lukes. Nobody wants Travis Kelce. I got a couple of Batmans if you missed those earlier. Over here on the side is Batman and Batman, 2 different ones. And then there's Godfather, Vito. All right, Wes Montgomery and Jimmy Smith. This is a 67 mono MGM VG 1999. Are we going to have any Christmas specials for the Die Hard dedicated folks on Christmas Eve? All you got to do is tell me what you want to pay for something. That's always the Christmas specials. Everything is always on sale every night here at Coleco, except maybe for new vinyl. But I don't think anybody's looking for that right now. EX $39.99 for Blondie. Harry Nilsson, son of Schmielson. That's VG $9.99. And Alice Cooper, Lace and Whiskey. VG Plus $19.99. Alice Cooper, Lace and Whiskey. VG Plus $19.99. And the Selector. Hey, we had that last night. in one of the crates. VG Plus, $19.99 for the selector. Let's go grab another handful of Funkos. I think over here, oh, and then I was going to try to show a few. I don't really have, quote, coins, though. That's the problem. I had some things over here. I've got just these high-end silver dollars. Maybe tonight might be the night I actually can sell some of these rolls, these American Innovation coins. I would love to. They're rolls of gold dollars. They're obviously not gold. I'd love for these to be gold. We'd have a fortune sitting over here, but let me try to pull up a stock image and I'll try to show y'all what's going on with these. Ivan R gets selector. And the problem is when I show these, we will undoubtedly have people asking for certain states. The problem is I don't have all 50 states. I have very few states. But I'll show you what those are in just a second. Here's Krista Burr, Into the Light. And if you're just hopping on and off, we're still going through this check condition bin. Very laid back sale tonight, doing all kinds of stuff. Doing Funkos, doing vinyl, doing coins. We've done posters. We've walked through the store twice, kind of. Probably going to go back up there like at 10:30 or something. Probably go back up there for a late night walkthrough. And then we can dig around some of the side rooms back here. We have Stan Dales, Why Pick on Me, VG Plus $26.99. Cheap Trick Dream Police, VG Plus $14.99. Let me actually use this. Let me use the web browser over here for this. Let me pull up Safari. And then one second, please. All right, so let's jump over here. Okay, 2022. Come on, keyboard, turn on. There we go, 2022. Yeah. Okay, got that done. And then Chris Price, Krista Burr. Krista Burr was VG Plus, $9.99. George Jones wants the Jim Halpert. That sold to him for $14.99. $14.99. Thank you. All right, that's done. Selector. Let me show a few more LPs out of here. So Sully, who asked first? Javi Soto asked first. If he passes, it's sold to Sully. Let's pull that out so I don't forget. Also, my phone's charging. Todd Saw on Cheap Trick. Okay, and then we had the Beatles, Hey Jude, or the Beatles again. VG $19.99. And then Sesame Street, the book and record set, original cast. VG $9.99 for Sesame Street. This is, how many's in a roll? Should be $25, right? Okay, $25. So I essentially have this. Okay, I'm going to take over y'all's screen. All right, so that is the coin I'm about to show you. The problem is it's sealed in a box. 2022 American Innovation, which that has the Tennessee Valley Authority, electric power for the Tennessee Valley, and it comes in this sealed box, and I've got D for Denver, and I've got P for Philadelphia. So this is a roll, and the roll kind of looks like, let me see if I can find an image quick enough. Down here down there on the left side, the image on the middle left, it's going to be in a roll like that, straight from the mint when you open it. So there's 25 coins in here. They're worth at least $1 a piece, but if you buy a whole roll, I'll say the whole roll for $45. So $45, the face value on them is $25, and it's a mint roll still in the box. And I have these for multiple different states. So now you kind of know what you're looking at. That's what Tennessee's looks like. Obviously, each state has a different design on it. I've got Ohio, Georgia, Vermont, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Alabama, Illinois, Arkansas, Mississippi, Missouri, Illinois, Alabama, Massachusetts, Maryland, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Virginia, just to give you an idea. And those are $45 per roll. $45 per roll. And I mean, I'm looking over here where a lot of them are sold for $3 and $4 individually. Like this off, I think a couple of these websites here, just like where they have them uncirculated loose, $3.50, $4.50. So there's that. Okay. I have all those states. Pretty cool set. I have a lot of them. Javi Soto did get Krista Burr. Sully, that makes you second. Todd Saw gets the Beatles again, also known as Hey Jude. Very cool. That's all their non-album singles. This is Swamp Thing, a PX Previews exclusive. $14.99 for that. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, EX, $29.99. We have The Beatles was in VG condition, $19.99. Can't Buy Me Love, I Should Have Known Better, Lane, Lady Madonna. I'll take 2 rolls, okay? And I'm assuming you want Tennessee then, right? So these are sold to Alicia, 45 and 45. Those are sold. I have boxes full of these. Some of the last thing I have from this guy's collection, we bought a bunch of. Boxes and boxes full. Now, the other night, I priced some of these proof sets, and I think literally some have probably gone up since then because the silver's gone up. I'll try to show some of these right quick before I show them. Hold your horses. Susie said sold on the Swamp Thing. All right, let's tag that for Susie. This looks like I need to go grab another handful of Funkos, eh? There's Hershey's. Let's move Vito on top of Hershey's. That's so to Susie. I'll take that back there. Let's try to show a few more LPs. We have Grateful Dead, Working Man's Dead, VG $24.99. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue, VG plus $9.99. James Gang Rides Again, Funk 49, Joe Walsh and the James Gang, VG plus $14.99. Billy Joe Glass Houses, VG plus $9.99. And Rush, A Farewell to Kings. Rush is in VG condition, $9.99. A Farewell to Kings. And then the Who's Next. This is in VG condition, $9.99. Alicia wants Tennessee and Alabama. AL, Alabama, right? These are I got to be good with my state abbreviations because that's what they say on the side. AL is Alabama, I'm pretty positive. Yeah, AL's Alabama. Okay. You got Alabama. You got AK for Alaska. AR for Arkansas. Am I missing one? AL's Alabama. AK's Alaska. AR is Arkansas. I got you down for Alabama and Tennessee. I'm going to give you Denver, Tennessee, and Denver, Alabama. I've got Philadelphia, Tennessee still left. There is no Philadelphia, Tennessee, but these were Tennessee coins made in Philadelphia. Rush is sold to Sully, Farewell to Kings. Michelle Clements on Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue for $9. That is a little light. Michelle, $12, and I'll sell it to you. Matt next on Rush, then Greg, then Joe Delgado. And you have Alaska. I don't think so. I'm about to stack them all up here. That way, y'all can see what I have, and I can see what I have, and hopefully I can read off all the abbreviations correctly. That's what I got to get them off the shelf because I think there's more autographs and coins behind these boxes. They're stacked up about 12 tall, and these are $45 per roll. Okay, this is how they come in boxes like this from the mint. So there's MO, I think that's Missouri, and then AR for Arkansas, MS for Mississippi, ME for Maine. The Dylan, Michelle said 10 on Rolling Stones. I guess. So to Michelle Clements, Todd Saw on the Who's Next. And then I don't have Alaska. I was just using that for an example. I don't have Alaska. Point Blank, The Hard Way, VG Plus $9.99. And then the Yardbird Shapes of Things. A classic recording of Yardbird's recording, 64 to 66, VG Plus $18.99. Did I check the label on Dylan? I don't think I did. Dylan was EX Edition, $29.99. That is on the 70s label. Yeah, that's on the 70s. So we're bringing out these mint rolls. Each coin has its own unique design. It's American innovations. And, of course, the one they used for Tennessee was TVA. You could probably Google and pull up each coin and what they show on it. It's kind of the big – what they've done is each state, Congress voted on what that state's innovation was. You know, coins have to be approved through Congress. So all these are whatever they voted on. Tennessee's was TVA. Hydroelectric dams. That is big in Tennessee. We got a bunch of them powering the whole Tennessee Valley. We've got Illinois, another Maine, ME's Maine, and another MO Missouri. Okay, and I think some of these are different mint marks, which I don't think the value really matters too much. MD, that's Maryland. MD's Maryland. MA, Massachusetts. And then there's Alabama. And we've already sold one Alabama. There's another one. That's Philadelphia. P mint mark is P for minted in Philadelphia. We have Wheatfield Soul, the Guess Who, VG $9.99. Phil Collins, Hello, I Must Be Going, VG Plus $14.99. ELO Discovery, VG Plus $14.99. And Heart is actually a DBX. Wow. VG Plus $34.99. Use only with DBX encoders. You may have to have that for it to get the full audio effect. VG Plus $34.99. MO Missouri is sold to Shane Deaver's 007 Platinum. $45 on these. So, yeah, here's what the Tennessee one. Here's what you're buying. It's going to look like this. No, these don't have any gold content. They're just like a gold. They're just like a gold dollar. Here's a look at the front. Okay. There's a look at the front. Has Statue of Liberty, and then the backs are all going to be different. They're engraved on the sides as well. So, like, we could probably type in over here. We can type over here Alabama and see what that one looked like. So theirs is the rocket, the rocket ship, the Saturn V, Cape, you know, the thing. Okay. So yeah, they're $1. So there's at least $25 here in face value on just those. Okay, I'm going to do a speed run through that crate again, and there's like 50 more boxes of these coins in here. If anything, I can take these to the bank. I don't want to have to do that, though. I'd rather sell them to y'all or make a deal with somebody. Let's try to read through them all. I've sold a lot. I mean, I think at one time the guy we bought these from, he had most of them, but yeah. So I've got Illinois, AR, Arkansas, MS, Mississippi, OH, the Ohio, GA, Georgia, VT, that is Vermont, NH, New Hampshire, and SC, South Carolina. There's a few more. All right, let's do a speed run through here. Some great records, and these are all buy it now, best offer. Chad needs a drink of Diet Coke for sure. Hopefully, most of y'all are off work and have the day off tomorrow. And you can hang out with me here for a few hours and buy some cool stuff. Records, posters, coins, cards, collectibles, guitars, vinyl, cassettes, CDs, knickknacks, patty wax, reel-to-reels, cakes. I'll sell you a cake. I'll just have to make it. ELO out of the blue. VG $14.99. Yes, close to the edge. VG Plus $19.99. VG Plus $24.99 for Pearl. Yes was VG Plus $14.99. Neil Young Harvest VG Plus $24.99. Todd Rundgren VG Plus $19.99. Wasmo VG Plus $9.99. Chicago 3 VG Plus $19.99. ZZ Top VG $14.99. VG $14.99. For $1, you can buy Otis a bone, and I'll feed him a treat live for you on air for $1. That'd be a pretty good idea, honestly. I bet we'd have some people do that. I'll go get him a treat, and I'll feed it to him for $1 live on camera. Oh, and don't forget, I still got a Tennessee left. So there's a Tennessee. Okay, and then I had NC, North Carolina, PA, Pennsylvania, VA, Virginia. That is the standard series. That's just the America Innovation Series. So that's like the main one. MD, Maryland, VT, Vermont, MA, Massachusetts again. So first thing we have is what kind of deal on the coins? Are you talking about if you bought all of them? We could strike a deal for sure. And then done, give the dog a bone. I'll buy Otis a bone. Lillian wants Tennessee. First tag this to Lillian for $45. And let me speed run through this crate a little bit more. Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, VG Plus $24.99. Foghat Energized, VG Plus $9.99. Golden Earring Cut, VG Plus $16.99. Grateful Dead Terrapin Station, VG $24.99. Charlie Parker, April in Paris, VG $14.99, and Todd Rundgren's Utopia, EX $16.99. I think the ones he likes are up front. I'll have to go get them. He actually just delivered a toy to my feet. He wants me probably to go play with them. Otis, I promised some people. Whoa, I don't want to step on you. I promised some people I'd feed you a bone, so we got to go up here and get your treats. And then we got to turn on the miscellaneous camera. But first, let me go get treats up here. I don't know if he likes these so much. He likes the soft and chewies. Mike Massey sent him 10 pounds of dog bones. And he'll eat them sometimes. But future reference, Mike Massey, he likes soft and chewy. Okay? He don't like these that he has to literally shatter his teeth on. Dang it, Mike Massey. Just joking. Shout out Mike Massey. He probably sent thousands of dollars of gifts here this year to the store, literally. Lily McCurry got Eric Clapton. Sully on Charlie Parker. This is a best offer. Let me get the rest of the coins out, Michael, and then we'll talk. There's like 2 more stacks in here. Let me get the rest of them out and we'll talk, okay? Here is the second to last stack. And I would love to do a bundle deal with somebody. Yeah, Otis can smell him. He's got his nose up in the air. Let me turn on my miscellaneous camera. NC, North Carolina again. Connecticut. Rhode Island. Anybody watching from Rhode Island? Georgia. Ohio. Virginia. New Hampshire. Okay, and then we had Jimmy Smith, Prayer Meeting, VG $24.99. Todd wants Rhode Island. That's a different one. The Guess Who Road Food, VG $14.99. Tommy the Who, VG Plus $24.99. The Dynamic Sounds of the Legends, VG $9.99. Pure Perry League, VG Plus $9.99. Billy Joe the Stranger, VG Plus $9.99. Fleetwood Mac was a white label promo, VG $14.99, and it's a white label promo. Over here we had okay, let me turn this on. We have Mahavishnu Orchestra, John McLaughlin, EX $9.99. Grateful Dead sold to Ryan Eaton for $18. Thank you, that's sold to you. And then Jimmy Smith and Wes Montgomery, Jimmy and Wes, the Dynamic Duo, VG $19.99. Blondie was EX $39.99, and Nielsen, Son of Schmilson, VG $9.99. Okay, and then let's grab the last stack of the American Innovation Series. Last stack. Last stack. Here they are. Last stack, Otis. Uh-oh, Chad, this is the last stack of American Innovation. We got PA for Pennsylvania. We have Rhode Island D. So that's Denver mint mark. Todd got Philadelphia. There's the irregular innovation series. Another regular innovation series. And the other one. That's both mint marks. PPDD. Okay, first thing we have over here is Victor Guerra on the Fleetwood Mac promo for 10. This is sold to Victor Guerra for 10. Kerry Adams wants the Jimmy Smith prayer meeting, which was right back here. That's sold to Kerry Adams. And then Jimmy and Wes, that's also sold to Kerry Adams. He wants the Denver mint mark. We can do that. There's Philadelphia going back. There's Denver mint mark, D. And then we have Dave Ferguson on Billy Joel for $6. You got it. Otis? Here, I'll give you 2 halves of a bone, the soft and chewies. All right. Let's get him 2 halves of a bone, soft and chewy. How do I change cameras? Aha. Did he put me a button over here? I think he did. Oh, awesome. Okay, buddy. Come here. Just like that. All right, and then over here we have Paula on golden earring. That's sold. And then finish up this crate. We had Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey, VG Plus $19.99. The Standales, VG Plus $26.99. Sesame Street Original Cast, VG $9.99. Grateful Dead Working Man's Dead, VG $24.99. James Gang Rides Again, VG Plus $14.99. Billy Joe Glass Houses, VG Plus $9.99. Point Blank, VG Plus $9.99. The Yardbird Shapes of Things, VG Plus $18.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits, EX $29.99. I'm not for sure on freeze dried. That'd be more a question for Tanner and Addison. The Guess Who, Wheatfield Soul, VG $9.99. Phil Collins, Hello Must Be Going, VG $14.99. ELO, VG Plus $14.99. And Heart Dreamboat Annie, VG Plus $34.99. All right, Richard Yeager on the Standales. That's right back here. Michael Rudolph on Sesame Street. Matt Shepard said he would do 20 on this Grateful Dead. This is sold to Matt Shepard for 20. Richard Yeager on the Yardbirds. And Paula on Point Blank. All right, so what's on the table right now are American Innovation $1 coins. They look like this right here. Here's a sample. That's the front and back. Each one has a different American innovation from that state. So the one pictured right now is Alabama, and these are boxes, rolls of 25. So if you were to rip this open, they're still like literally perforated sealed. It'd be a bankroll from the U.S. Mint, 25 new rolled uncirculated coins, $1 coins. We're selling them $45 a set. I have the following states: Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Maine, Illinois, Alabama, Illinois, Maine, Rhode Island, Mississippi, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina, New Hampshire, Vermont, Georgia, Ohio, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Virginia, Ohio, and Georgia. And then these are the regular series. That is, those are just the standard coin. I think it's like got the Statue of Liberty and then something else on the flip. Okay, Rhode Island. I'm putting Rhode Island on the table. That was Todd's. All right, let's go through another crate. I've got 3 more crates John marked we can go through tonight. And then Michael, so the deal of the century, I guess, would be, they're already kind of, so if you bought everything on the table, I would do $40 a roll if you bought all of them that's on the table. It's quite a bit. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 31, 32, 34. There's 35 rolls there. 35 rolls. $1,400. There's 875 in legal U.S. tender. That's 875 bucks in legal U.S. tender on the table. You could literally take those into your local bank, set them on the counter, and say, I'd like to make a deposit. And they would put $875 into your account. That's literally they're worth at least, I know they're worth at least that until the U.S. government folds. Now, if the U.S. government folds and this tender is no longer recognizable, then we're all in trouble, okay? At this point, we're all in some crap. South Carolina sold to ST. This is sold to ST for $45, okay? That's sold to him. Way too many for me. Could I get 10 of the $18 silver coins from the night? 10 of the $18 silver coins. I do have those, yes. I've got those. Somebody asked for silver earlier. I was about to bring out some more of that fractional stuff. Sure thing. I guess the best way I could do it, if you wanted to buy 10 of these, I would do 10. I would do 10 for $400. That's probably the lowest I'd get them to a price break if you bought 10. 10 at 40 each. So, all right, let's go through another crate. Let's go through another crate. And let's hope overnight the federal government doesn't fold. Then we'd all be in some crap. Probably Chad wouldn't be doing a live stream that night. We'd be trying to figure out how to reposition a new government. It'd be a loose confederation here in Tennessee for a little bit. You ready for a big bone, Otis? Or one you probably have to chew on for a while? That was whoop, I messed up. Droid camera. All right. This one's going to take a little longer to chew. Yeah, see, he don't like those as much. He's like, dang it, Mike Massey. I don't like those. You want this at all, buddy? No, he don't like these. Mike Massey, I'm sorry. He likes the soft and chewies. You want it at all? No? You want me to lay it down here? You can think about it later? Okay, he might be eating it. Maybe. Okay. He's biting it now. He'll eat those if you lay them down. He won't take it out of your hand though. So, silver. Let me grab that and see who else wants one. Man, boy, have y'all checked Spot lately? How much is this now? Quarter? 18? That's probably getting up there near. Let me do the math on that. No, he's talking about the fractionals, aren't you? Which ones are you talking about? You're talking about the 10th ounce. Okay, he's talking about the 10th ounce. All right, so here's what he's talking about. He wants 10 for $180. These are 2026 Britiana 10th ounce Great Britain, and this is 100. This is 100. Excuse me. These are $18 each. Michael wants 10 of them. Here's how many I have. They're uncirculated 2026 10th ounce Britianas. $18 a piece. 10th ounce silver fractionals. So 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. 10 sold to Michael Rudolph, and that should leave me with 5 or 6. That leaves me with 2, 4. I got 6 left at $18. So they have King Charles on one side, and then Britannia, the kind of, you know, the thing on the other. I've been saying that a lot tonight. You know, the thing. Those are $18. Michael gets 10 for 180. Let's go through a new crate of vinyl. Okay. Anybody else want to pick out a state or maybe be interested in a bunch of innovation sets? I think at one time I had all states or nearly close to it. This is what I have left. That's why I'm trying to get them sold. At this point, Danny Thomason said he'll take the rest. That should be 2, 4, 6. Okay, those are sold to Danny Thomason. 6 times 18. All right, let's go through some records. Every time I say that, I find something else. Otis's Spirits is up as all of a sudden. He's got a couple treats. He's got his water and food over here. He's like, man, Chad, I am ready to go play. Well, buddy, if I didn't have to work, we would just go home and I'd probably walk you around my neighborhood so I could get some exercise and you could get petted by people. All right, here we go. Buy it now, best offer. Walt Disney presents Great Opera and Their Stories. More check condition, never shown. VG condition, $9.99. Blondie Parallel Lines. Blondie's in VG condition. $19.99 for Blondie Parallel Lines. And Pete Townsend Empty Glass. Pete Townsend's in VG Plus condition. $9.99 for Pete Townsend Empty Glass. Percy Sledge Any Day Now. VG $9.99. By the way, Pete Townsend has that great song, Let My Love Open the Door. Ooh, my love, open the door. Matt Nichols on Blondie, and that's sold to him for $15. You got it. And then what else do we got in here? We have Steve Perry Street Talk. There is some writing up here on the corner. VG $9.99 for the former frontman of Journey. And nice, NXS. There's some 80s for you. NXS Listen Like Thieves, VG Plus $24.99. Okay, here's the other fractional silver I have, folks, and it's almost gone. It is almost gone. This is quarter ounce, okay? These are quarter ounce Britannias for $30 a piece. So earlier we had 10th ounce. These are quarter ounce. King Charles, and then the really cool Britannia, $9.99 pure silver, and those are $30 each. And I've got several. I've got that little roll full, $30 a piece on those. All right, and then we have Mike Owen on Pete Townsend, Let My Love Open the Door. And then, Dave, you can have Steve Perry, but it will be a sticker because Alicia said she'd take it as sticker. So you basically got out-offered there. We got Eagles The Long Run. That's VG Plus $16.99. And then ELO's Greatest Hits. VG Condition, $9.99. There's a little bit of writing on the cover. And by the way, John has, I think, all of these ultrasonically cleaned them. So, I mean, they're check condition, so they're still going to have maybe some scuffs, but they've been really nicely cleaned through our really good cleaner. Nice. The Beatles Revolver, a green Target capital label, VG $24.99. Dave Ferguson will take the Steve Perry at $9.99. Danny, let me know how many quarter ounces do you want. Do you want 1, 2, 3, or do you want to know how many's in the whole roll? And then I have Max Roach. Wow, don't see that too often. Lift Every Voice and Sing. EX $26.99, a 71 promo. Max Roach, 71 promo on that one. Okay, Lily McCurry gets the Beatles. Man, I was listening to Revolver again. There's a couple albums I'm just like obsessed with. I mean, just absolutely obsessed, and this is one of them. VG $24.99 on that. 105 for 4 of those. I will have to pass. No discount on the fractional silver. Probably no discount on any silver tonight. Bob Dylan, because I have very little left, and it's, yeah, I can't discount any of this. That was the same price the other night when it was $65 an ounce, and I've sold 2 rolls. It's now $72 an ounce, so no discount on that. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make sense at all to discount any of this. Silver. Bob Dylan Highway 61. This is a 65 mono. There are seam splits at the bottom. VG $34.99. And then Lillian wanted the Beatles. Did I not pull it out? Oh, I did. Yeah, I pulled it out because she claimed it, and then I started talking about it. I'm just like, I can't listen to it enough almost. Lillian gets the Beatles, and then Nana Banks 9760 on Disney. Can you remind me who you are? Because I can just see your handle. I can't see your name. I can't see your name on that one. How many do I have? Let's count them out. Let's count them out. Yeah, I just don't really want to discount any of this right now. This is like just something. I mean, if I had to reorder these right now, even though I bought them probably when spot was a much better price, that they would be like $35 the next time. Fractional carries a big premium. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. There's 18 in here, it looks like. There was probably a roll of 20 at one point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, Otis is breaking my count. Yeah, there's 18. What is it, buddy? Are your parents here? Who's somebody at the door? Something's obviously wrong or he wouldn't be barking. Danny, there's 18 of them. Is there somebody here? He's obviously barking at something. Nobody's here. Okay, so what's up? Was there somebody at the door? Probably. Probably a walker, probably a Christmas Eve. Somebody trying to find shelter for the night on Christmas Eve. That's kind of sad. But it's probably true. Yeah, I see somebody walking down the road right now. Yep. When I'm up here, I got cameras obviously all over the building and out in the streets. I can see the road and the streets all night long. 2 a.m., 4 a.m., 3 a.m. There's people up and down the streets walking. I'm assuming they're homeless, but it's pretty amazing. Okay, and then Linda Banks. That's what I thought. Linda Banks, that's sold to Linda Banks. That was the Disney record. Okay, we got Bob Dylan. Unfortunately, David Couch wrote his name all over the cover. This is a 1966, and this is the original jacket, the Claudia Cardinale jacket. But unfortunately, it's got writing on the cover, but it does have the original OG jacket. And that's a VG Columbia 2i. The only way it could be OG is with that jacket, unless somebody Frankenstein the disc. VG $49.99. It could be a cryptid. I don't know what that is. You're probably referring to some kind of movie I've never seen before. This is Spider John Corner and Willie Murphy. Running, jumping, standing still. 69 promo. VG plus $29.99. Okay, so what else do I have over here? I've got 2017 proof sets. $45. I've only got one 2017. 2017 United States proof set, $45. I've got 2021s for just $35. So 2017, 45, 2021, that's $35.35. Jethro Tull Live, Bursting Out, VG $14.99, and To Kill a Mockingbird, Elmer Bernstein. That's one of the original soundtracks, VG plus $16.99. Now, about a half hour ago, I took Otis out to go pee-pee. Could you possibly have to do something else, Otis? I don't want to embarrass you in front of all the Coletco customers, but do you have to possibly go outside and maybe do something else other than pee-pee? He's kind of staring me down. Should we give you another chance outside? Maybe. We'll give it about one more second, one more minute, and we'll have to maybe go outside. I don't have to embarrass you. I don't have to embarrass you. Alicia wants a 2017. These are not silver. No. Alicia gets 2017. That's $45 to Alicia. And then Lily wants To Kill the Mockingbird. And then Gerald Whitworth wants a 2021. And Alicia also wants the other one as well. So Alicia gets a 2017 and a 2021. And then 2021 is also sold to Gerald Whitworth. Okay, then I've got a couple more rarities over here. I'll show those in just a second. I also have the Beach Boys Surfs Up, VG $9.99. And then we have the Mask Man, One Eye Open. This is a 69 promo. What a record. Look at that one. The Mask Man, One Eye Open, VG $14.99. And then we have the James Cotton Band, 100% cotton. James Cotton's VG, $12.99. Okay, and then next thing I have is this. I got a 2024. These are $95, and I hadn't checked them lately. That's no silver, but those have always been kind of pricey. 2024. I guess always being the last last couple years, because I think 2026ers are about to come out. And then there's 2019s, and these are 75, and this includes the West Point penny. So I've got, those are $95, and then 2019s are $75, and those include the West Point penny. So you'll get one of these and one of these like that. Okay. So 2019 and 2000, those are a little bit more pricier. Over here we have the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. That's a 67 Jacksonville. Nice. VG Plus, $44.99. VG Plus, $44.99. And Creedence Country, Creedence Clearwater Revival, VG Condition, $12.99. Waylon Jennings Folk Country. Wow, look at that one. In shrink wrap, VG Condition, $24.99. I'll do 500 on all 18. That's a $40 price break. 18 times 30, I'm asking $540. That's quite the discount. That's a pretty big discount. We have Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters. This is VG Condition, $14.99. 007 gets Waylon Jennings. That's sold to him. And I have an evening with Mild Man Fisher. That's on the Bizarre Frank Zappa label. 69 Pittman, VG, $34.99. Songs on CCR. Looking for a Reason, Don't Look Now, Lodi, My Baby Left Me, Hello Mary Lou, Ramble Tamble, Cottonfields, Before You Accuse Me, Wrote a Song for Everyone, Ooby Dooby, Cross the Walker, Looking at My Back Door. That is Creedence Country, as in more of their countryside. VG, $12.99. Alicia wants to put back both of her Innovation. I will do that and only charge you a $300 restocking fee. Only a $300 restocking fee. So the Innovation she bought earlier, she wants to put back because she just bought those proof sets. Or you could just buy both. And this is going back then, Alabama and Tennessee. If anybody wants these. She had Alabama and Tennessee. So these are $45 and $45. $45 and $45. That's Tennessee and Alabama going back. CCR for 10. That's sold to Todd Saw. And then the Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters was VG, $14.99. BB King Together for the First Time Live. BB King is in VG Condition, $14.99. Hold on, Silver. Don't go anywhere. We have Savoy Brown Lion Share. Savoy Brown is VG, $9.99. And Cooper Session. Al Cooper introduces Shuggy Otis. Sully wants the Allman Brothers. That is sold to Sully. The Allman Brothers Band. That's sold to Sully. And Todd Saw wants the Alabama coins. Okay? That's sold to Todd Saw. Thank you, $45. Let's go ahead and put that on the table. All right, I need to get these other Innovation coins off so I can get back to showing other stuff I was showing. I need to get back to showing other Innovation coins or other, put away the Innovation coins so I can put together, so I can, what am I trying to say? Show some other stuff. That's what I'm trying to say. All right. First thing I have is BB for 10. That is sold to Tim Vergari. Thank you. That's sold to Tim for $10. Can I see what's in the box of Tennessee? It just came back. I can pull up an image on the internet on Google, but it's Tennessee Valley Authority is the design. It's a roll of $1 coins. It's TVA. I had that image up earlier. It looked like this. It looked like this. $45. Jared Inc., Al Cooper. This is VG Plus $19.99. And The World of the Partridge Family. There is some writing on the cover. Oh, Doug was trying to write his name on the cover. Dang it, Doug. VG $12.99 on that one. All right, I'm going to put away these other mint sets. If you're trying to complete a run, you'll eventually need those, but they're going to cost quite a bit more than most of the other sets you buy, especially when you get into the 90s and 80s. Those get pretty cheap, but there's those. Okay. Also have Irish Heartbeat. That's Van Morrison and the Chieftains. VG Plus $24.99. And we have Pink Floyd, a nice pair. It does have some cover damage up here and along the spine, pretty heavy cover damage. That's 2 Pink Floyd albums in one. A Saucer Full of Secrets and The Piper at the Gates of Dawn. VG Plus $24.99. Savoy Brown, Dennis Jackson gets this for $7. That's so to Dennis Jackson. And then Sean Miller on HA. HA, Sean Miller. HA was probably for something, but I'm not for sure. Amenities gets Pink Floyd. Mike Owen was second. Michigan. I don't think I read off Michigan earlier. No. Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Maryland, Illinois, Alabama, Illinois, Maine, Rhode Island, Mississippi, Arkansas, Massachusetts, Maryland, North Carolina, New Hampshire, Vermont, Georgia, Ohio, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, Maryland, Virginia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Virginia, Ohio, and Georgia. And we have the Carrie Dancers and other singing folk, Johnny Griffin Quartet. This is VG $9.99. VG $9.99. Oh, he was just saying ha. He was just saying ha. He wasn't really saying he was trying to buy something for HA. NXS, Richard Yeager, and let's see what's going on with that. Richard, VG Plus 24. How about 18? 18 on that one. And then Crazy Baby, the incredible Jimmy Smith. Wow, I've always loved that cover. What a car. 1960 mono, VG $19.99. Okay, I need to move these back off the table. Like I said, if anybody wants to pick out 10 rolls, $40 a piece, or they're $45 individually. Okay, so there's those. Where should I stack these, Otis? How about right here? At least get them off the table. That way we can show maybe another roll of another run of Funkos. NXS is so to Richard Yeager. Thank you, Richard Yeager. I'm going to keep all these right here behind me. Put these coins off the cover. All right. There's that. Okay. All right. All right, time for something new. First thing we have is Dale Shannon, Little Town Flirt, a 63 mono, VG $26.99. Kiss Double Platinum, VG $24.99. Neil Young, everybody knows this is Nowhere, VG Plus $24.99. All Day Thumbsucker, that's a Blue Thumb compilation with Ike and Tina, T-Rex, Love, Anthony Dunbar, VG Plus $9.99. Those were American Innovation coins, original mint rolls of 25. I have various states. We have Cooper Session, sold to Jared Inc. for $14. And I also have Cosmos Factory CCR. This is VG $9.99. And Sing It Again Rod Stewart, EX $22.99. All righty. So there's that, Cooper Session. So that was the first read-through on that crate. I'm about to do another one. And of course, we've been selling some silver. Danny's about to buy some more for $540. I know he wants to. He's so close. He won't buy it unless I discount it even if I discount it $1, he might buy it. I've got to discount it something, though, but he's probably not going to buy it unless I discount it. So if Danny asks a price, you better be prepared. He's going to make you an offer. You got to be prepared for it. Right, Danny? And then Jay Nutra on the Cosmos Factory. That's so to Jay Nutra. We're so close to striking a major deal on some silver. We're within $40 of each other. I said 500. He said 540. But I also said I don't want to discount them. And of course, as soon as I said that, Danny went, not on my watch, Chad. There's no way I'm going to pay you asking price. And so now it's going to be who blinks first. Now it's going to be who blinks first, me or Danny. Here's the read-through on here. Percy Sledge, any day now. VG, $9.99. The Eagles, the long run. VG plus $16.99. And we have ELO's greatest hits. VG $9.99. What happened to the guy that used to watch and he would freak out anytime I said the Eagles? I mean, he would get honestly mad. He'd be like, Chad, that is not the Eagles. It's just Eagles. Can you believe it? He used to say that. He used to get so angry. He would be like, Chad, please, I've asked you multiple times. Do not put the in front of the Eagles. And I'd be like, buddy, it's nearly impossible not to put the in front of the Eagles. Eagles is sold to Mary Miles. Excuse me, the Eagles. The Electrolyte Orchestra is sold to Dave Ferguson. The Percy Sledge record is still left. Here is Max Roach, Lift Every Voice and Sing. EX, $26.99, a 71 promo. Chad, I said the wrong album. Wait a minute, Chad, I thought I typed the thing, CCR, what was that I thought I wanted? You put Cosmo for Cosmos Factory. CCR, Cosmos Factory, which was VG $9.99. And then that was it. And then the comp is still available. Okay? Also, we have Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited, 65 Mono, VG $34.99. And then Bob Dylan, self-portrait, Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde, original Claudia Cardinale cover, VG $49.99. Okay, so let me see if I sold one of these. This is honestly not at a bad price now. My definite buy now price is $95, and that's for this Silver Eagle. $95. It's painted. $95. $95. That's for this painted Silver Eagle here. It looks like the Aurora Borealis. $95. How do I ask a question about my invoice if no one ever received the phone or the email does not work from the invoice I received? Are you the one that was just calling the phone here? There's been 2 people call the store in the last 15 minutes. I'm assuming you're one of them. And then over here we have I bid 7 on CCR. Let me make sure. Yeah, but I got to make sure Jay Nutra. That's what I wanted. Okay. Cosmo. Okay, so this is still, he was still first on that one, Dennis, though. So that is sold to him. Okay. And then Alicia wants the Silver Eagle for $95. Silver Eagle for $95. That's sold to Alicia. All right. Now, TBI Music Room. So if you try to call Coletco, you can really only reach it. The phone is probably the worst way. We never put instructions to call. We basically don't have a phone. I mean, we do. You don't ever want to call. You can maybe Wednesday through Friday, 10 to 4, but we try to, like most businesses, phone calls become very inefficient. So if you send Ed an email or Facebook Messenger, that's the way. Now, if you reply to your email, it should definitely send it through Square. Now, also, when did you try to send an email? Because some people address this stuff, and they'll be like, well, I did it earlier today. If you did it a few days ago, Ed may have just not got to it. But if you did it like today, and you've been waiting for somebody to reply, the store's been closed, and nobody's been here today. And then yesterday was pretty light staff, and Monday, Ed gets the most messages for invoices, and he starts on them then. So make sure you do that. Rob from Holland. Yeah, Rob from Holland's also the guy who told me he had a fully signed Led Zeppelin. He said, I have a fully signed Led Zeppelin 2 on the front. And I said, I'll give you $10 if you show me a picture of it. And he never could show me a picture of it. I offered him $10 to send me a picture. He never would because he don't have one. I have to call out bluff sometimes. We have Spider John Corner, Willie Murphy, Running, Jumping, Standing Still, VG Plus $29.99. Jethro Tull Live, VG $14.99. But phone calls sometimes get lost. So sometimes the wrong person answers the phone. And if the wrong person answers the phone, and then they write down the message and it never makes it to Ed. But if you email or message, you'll directly get Ed. You'll directly get Ed. The Beach Boys Surfs Up, VG $9.99. But for anybody out there watching, I never recommend trying to call here. Because most of the time, the phone is it's just not reachable. And plus, it's kind of hard to relay the messages back to the main person. One Eye Open, The Mask Man, VG $14.99. And then James Cotton Band, 100% Cotton, VG $12.99. Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, VG Plus $44.99. Also, An Evening with Wildman Fisher, that was VG $34.99. The World of the Partridge Family, VG $12.99. Van Morrison was VG Plus $24.99. BB $7, and that was for Beach Boys Surfs Up. Sell that to Wayne Bartow. Typo Negative baseball, possibly. That's a pretty unique item. The Carrie Dancers and Other Swingin' Folk, and that's Johnny Griffin Quartet. A 62 mono, VG $99.99. So TBI Music Room, if you've replied to the email, give it, especially this week, give it until Friday, because Ed was bombarded Monday as usual. It was a pretty light crew on Tuesday, and he was here, though. Nobody was here today. Nobody's going to be here tomorrow. And then Friday, he'll probably come back to like 1 million messages, because I'm sure people have been trying to reach him yesterday, today, and they'll be trying to contact tomorrow. I've told you, I've been here before Christmas Eve night, and I've had people ask, they've been trying to reach us today, and obviously we've been closed. So nobody's here today, and there will be nobody here tomorrow. Normal operations will resume about lunch, probably by lunch tomorrow. Probably by lunch Friday, excuse me. But we've been closed for a couple of days. Partridge is sold to Paula. Mary Miles on Van Morrison for $14. And we have Crazy Baby, The Incredible Jimmy Smith, VG $19.99. Del Shannon, VG $26.99. Kiss Double Platinum, VG $24.99. Neil Young is VG Plus $24.99. All Day Thumbsucker, VG Plus $9.99. And Sing It Again Rod was EX $22.99. I bet Danny would do $505 for all this silver. Wouldn't you, Danny? I bet you would do $505 for all this silver. I mean, how could he say no at that price? That's $35 off. $505. How could Danny say no at $505? I mean, at least he'll let me win on Christmas. Was Proof my Silver Eagle 99.9? You just bought an American Silver Eagle, which is 99.9, 99999, pure silver. 99999, 999, pure refined silver. That was $95. It was painted with the Aurora Borealis. $505 for Danny. How could he say no? Sean Miller on Neil Young for $20. Rod Stewart, 18, sold to Paula. Max and Jimmy, $32. Jimmy and Max. Jimmy and Max. Sold to Bart Knoxville for $32. I can't blow the air horn, but I will clap. because Otis is right here behind me. He's asleep now. And if we blew the air horn, it would probably freak out the little puppy dog. This is sold to Danny Thomason. The contents of this roll, 18 quarter-ounce Britianas for $505. And folks, consider that an air horn. Okay? Do you believe in magic in the young girl's heart? The freedom to move. Somebody asked about a proof set. Leslie did. How about half-ounce gold? Oh boy, that's getting good now. Half-ounce gold. Half-ounce gold. That's going to be a big number. Let me try to find the price on that. Leslie, let me try to figure out what happened to those other 2 proof sets I didn't sell. I had 2 left over, and now I'm not for sure, honestly, where I laid them. Oh, and we sold some of these earlier tonight. Here's some more. Eddie Van Halen's. Eddie Van Halen, $49.99. And then this is Randy Rhoads, White Flying V, $39.99. $39.99. And I had to move those to get to this other gold or silver here. How much are these? Dang it. What have I been selling these for? Don't remember. What have I been selling these for? All right, let's go through some more vinyl, and I'm going to start showing other miscellaneous and silver and coins. And here we go. I have 2024 and 2019 proof sets. Michael, I'm trying to figure out what the last time I charged you for one of these Libertad, how much it was. I'm actually going through your, because I know you bought one. I'm trying to go through your invoices and find where you bought this. I think it was this one, November 17. Herman's Hermits, Waylon Willie, Liberty, Marvel, oh, cool. Sterling silver earrings. Franklin has Tuvalu, colorized Marvel. Vegas, copper, penny. Elvis. Could it be on this invoice? 579. Yeah. These were 3. He bought 2 for $320. I think I was asking $165. Yeah. These are $165. Libertad, 24 karat gold and diamond dust, $165. Beautiful coin. $165. That's 1 ounce silver. It looks like a gold background and has diamond dust over the Libertad Angel of Independence. $165 on those. Michael had bought some before. There's one, Libertad 24 karat gold and diamond dust. And then the other one is Libertad black platinum and diamond dust, also $165. Another beautiful coin. Black platinum and diamond dust. Comes with COA and obviously box and slipcase. $165 and $165 on those. $165 and $165. All right. Bear with me. Yeah, this is $32.50. I need to write that down before I forget. This is $3,250. I'm pretty sure that's what I priced it for the other night. This is Superman half-ounce gold, $3,250. Proof, $9.99. This is actual U.S. coin. And you can open it up like this. Displays very nicely. I think this actually can all pop out. You see what's going on here, right? So that's 3250. And that pops down in there like that. And then there's the COA, 3250. We're going to put that right down in there. Okay. All right. There's my invoice for it. I got quite a bit of money tied up in that. I'd love to sell it to somebody. Let me move a few things around. I need to move this. I need to move this. I need to put that in my pocket. Okay. Here we go. Let's go through another new crate. Sorry, I had to reposition. I had to get repositioned there. Thanks everybody that's tuned in so far tonight. Kind of a very laid-back show today. It is Christmas Eve. Kind of started up front, so quite a bit. I mean, a lot actually. And now we're back here. I'm going to try to go through all the newest stuff John marked. I've sold a lot of coins. I have other stuff I'm trying to dig out over here, miscellaneous. Let's go through this other crate that John marked, which is all best offer. These are non-check condition. I see some pretty good titles in here. So let's get started with these. I'm going to try to show you what other coins I have laying around here. Let's move these right here. I got one of my favorite gifts from Hatchet Ed. His wife Neva always makes me a big jar of boiled custard. And I took a few sips of it last night. And I could easily drink it all, but I told him, I said, what I'm going to do, Ed, is after tonight's sale, or I didn't get to tell him that. I told Tanner this, I think. I told somebody this, maybe John. I think I told John. I said, after tonight's sale, I'm going to go home, and my first wave of bringing in Christmas is going to drink all this boiled custard. It could very honestly make me sick, but who cares? Because it's Christmas, folks. So this is Christmas. And what have we done? Another year older. A new one just begun. And I love me some boiled custard. My grandmother used to make it. She's not around anymore to make it anymore. But it is good, good stuff, Clark. It's good. All right. Boiled custard. It is good stuff. It's like drinking a milk. It's like drinking a vanilla milkshake. It is delicioso. It's like drinking a milkshake, a vanilla milkshake. Boiled custard. Boiled custard. Still got coin buyers on, and do we still have Funko buyers on? Do we still have coin and Funko buyers on? There's a few more silver coins for your liking. You write down a price on Superman. Can you dunk Oreos? Oh gosh. Oh gosh. That would be insane. What was the gold, dust, and silver? So these right here, this is, okay, let me explain these. So that's just the finish. You're essentially buying a 1 ounce Libertad. It's not like it's covered in diamonds or anything. You're essentially just buying a 1 ounce Libertad. Okay, a 1 ounce Libertad, which is a really collectible coin from Mexico. But the thing about this is the finish. I'll read you the instructions. I'll read you the COA. 1 ounce silver, BU 999. So the only thing they mention is the fact that it's 1 ounce silver. It's not like this has any gold content, and it's not like it has any platinum content. The other one doesn't have any platinum. I mean, there's something on there because it's been finished, but not enough to even register on the scale, if that makes sense. It's just 24 karat gold covered, and I don't know if that's anything to do with actual diamond dust or not. Okay, but it's all finished in real materials, but it's not like it's got 20% gold or anything in it. It's just 1 ounce silver, 24 karat gold finish, diamond dust, and the other one is black platinum finish with diamond dust. So that is the details on that. Okay, I'm going to leave these right over here for a little bit longer. I was about to go put them away, but we might have somebody interested. All right, let's get started reading through these, but I am going to go up front and grab another handful of something to bring back here. Something in the way she moves. We sold both Charlie Browns earlier, so how about I grab another set. Now I got one more kite, and then let's grab a couple more Star Wars. Those have been selling well. Let's grab some Disney stuff. There's Cinderella. I have any Duran Duran. I think I have the whole set of Duran Duran, and I would love to make some bundle deal because I accidentally double ordered them. So I've got like a bunch all of a sudden of Duran Durans from a while back. We've got a bunch of them. I think we have at least one complete set to go around. What is there, 4 or 5 of them? There's a documentary on Netflix about them. They were a big deal. Okay. There's no Japanese tonight. No Japanese auctions. Bah humbug, David. Newman, Kramer, The Mandalorian with Grogu, Cinderella, and then we have Charlie Brown with Kite, and I've got 2 more of these left. These are all $14.99. We have Cinderella, Newman, we got Kramer, The Mandalorian, Charlie Brown, and I got another Charlie Brown. Of course, I'm assuming y'all have already seen the other ones in the back. Let's go through this crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Sorry, it's been 20 minutes. We got Fog Hat, tight shoes. These are all Buy It Now or Best Offer. Fog Hat is $14.99. Chicago is Chicago 19. I think that's Chicago 19. $19.99 on that. Cinderella is sold to Susie Breedlove. Thank you on that one. $14.99. We also have the Pretenders extended play. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99. Graham Parsons with Emmylou Harris, $34.99, UK copy. Lillian wants John Wick. That is sold to Lillian. Unfortunately, no Miles Davis. If you missed some of the ones back here I already had, I had Magic Johnson, Batman, Travis Kelce, Batman, Michael Scott, of course, from The Office. There's some Seinfeld, Newman and Kramer, Luke Skywalker, Eddie from Iron Maiden, Tony Stark, Avengers, Iron Man, Ash, Hershey's Cookies and Creams, Hershey's Kisses, Vito Corleone, and Wonder Woman. Chicago 14, thank you. And then Fog Hat sold for $12 to Paula. This one. They wanted it even though I butchered the title. Mary Miles, excuse me. Hold on a second. Fog Hat sold to Paula for $12. Chicago sold to Mary for $12. And Paula gets the Pretenders for $17. That's what I meant to say. Eric Burden is here. Eric Burden and the Animals. That's $18.99. That's a good one. Reflex, The Politics of Dancing. $9.99 on that. And Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. I Love Rock and Roll. There it is. $29.99. And we have John Prine Pink Cadillac. $39.99 for John Prine. Let's go take these in here. Snoopy, yeah, we had Snoopy. They make a Snoopy. It looks like the... what happened to Otis? Oh, he's in here on his bed. Otis went here in his bed. But yeah, they do, and they make it. It looks like the doghouse in Woodstock. You okay, buddy? Okay, buddy. I'm going to scratch your ear, okay? He's laying in here. Otis is actually laying on a kiss blanket. He's laying on a... We had an old kiss blanket come in a collection, and it just wasn't... It wasn't worthy of selling, so I was like, how about we let Otis sleep on it? So Otis is on his kiss blanket. RF, $7. That's a Reflex, sold to John Durden for $7. And then we got Grateful Dead In the Dark, an 87 Hop Hog, $39.99. Elton John, $19.99. This Is Your Song, $19.99. That's the second label, still an early 70s press. Elvis Sings Hits from His Movies, $9.99. All right, every few seconds I have to go up here and grab some Funkos. I'll grab a few more coins. I mean, we are just virtually out. I need to ask my guy, my supplier. I've got a friend on coins. I'm like, man, can we get some more coins? He does consignment. Well, not really consignment. He labels everything out and sends it to me. And I'm like, man, we desperately need anything, proof sets. I got people drooling to get some coins. Oh, Otis, he got up because he heard me walk all the way up here. Sorry, Otis, I didn't mean to disturb your sleep. I'm just coming right back though, buddy. He's probably okay with that. He's probably like, well, I walked all the way up here because I heard you leave, and now I'm having to walk all the way back. Sorry, Otis. Now you got to go all the way back to your bed and lay down. All right, here's a few more Funkos. We got Clown Deadpool from Deadpool. That's a cool one. The Genie, he's all sparkly. Aladdin, Disney Aladdin. Pikachu. And we got Luke Skywalker. I like that one from Return of the Jedi in his black robe and cape. Buddy, there's no one out there. I'm looking at the monitor. There's no one out there. Sorry. Okay, let's go back over here. Danny offered $25 for John Prine. That's sold to Danny for $25. Scott Dwallow offered $30 for The Dead. These are Christmas Eve prices. Sold to Scott Dwallow for $30. Matt Shepard gets Elton John for $15. And then we have Susie Breedlove wants Aladdin. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Okay, thank you on that. Next is Donna Summer, Love to Love You Baby. That's a nice copy in shrink. Donna Summer, $9.99. And we have John McClane, American Pie. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. $19.99. Drove the Chevy to the levee. The Clown is sold to Susie Breedlove. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. Thank you on that one. And then over here, we have Chicago. Chicago, this one is 18, okay? Chicago 18, $9.99. And then we have Rock and Jimmy and the Brothers of the Night. Rock and Jimmy's in 81 UK, $19.99. By the way, does Stranger Things drop at midnight? Does anybody know? Any Stranger Things fans? If those new episodes drop at midnight, that might be when I'm hitting my house, because I can watch those and still get plenty of sleep to wake up in the morning to get to my mom's on time. But if those new episodes drop at midnight, I'm all over it. Oh, man. And then over here, we have Matt Shepard on C. Yeah, I think here in a minute, Matt Shepard gets C for Chicago, right? Otis may need to go potty soon. He already done number 1, and like I said, I didn't want to embarrass him in front of his Coletco friends, but he might have to go do number 2. Number 2. It drops at 7 tomorrow. Dang. So it's not till tomorrow. I may go home, though, and rewatch those last 4 so I can be really caught up. Because they've already done 4. They did 4 on Thanksgiving, so 4 tomorrow night, and then 4 on New Year's Day. Wow. I am so excited. Mike Wilt, you get Donna Summer for $7. And these are new arrivals. Best offer here on Christmas Eve. Thanks for spending. Actually, 198 people spending Christmas Eve with Coletco. 198 people here at 11 o'clock on Christmas Eve. That's awesome. $14.99. Emerson Lake and Palmer. The Kings, Amazon Beach. The Kings is $9.99. And then Dolan's, Jones, Boyce, and Hart. That's $34.99. Or I could go home and watch The Fugitive. Yeah, that's right. I'll watch all the Christmas movies tomorrow. It's a Wonderful Life, Home Alone. It's a Christmas Story. I don't know. That one gets emotional. That used to be my dad's favorite. So it's like, oh, my heart. Especially when he finds out he got the BB gun. And his dad's going, open it. Open it. When I got a BB gun, they hid mine behind the couch. And I went through almost the same thing as a kid. I wanted one that year. They hid it behind the couch. And I remember my dad going, have you looked behind the couch yet? And I was like, behind the couch? Of course, as a kid, you're like, oh gosh, is it the BB gun? Of course, it was a long box. And I remember that. I was like, oh, it was like I was in that movie. I opened it up. That was good. That was good. Over here we have Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That is sold to Jay Nutra. Thank you on that one. And then over here, Wayne Bartow, you were second. I still got to watch Die Hard. I've never seen that before. And Dolan's, Mary, we might be a little bit too far apart on this one. This is $34.99. Dolan's, Jones, Boyce, and Hart, $34.99. And we filled up a crate. Let me swap out crates. I cry when Ralphie gets the BB gun. Kids make fun of me. Well, they'll understand one day. Yeah, I can't watch that part. That makes my stomach, because it's like, I miss my dad. It's like, oh man. He used to watch that. I mean, he'd have it on just over and over. Incredible. Yeah, that's tough to watch. And It's a Wonderful Life. Oh my gosh. Powerful film. Jelly Bishops, Kings of the Barstool Mountain. The Jelly Bishops, $9.99. Dolan's was marked $34.99. This one's kind of tough to get. I'll do $25 on it if you want it. It's really nice and shrink. Over here we have $14.99 for what? $14.99 for Dreadbeat White Records, White Animals, Ecstasy. $14.99 on that one. John Lee Hooker, Blues Before Sunrise. 84 Seal, $26.99. It's never been open. Seal, $26.99. Olay ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, $19.99. $19.99 for Olay ELO. And then Jafria. Jafria is $26.99. Jafria in shrink. And then the Judds. The Judds is $19.99. Winona, and Naomi. $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Of course, I'm from the generation. My most memorable gift was an Xbox 360. I could not wait. I couldn't believe it. I was in an unbelievable fantasy world. I was like, oh my gosh. I have an Xbox 360. I can't believe it. Okay. Next thing over here is this. John Lee Hooker price. It was sealed $26.99, and there's been an offer for $20. Mike Straws on G. Jafria for $15. Sold to Mike Straws for $15. Bananarama Venus. Fire and Brimstone mix, the Hellfire mix. $19.99. And then Starship, We Built This City on Rock and Roll. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99. Jay Nutra does take John Lee Hooker. That's sold to Jay Nutra at Sticker. And then over here, Mary Miles takes the Dolan's Jones for $25. That's sold. And then, Chad, you're my oldest son's age. Yeah, that's... Of course, I went and worked. I used to help my dad all the time. So if I helped him my dad, at one time, he was a sheriff's deputy, a radio broadcaster for high school sports, and he worked at Walmart as a vendor part-time, stocking bread, Little Debbie's, and he worked for Anheuser-Busch and Miller. So, basically he would go to Walmart, the bread and beer and Little Debbie's were all back there, and he would stock it, and I would help him. So there's many times I went to, my dad would work at the sheriff's department. He'd get off and go do a radio broadcast, a high school basketball game. He would do 2 basketball games, the girls and the boys, and then we would leave the gym at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock after a high school basketball game, and then he'd go to Walmart and work, stock bread, beer, Little Debbie's. Of course, I would help him, and then by the time he got home, he'd probably worked like, what, 18 hours or something crazy. And so at that point, I was like, man, I always hated asking for something, because I was like, man, I hate asking for a $60 video game. That's like my dad working 4 hours at Walmart last night. Or, you know, so I started understanding the value of money. I was like, man, I can't ask them for this game, because it's like he's worked. It doesn't make sense. So that's when, at some point, I started buying and selling stuff. I was like, okay, I'm going to make my own money, because this is, I can't ask my parents for this stuff. It's like I can't do it. I start counting, lose him. I don't know what this is. $9.99, but it's called I Start Counting, Lose Him. Wow, a Lambert soundtrack. This is not too easy to get. It does have some cover damage up here. $64.99. That's a 1986 original. $64.99 Labyrinth. And we have Widowmaker, Too Late to Cry. Widowmaker is $19.99. That's not Dee Snider. He was in a band called Widowmaker, but that's not it. Okay, let's go back to the top and make sure I hadn't missed any claims. What's John Lee Hooker? It's already sold. It was sold to Jay Nutra. And then let's go back up to the top and make sure I hadn't missed anything. Chris Frazier put Lady. I don't know if that was a claim or a miscue, but man, that stuff doesn't come through. Is that maybe for Lambert? And then over here, we have Coney Hatch out of hand. Coney Hatch is $14.99. Lambert best price. The best price on Lambert, because of the cover damage, $45. $45 on that. Yeah, he was a sheriff's deputy. Yeah, Smith County Sheriff's Department. So yeah, that's probably why. Yeah, at a young age, it instilled on me on how important it was to earn money and work for it. And I used to see him just like, gosh, I'd be like, I can't ask for this, you know, crazy expensive stuff. Chris Frazier on Lambert, that is sold to him for $45. We have, that's probably why I started literally my own business with him and my mom. Waylon Jennings Greatest Hits. This is sealed, $29.99. $29.99. With hop sticker. It does have a saw mark, but that's sealed, unopened. Waylon Greatest Hits. John Kay and Steppenwolf, Rock and Roll Rebels. John Kay and Steppenwolf is $29. Okay, that's actually Tanner here this time. That's not a false bark from Otis. That's legit Tanner coming in the door. Okay. Waylon at 20. Waylon at 20 with Chris Frazier. This one, I was about to say, I was waiting for other offers to come in. So Chris, somebody else has claimed it at sticker price. So Chris, it's yours if you want it. It will be sticker price though. You have first dibs. And then Matt Shepard's next. And then Paula wants Widowmaker and Coney Hatch. Those are both sold to Paula. And then Chris Frazier gets Waylon at sticker. Okay, there was 2 other people back up on that one. Next is the Beetle 67 to 70, and that's an Apple pressing, $49.99. $49.99. And Jimmy Osborne singing songs he wrote. How unusual. 1960, $39.99 for Jimmy Osborne. Tanner's here. Nice. We need to blow an air horn? Yeah, I'll come over there one day and blow an air horn for them. Hot Rice is $29. That's another bluegrass album in shrink, $29.99. The Nashville Bluegrass Band. Got some cool bluegrass here. Good stuff. The Boys Are Back in Town, sealed $19.99. Sugar Hill label. And Maria Muldaur, Southern Winds. Maria Muldaur, $9.99. And, oh, this is cool. And it's a CBS Master Sound. A Sound Spectacular, Music from the Galaxies, $19.99. What is this?
Yep.
Otis, here, I'll just give this back to you. I got to bring my comics. Well, I'm going to, the stuff that needs to be graded. Did you log into CGC? Were you able to get into CGC? Okay. Sully on Hot Rise for $20. Sell that to Sully for $20. Steppenwolf Detail. Steppenwolf was John Kay and Steppenwolf. $29.99. Rock and Roll Rebels. That's an unusual one. The disc is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful on that one. And then let's show one more. Chick Corea. This is some kind of promo. $12.99. I think it's time to go up front and grab another handful of Funkos. I've been going back and forth, Tanner, and grabbing Funkos. Of course, all this up here is sold. And let me grab this. I'll get my comics. There is Lemmy. We've already sold some. I think they passed those. We did have quite a bit of interest in Disney ones, so let me grab a few of these. A few of those. Otis is leaving, everybody. Sad moment. Sad moment. Let's grab a couple of these. Isn't there tubs in the comic room full of Funkos? We're going to need them. Oh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. All right, so here's a few more. We need a few more here. These are all, let me check them. Yeah, these are all $14.99. We got Jiminy Cricket from Pinocchio. That's a real sparkly one like Aladdin. We have Lilo and Stitch. That's Lilo. Mickey Mouse, Gold Celebration, a Barnes & Noble exclusive. And Beauty and the Beast, Enchantress. All right, over here, there's that. Over here is this. Steppenwolf is sold to Matt Nichols for $22. And then Susie Breedlove wants Jiminy Cricket. And Mickey Mouse is sold to Brandon Jones. Those are sold and sold, okay? Those are sold and sold. Jiminy Cricket and Mickey Mouse. I got one more crate of new arrivals over here from John. Moving some Funkos tonight, for sure. Almost filled up a full table back here of Miscellaneous. Poor Otis, he's gone. Dang it, I don't have a partner here anymore. Sad. Sad but true is what James Hetfield said. You're the one. Do you have any autographs tonight? I hadn't brought out many. We showed a few posters earlier. I've have Black Label Society and Dee Snider left. Black Label Society and Dee Snider left. Susie wants the Lilo and Stitch. Glad we're going through that. I'm going to try to get all these together and photograph them for a post tomorrow. You're the one. You're the one who takes me there. You're the... All right, and then Chick Corea is sold to Mary Miles for $8. Let's keep going. How Far to Little Rock, the Stanley Brothers. Wow, I've never seen that one. And it's on the King label. That's cool. How Far to Little Rock, Blue King label. Stanley Brothers, $14.99. Graham Parsons, the early years. Cool. 1979, sealed. $26.99 with 12-page color book enclosed. The White Album. This should be Purple Capital label. I was about to say white vinyl or Purple Capital label or both. Wow, that's not a bad copy. So that's a pretty good press, a Purple Capital label. And it has the photos and the poster. $64.99 for that. Black Label Society. Oh man, how much did I say? $175? I think I said $175. Destroy and Conquer. It's fully signed by the band, Black Label Society, and of course there's Zakk Wylde at the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 signatures, and it's JSA'd. JSA'd. That is $175. over here we have Pretty in Pink or Breakfast Club. No, not to my knowledge. And Susie. If you've bought 5, Susie, which you have, I'll do them for $10 a piece. So I think Susie's bought at least 5. So make sure she gets hers for $10 a piece. That's my Christmas Eve special on Funkos. Pick out 5 to get them down to $10 a piece. She's definitely bought 5 at this point. So make sure her Funkos go in for 10 each. Okay. We have Eric Clapton, Just One Night. Eric Clapton is $34.99. And Susie also wants the Princess. Okay. This is sold to Susie. And like I said, at this point, make sure she gets this one a 10. That's my Christmas Eve special. Alicia now needs to put back her proof sets. Oh, no. Well, I hope that somebody's still watching that wanted those earlier. Oh, no. I don't remember where they're at now on the table, Alicia. Oh, no. I don't even remember. What did you buy? A 2017 and 2021, maybe? I honestly don't even know what you bought at this point. I put back the innovations. I think I got those right, I hope, and now you'll have to let me know. We have Chicago. This is Chicago 10, $9.99. Ralph Stanley, A Man and His Music, $14.99 for Ralph Stanley. The Stanley Brothers in person, blue crown label from King in shrink wrap, $14.99 on that one. And then Roxy Music, nice, and that's $24.99. Matt needs a good Patreon Christmas price, $45. White album, nice pressing, clean, $20 off, $45, buys it. Well, let's do a deal on Black Label Society. Who wanted Black Label Society? I should have done a deal with Danny on Dee Snider while I had a chance. He redacted on me, though. Dang it, Danny. Oh, I forgot about all these cards. I said all these cards sold earlier, too. These Nolan Rhymes. Man, I'm glad I found these. I didn't have them over here on the sold table. Those need to go right here, I hope. Dang it. I almost forgot about those. I've been showing so much different stuff tonight. Golly, my head's all over the place. Boiled custard. All right. This is sold for $45 to Matt Nichols. So Matt Shepard on C. I bet that's for another Chicago. Mary Miles second. Lily McCurry on Clapton. Nice. Robert Warner on Stanley Brothers. I knew somebody was going to grab those. And then Matt Nichols got the Beatles for $45. So, Ryan, I think, honestly, I've said about 3 different prices on Black Label Society. And I think the last one I gave you has been one of the lowest ones I've done. But if you want it, shipped, rolled in a tube, $155. I'm pretty sure last night I might have said $195, $225. I didn't write any of this stuff down, but $175, I'll do it $155, shipped, rolled in a tube. All right. I think you got a 2021 and a 2017 earlier. Yeah, I think you got a 2021 and somebody else bought a 2021. So these are being put back. I've got proof sets here. I've got these proof sets left. And if I can remember the prices, I'm pretty sure they were $45 and $35. Yeah, $45 and $35. This is 2017, $45 and $35 for those. Those are put back if anybody needs them. Proof sets. They're not silver. No, they're not silver. All right, and then would you do $10 a piece on the other blues and the Hershey's Funko Kiss? All right, so that leaves Ralph Stanley and the Stanley Brothers, right? You're talking about these grog, $10, $10. And then Ryan Eaton is sold on the Black Label Society poster. Let's make sure that the COA is rolled up in it. It is AX7. It's matching. That's sold to him for $155. Now, before, I want to show you just everything about it so we know. Up here on the side, you know, it looks like it was in a frame at one point, like right there. And down here, I want to make you aware of these marks. Now, if you were to put it in a frame, that's all going to be covered. So there's actually no damage to the field. I do want you to see those little dings on the side and make sure you are okay with that. Let's go ahead and put this on the sold table, $155. And then we need the Hershey's Funko. Let's put this poster. I'm going to put it back here in the back like that. Sounds like we need to go get some more Funkos for Susie. Susie's like, hot dog, $10 a piece after buying 5. I'll take them all. So $14.99 on Hershey. Yeah, $14.99. I've been doing, if you pick out 5, I'll get them down to 10. Okay, did I miss any other questions? Let's go ahead and roll a few more. Whalen and Company, another sealed copy, $29.99, and it comes with a piece of popcorn. Where did that come from? John been eating popcorn in the back? I don't know. That could be an 80-year-old piece of pop, or a 70 or a 40-year-old piece of popcorn. Harry Sparks and the Lonesome Ramblers, It's Never Too Late. That is $14.99. Target, Captured, $19.99. I have a whole nother new crate after this to go through. A nice copy of, well, it does have a, how's that damaged right there? Wow, that's crazy. The cover's damaged and it's in shrink wrap. How did that happen? The cover's damaged and it's in shrink wrap, but that's a Brazil. Maybe that's why. Brazil, $16.99. Foghat Live, $19.99. And check out this one. Charles Kenyard, Aphrodisiac, $124.99, 1970. Charles Kenyard, Aphrodisiac, $124.99. So, Chris, same thing happened on Whalen again. You're first, but 2 people claimed it at sticker price. Yeah, unless it's a special Funko. I asked Tanner where the other ones were. He said, well, there's like 5 more tubs, but those are probably going to need to be, some of them 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, and then a bunch of them will be 15. So the ones I'm bringing back here are probably good for 15 or 5 for 50 if you get up to 5. I'm slowly but surely probably going to have them all back here. Let's bring some more Disney stuff for Susie. She's going to be all over these like stank on a monkey. That's a Kramer quote. That is a Kramer quote. A Kramer quote? Karma Kramer? I got a couple of music-related ones here. We have U2 Larry, $14.99. Kylo Ren, $14.99. Martian Ambassador, $14.99. Ariel from Little Mermaid, sparkly hair, $14.99. And Moana from Disney Princess series, $14.99 as well. Whalen is Whalen and Company. That's the name of it. Whalen and Company. Whalen and Company. Chris Frazier. And then Tom, you're next in line. Oh, Chris asked the title. Chris, it's yours if you want it. If not, it goes to Lillian. Mars Attacks was $14.99. That's Martian Ambassador. So Tom Sullivan does get Whalen a sticker. All right, let's breeze through those again. Chad, I got 2 Lemmies and the Motorhead Pig Funko, so I can pick them more foldably 50. Yeah. There was technically backup people on those, Danny, but I'll go ahead and still do the discount with you. So, yeah, 2 more. I'll try to, eventually I'm going to bring them all. And then I said at 10:30 I was going to walk back through the store up front, but I guess what I need to do is maybe just bring them back here for right now. And Tanner texted me 20 minutes ago, I'm about to get Otis. I'm just now seeing that. All right. Okay. So first thing is Jerry Torres gets Mars Attacks, $14.99. Susie gets the 2 Disney ones here. Make sure those go in for 10 and 10. All right, let's read through these again. Then I've got another crate of new stuff never shown before. And we're making Christmas deals tonight. So there's that. There's this. There's that. Here's you. Here's me. I need to walk through the back and see if there's any old canceled ones, because these can really get buried on shelves and they get forgotten about almost. I don't see many back here, no. I don't see hardly, there's no Funkos. There's no Funkos laying around here. Well, there's one old order, but that will eventually get payment. Yeah, that's amazing. There's no Funkos on our shelves. There's a Count Chocula. That was from a long time ago. November 15th. We need to get payment for that. I'm going to tell Ed if no one, because I think there's a wait list for that. It's not a Funko. It's a pretty pricey action figure. We need to get payment for that, don't we? Yes, we do. All right. Pink He-Man's already sold. The Pink He-Man's already sold. Somewhere in Time is still available, though. You need one more, Danny. The Pink Scroll, it's because I'm using a different streaming service tonight. I'm using OBS instead of Streamlabs. And Jake don't have the scroll put up on this one. I'm having to use OBS because Streamlabs that I use every night doesn't have my phone connected. You know how I've been using my phone? So, Red Days of New, not to my knowledge. Could it be in this building? Possibly, but all right, let's go through these one more time. Graham Parsons, that's a cool one, with Emmylou Harris, a UK copy. These are no condition notes, $34.99. Eric Burden is here. Eric Burden the Animals, $18.99. Superman is sold already, plus he was $24.99. But I got Jor-El and some of the other related ones. Joan Jett, quick read through here, $29.99. Elvis, $9.99. So we can go through this last crate. Don McLean, American Pie, $19.99. Rock and Jimmy and the Brothers of the Night, an 81 UK, $19.99. The Kings, Amazon Beach, $9.99. Gold stamp promo. We also have Jelly Bishop's King of the Barstool Mountain. That is $9.99. Graham Parsons sold to Lillian McCurry. That's sold to Lillian. And then we have, White Animals Ecstasy. White Animals Ecstasy, $14.99. Olay ELO, Electric Light Orchestra, $19.99. And then we had the Judds. That was $19.99. Also, Bananarama Venus, Bananarama, $19.99. Starship, We Built This City on Rock and Roll. That's the 12-inch single, $9.99. I Start Counting, Lose Him. I Start Counting is $9.99. And then the Beatles, 67 to 70, an Apple Press, $49.99. The Beatles, 67 to 70. Jimmy Osborne is a 1960, $39.99. The Nashville Bluegrass Band, Sealed, $19.99. Maria Muldaur, Southern Winds. Maria, $9.99. Also, we have a Sound Spectacular, Music from the Galaxies. Music from the Galaxies, $19.99. Olay ELO, Adam Bernardi, this is sold to you for $12. $12. Let's substitute the Judds for the fifth one. Are you trying to consider the Judds a Funko? We have Graham Parsons, the early years. Graham Parsons, sealed, $26.99. I'll have to read the fine print in my special. I don't know if a record substitutes as a Funko deal. We have Roxy Music, $24.99. And then Starship is sold for $5 to John Griffin. That's sold to John Griffin. Also, I have Larry Sparks, $14.99. I have Target Capture, $19.99. Journey Escape, $16.99, a Brazil press. Foghat Live for $19.99. And Charles Kenyard, Aphrodisiac, 1970, $124.99. Okay, so if I read Danny correctly, he's would rather tag me, rather get the Judds for $10 and then him stick at 4 Funkos for $10 a piece. I'll have to maybe look into the fine print on my disclosure. I don't know if I can. I mean, I'm writing these disclosures live. I mean, I'm setting all the rules, but how about I just grab another handful of $14.99/$10 Funkos, and maybe you can find one to your liking. And then I'll just say the Judds for $12. I'll say the Judds for $12 if you want to do that. Here's another Martian Soul. Let's grab a Homer Simpson. Here's a cool one. And then those are bigger ones there. Let's go back over here to the table. Boy, I've got to start ordering more of these. Y'all have, once again, this is pretty amazing how many of these we get obliterated on every time I do this. I mean, I sell the heck out of these. Of course, we have a pretty... I've been into some stores and they have way too many Funkos. I'll be like, holy crap, y'all got a lot of Funkos. I'm like, this is like overwhelming. I try to keep it pretty concise, and I try to be like, stay focused on movie. I do well-known movies and big music acts. Everything else, I'm like, okay, I don't know if we should get too crazy and do every literally possible thing ever for these. But at one time, I had a lot. We used to have walls of them, but I've slowly sold them all, so I can't complain. Maybe I do need more of them. So here is Tom Hagen. He wasn't a wartime consigliere. $14.99. Fredo Clorione. He portrayed his brother. Richard Simmons. He used to dance. King Randor. That's a different Mars Attack. That's Martian Soldier. And then over here we have The Simpsons. Homer, Moo Moo. I don't know anything about The Simpsons other than the main characters. Homer, $14.99. Over here we have Danny Gets the Judds for $12. There's not a Wayland Funko to my knowledge. And then it's a 12-inch single. Yeah. Let's go ahead and bring over that other new crate. I'm about to go home and eat some ramen and some boiled custard. Some ramen and some boiled custard. Ramen and some boiled custard. Boy, that doesn't sound good for my gut, doesn't it? Ramen and boiled custard. Oh my gosh. And then I'm going to go up to my mom's tomorrow and eat no telling how much food. I got spicy chicken ramen. And then I'm going to drink a whole quart of boiled custard. A whole quart of boiled custard. Mean Mr. Mustard sleeps in the road, chain trying to save paper. Boom, boom. Sleeps in the hole in the road, saving up to buy him a home. Always shouting something. Such a dirty old man. Such a dirty... His sister Pam works. She's a go-getter. Martian Soldier is sold to Kelly Cook, $14.99. Susie says, give me a King Randor and give me a Simpsons. Those are sold to Susie for $10 and $10. Yeah, you should see Polythene Pam. She's so good. She lives a man. Down the sound, down. You should see Polythene Pam. Yeah. Don't. Oh, look out. She came in through the bathroom window. Okay, we're going to go through the whole Abbey Road melody here, okay? She came in through the bathroom window. Protected by her silver spoon. I could probably get through most of it. I can take you through the whole B-side of Abbey Road if y'all want me to. Nobody? Okay. Here we go. We have Naughty by Nature, OPP, Wickedest Man Alive, $19.99. Poco, Blue and Gray. Poco, Blue and Gray, $9.99. John Cale, Church of Anthrax with Terry Wiley, a 1980 UK, $24.99. And then the Human League. Oh my gosh, look at the sticky notes. The Human League, $24.99. Also, we have Chick Corea 3/4, $19.99. Poco is $7, sold to Adam Bernardi. You need to hit the road, thank you. I love when it goes into, she came in through the bathroom window. John goes, look out. Then Paul comes in. She came in through the bathroom. That is that's a listening experience. I've always told everybody, you got to go listen to B-side of Abbey Road at least once. Go ahead and listen to A-side too, but B-side is an experience. The Dominatrix Sleeps Tonight. Do what now? The Dominatrix, $14.99 on that. And then we have Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg, $9.99. And Bootsy, and that's a 78 Los Angeles press and shrink, $24.99. I'm going to show about 3 more, then I'm going to go try to get some more Funkos. I've never seen this Diana Ross. Diana Ross, Baby It's Me, $9.99. Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven, $34.99. Great records in here. Cal Jader, Gurabay, $29.99. I don't recall seeing that one too often. All right. Boom, 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 boom. What about boom, 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 down. The Sun King. Oh man, that's a good one. I love McCartney's bass. Boom, boom, boom. Funkos. I'm assuming nobody here is going to have too much interest in Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm skipping Yu-Gi-Oh! We've already shown them. We're about out. Let's grab another Superman-related one. Let's grab Tiffany. I'm skipping over Yu-Gi-Ohs. Tanner was like, why did you buy those? You're the only one who likes Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm like, that's not true. That's not true at all, Tanner. How dare you? Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of the largest things ever. All right, I'm walking back with 4 Funkos. These are $14.99. If you pick out 5, we'll do them for 10. We have Jor-El, $14.99. We got Lex Luthor for $14.99. We got Tiffany from The Bride of Chucky for $14.99. And there's another Jor-El, which is Marlon Brando. All right, let's go back up the top. We have Mary Miles on Dan Fogelberg. All right, that's so to Mary. Danny put D10. And I think somebody made an offer on this already. Mega Blast did. This is so to Mega Blast for $10. Danny, you were second. Adam Bernardi gets Diana Ross at sticker. Okay, and then Mega Blast said charge $5 to his bill if I stop singing. Done. Put on Mega Blast bill $5. Chad stopped singing for 30 minutes. Chick Corea price, Wayne Bartow, $19.99. $19.99. Susie gets Tiffany. Add that to her order for $10. And then Danny wants Lex Luthor. All right, so that completes Danny's 5. So now he gets that for $10. So now they're going to have to go back and change all of his prices for 10. And now they're probably going to be ready to shoot me. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 32, 34. Wow, we've almost sold 50 Funkos. Wow, that's a lot of shipping. Wayne Bartow. Wayne Bartow on Chick Corea for $15. That's sold. Oh, y'all want me to do Voodoo Child? Oh, man, I love doing Voodoo Child. Give me 1 second. I'm on timeout right now. Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, $12.99. The 2 Live Crew, Do the Wild Thing, $14.99. Collector's Records of the 50s and 60s, Volume 15. I Fought the Law and the Law Won, $9.99. Frank Zappa, Chunga's Revenge, $39.99. And The Incredible World of James Bond, $19.99. $19.99. I haven't, what's under the Funko with the diamond on it? That is a 1 ounce Libertad, I've already forgot, $165. This is 1 ounce. It is 24 karat gold. layered, and diamond dust, 1 ounce silver. Beautiful coin. I think at one time I had 2, 4, 6, 8. I guess I had 10 of these, maybe 5 and 5. I've got 2 each of left. Yeah. 2 Live Crew, 10. Sold to Danny Thomason for 10. Bond sold to Tom Sullivan for 14. I've got Jethro Tull, 20 years of Jethro Tull, the Definite Collection. 20 years of Jethro Tull, the Definite Collection. $59.99. Naughty by Nature, 12. That's right back here, right? Sell that to Lonnie Jolly for 12. John Lennon, Shea Fish, in shrink with the collectible Lennon hop sticker, $24.99. CCR Chronicle, 2 LP, Creedence Clearwater Revival, great comp there. There is some writing on the cover, $34.99. Crying and Waylon, featuring Waylon Jennings. Whoa, $29.99. Waylon Jennings, Crying and Waylon, featuring Waylon Jennings. Koala Records, $29.99. Interesting. Never seen that one before. Roger Miller, 1970. Roger Miller, $9.99. And The Rascals, Once Upon a Dream. VG Plus, $9.99. Chris says, here we go. Here's Chris making an offer on Waylon, and he's once again first. And then there's been 2 other people out offer him. So, Chris, all you got to do is say sold or pass. If not, it goes to Tom for sticker. If not, it goes to Danny for sticker. And now Danny's wanting to make an offer. Actually, you've been, well, I guess Chris could have it for 25 then. Does anybody else want to pay full price for Waylon? Let's see. Sully gets Roger Miller for $7. I've got, these were put back earlier, Michael. I think you might even been back up on some of them. 35 for 2021 and 45 for 2017. Let's go ahead and sell this to him for $25, okay? Tom Sullivan is, or excuse me, Chris Frazier. Chris Frazier gets Waylon for $25. Danny, if you would have stuck for your original sticker price, it might have ended up in your hands, but we're going to sell it to him for $25. $25, it goes to Chris Frazier. Tom was next, then Danny. Sully gets Roger Miller for $7. And then we have the Doobie Brothers Stampede. No condition notes on that, $14.99. Fleetwood Mac Future Games. This cover has quite a bit of wear and tear on it. $16.99 on that. Michael gets both of these proof sets, 35 and 45. Thank you, Michael Rudolph. And that left me with just 2 of the higher end ones, the one that's 95 and the one that's 75. And I think that's right over here. So I still got 2 more kind of higher end proof sets, just FYI. Boom, boom. All right. Chick Corea, the Mad Hatter, $19.99. Al Cooper, You Never Know Who Your Friends Are. Al Cooper, $19.99. One-on-One, The Story of LeBron James. No, I'm joking. Seals and Croft, $9.99. Seals and Croft, that's the soundtrack to One-on-One. Over here, we have, whoa, Thin Lizzy, $64.99. You did not see that. Blue Jeans, a Swingin', $12.99. There is some cover damage over here. 10 Years After, what? $19.99. And Kenny Acosta and the House Wreckers, $9.99. $9.99. The official music of the 23rd Olympiad, Los Angeles, 1984. 1984, sealed, $24.99. Genesis Live, VG Condition, $9.99. And Woodstock, music from the original motion picture soundtrack and more. I never did understand what the more was, though, because this is all from Woodstock. I guess they're talking about the announcements. They do little stage announcements. You know, like, hey, don't take the brown acid. There's some brown acid being passed around. Don't take the brown acid. I guess that's what they mean by more. $39.99. Danny said, Chris, I will give you $10 if I can have the Wayland for $50. Next thing over here is, can I see Thin Lizzy? What is Thin Lizzy? What is Thin Lizzy? What? Huh? Oil. Have you ever seen that skit with Brad Chappelle? Oil, huh? What are you talking about? Oil. We have Doobie Brothers, Soda Sully for $10. That's Soda Sully for $10. Matt Shepard gets Woodstock for $30. And then over here, we have Sheepback Care. Sheepback Care, $14.99. And Woodstock 2. Woodstock 2, $34.99. First person is Jimi Hendrix. Oh, man, I'm about to crank up Voodoo Child. $34.99. Slick Band. Slick Band is $12.99. Chris Frazier. Chris Frazier says, please send Waylon to Tom Sullivan and bill me Merry Christmas. Boy, we got a lot of conflicting issues over here. So the first thing is, it was everybody wants the Tom Sullivan. I mean, everybody wants the Waylon Jennings. So Chris got it, and then Tom was next, and then Danny was going to offer Chris $10 if he could have the Waylon. And now Tom Sullivan has been gifted it as a Christmas gift from Chris Frazier. So, Danny, I think, unfortunately, you're just out of luck here on this Christmas Eve. Now, earlier, there may or may not have been a Thin Lizzy. I don't really remember at this point, but we'll have to go back and look at it later. I don't really remember. Chick Corea is sold for $10 to Wayne Bartow. That was Mad Hatter. Okay? And then we got Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, $12.99. And we have Nat King Cole Wild as Love, $9.99. And then I thought it was Tom. So, yeah, now we have Chris Frazier was going to give something to Tom, and he thought it was Danny that made. Oh, now we got a problem. Somebody's heart is going to get broken over Waylon Jennings. We're going to have somebody's heart broke over Waylon Jennings. The band, Northern Light, Southern Cross. We could do it like Newman did with the bicycle. We could divide it into 3 parts and split it up. We could cut it like a peace sign, 33 1/3, and ship it to each of y'all. ZZ Top Afterburner, $24.99. And then the hit singles. What the heck is this? Wow, what a comp. $26.99. The hit singles. Look at that. How awesome. 2 LP, $26.99. All right, let's look at this Thin Lizzy again. I collect Thin Lizzy. I love Thin Lizzy. I have never seen this Thin Lizzy before, especially with this cover. This is Thin Lizzy, RCA Music Club. I think that's their first album. This is their first album with an alternate cover. That's their first album with an alternate cover. It's a US RCA Club edition. That is hard to get. Almost, some would say, scarce. That's their first album with an alternate cover. Yep, that's an alternate cover. Next thing over here is Nana Banks on Nat King Cole. That's sold. And then the comp is Toto, Boston, Bengals, Billy Joe, Leona Boyd, Paul Young, Billy Ocean Till Tuesday, Eddie Money, Ricky Skaggs, Dead or Alive, Don Johnston, Andre Ganganon, The Stranglers, Gregory Abbott, Billy Newton Davis, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Miami Sound Machine, and Top Gun, Kenny Loggins. Over here we have Wayne Bartow on Rascals for $7. Rascals for $7. That was the VG Plus copy from earlier. That's sold to Wayne Bartow for $7. We have the Savage Rose Refugee, $24.99. We have Bootsy's Rubber Band, sealed, 1979, $39.99. Sell John Griffin the comp for $20. We have the following. John Durden's trying to rage bait everybody. 1974 PRC Richmond, $34.99. Huey Lewis. We have Huey Lewis and the News Sports, sealed, $24.99. Billy Squire, Enough is Enough, sealed, $24.99. Don Reno, Bill Harrell, and the Tennessee Cut-Ups, 1968 Bluegrass, $49.99. Johnny Cash, The Singing Storyteller, $9.99. And Jackson Browne, Hold Out, $14.99. Let me go back up to the top. So I didn't really just know what this was. I actually have this in its original form. So I will sell Thin Lizzy. It's $64.99 is the sticker price on the back. Now, here's the update. The first person who inquired about it is Patty K, and then Todd Saw, and then Jay Nutra, and then Chad, please send the Thin Lizzy to Matt Nichols and Bill Me, and that's from Matt Nichols. So Matt Nichols is fourth. So I have this in its original form. So this is just an RCA Club edition with an alternate cover. So if somebody is interested, I will sell it because I actually have this particular thing already. So if you're interested, you can claim it or make an offer. Merry Christmas Eve. We'll sell it to somebody tonight. Mega Blast gets Johnny Cash for $7. Bill Sammons gets the Seal Billy Squire. And then Matt Shepard on BS for $18. BS was for Bootsy. What was BS, Matt? Possibly? No. BS was for something. Let me know what that was for. Okay. But yeah, it's for sale. But you can buy it now or make offer. I don't have that particular cover. If no one buys it tonight, I'll give it a couple more chances. I'll probably keep it. I'll definitely never let it go to probably a half off bin, but it's make offer or, oh, Billy. Okay, my bad. You were second on that one. So this is the OG press. Well, it is, but this is the RCA Club edition. It is probably the OG, but it's a club. I think I have a retail. Plus, I have one with a different cover. That's what caught my attention. I don't have that particular cover. Mine has I must have a UK then. I have the other cover. It looks like a dome or something. What's going on the front of it? Man, Thin Lizzy is very, very good. Oh, man, they have some incredible music. I mean, no joke. They are so good. They are so good. $64.99 is what it's priced. LZ. Now, Lillian, you keep putting LZ. I think you mean TL, right? I think you mean TL. Here's the cover I'm thinking of. I knew it was like a dome or a circle. That's the cover. I guess I have that. Yeah, UK. I guess I have a UK. Yeah, US London Records Club edition. Yeah. This is from Wikipedia. That one's not easy to get. That's when they start getting more recognizable. That one's always been a toughie. That's one of their best. And, of course, that is the epic. That is the epic. Guess who just got back today? Them Wild Eye Boys. Haven't much to say. Man, I still think those cats. Asking if you were around. Dum, run da da dun da dun da dun dun dum, dum, a dun dum, dun dun dum dun dum. I know when I got into them. When did Phil Lynott? When I finally got into this band, I was like, man, I got to go see them live. And I think Phil Lynott had passed away. When did he pass away? Probably not too long after I'd really got into him. Oh, no, he died really young. Yeah, he did. Not my bad. Somebody else died, too. Yeah, he died in 1986. Wow. Yeah, I didn't even have a chance. I was born in 1995. So I remember, like, when I first got into Thin Lizzy, probably 5-7 years ago, when I really got into him, I was like, man. And then I was like, oh, man, Phil Lynott died decades ago. Okay, so that is sold to Lily McCurry. Lillian, thank you, and so, Thin Lizzy. I think you were putting LZ for Lizzie, maybe. Okay, let's read through this now. Earlier, Danny asked about Jethro Tull, another one of my favorite bands, limited edition. See, I'm unfortunate. I'm getting into bands like years after people have died, and so I don't get to see a lot of bands live. That's why, like, every time Paul McCartney's close, I go see him. How awesome is it? A band from the 60s like the Beatles, you can still go see one of the front people and watch their music live. I mean, I never get to see Pink Floyd. That's why I've went and seen Roger Waters. I messed up and didn't go see Gilmore the last time. Otherwise, I just don't get to see these bands. So, all right, so Jethro Tull is the best of everything. So this starts with Song for Jeffrey. That's literally 1968, 69, and it goes all up through the 70s. Yeah. This is a great compilation. $59.99. Tonight there's going to be a jailbreak. He's born in Ireland. I guess they're technically British. I guess I don't think about them being a British band. An Irish rock band formed in Dublin, yeah. I don't think about them being Irish either. I think about them being American. Yeah, I'm definitely going to see rock. He's coming to Nashville. He's playing at the Ryman too, Lillian. He's playing at the Ryman. I need to go ahead and buy tickets for me and my uncle. But yeah, I'm going to get there. I'm definitely going to that. It probably will be expensive, but I'm not missing Robert Plant this time. No, sir-wee. No, sir-wee, Bob. John Cale, Terry Wiley, $24.99. Quick Rick. This Human League is still available. This is a bizarro one. It's called Reproduction. It's got a bunch of naked babies all over the cover. $24.99. Bootsy Collins, $24.99. Grateful Dead, Go to Heaven, $34.99 for Grateful Dead. Cal Jader, that one was $29.99. We have Alan Parsons Project Pyramid, $12.99. Collector's Record 5060s, $9.99. We have Frank Zappa's Chunga's Revenge, $39.99. Robert Plant is coming to the Ryman in the spring, sometime in the spring. It's next year. Well, this year's almost over. It's weird when you start saying next year. It's like, well, not next year. It's like in 2 months. It's weird at the end of the year. It's like, well, it's next year. Yeah, but it's only in 2 months or something. John Lennon, 24. When is it? It is Robert Plant Ryman. They've been advertising the Knoxville show. Like, I've been getting ads for the Knoxville show on Facebook. They hadn't really promoted Nashville, probably because it's already sold out. Thursday, March 26th. Yeah. Thursday, March 26th. And I do know he doesn't do Led Zeppelin. He does some Led Zeppelin, I know that, but I'll just be an honor to be in his presence. Oh my gosh, I can't wait. CCR Chronicle, $34.99. Maybe I can convince him to come down here and visit my store. He loves records. He loves records. Fleetwood Mac is $16.99. Al Cooper is $19.99. We have Seals and Crofts soundtrack 101, $9.99. Blue Jeans, A Swingin'. It does have some cover damage on this. It is $12.99. 10 Years After, What? $19.99. Kenny Acosta and the House Wreckers, $9.99. Music of the 23rd Olympiad, Los Angeles, Sealed, $24.99. We also have Genesis Live. That was VG, $9.99. Danny gets Fleetwood Mac for $10. That's so to Danny. Also, we have Shriek Back Care, $14.99. Woodstock 2. Baez, Crossteels, Nash and Young, Jimi Hendrix. That's one of my, yeah, I mean, how many groups from Woodstock can you still see? You can't see Hendrix. I guess you can't really see Jefferson Airplane. Is Joan Baez still alive? Melanie just died. Mountain, I think most of those guys are dead. Canned Heat, I think most of those guys are dead. Not many Woodstock artists you can go see anymore. Over here we have Genesis, so did Jeff Brent OTO. Right after he just complained. He's like, we've been on this crate forever. And then he buys a record. See? You got to pay vividly close. You've probably been out dreaming about Ace Frehley and Randy Rhoads. Mary Miles gets Jethro Tull for 40. Over here we have Slickback, Jefferson Starship Red Octopus, the band Northern Light Southern Cross, ZZ Top Afterburner, the Savage Rose Refugee, Bootsy's Rubber Band, James Gang Miami, Huey Lewis, Don Reno, and Jackson Brown. How much was Woodstock 2? We already sold Woodstock 1. Woodstock 2 was 34. Is this a triple LP too? This is a double LP. All right, Chris Frazier says, bill me for Danny's Fleetwood Mac. Merry Christmas. Okay, so Danny, out of all the Waylon Jennings ordeal, you still got a nice gift giver, Chris Frazier. He's going to pay for your Fleetwood Mac, and then he was also going to pay for Tom Sullivan's Waylon Jennings, right? Just want to make sure, I don't want to put you on the spot with gift giving, but I just want to make sure they know for the taggers. And you can still see Mickey Butts. True, that's amazing. There's still a couple Grateful Deads. There's still some Deads still out there too. All right. Dude, let's tell a second to talk about how mega that Genesis LP is with Peter Gabriel. I love me some Genesis, especially Peter Gabriel. The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. All right, so it's midnight. It's about to be Christmas Day here in Coletco. We still got 156 people watching at midnight on Christmas Eve. That's amazing. Let's do a half-off crate, no more, no less. And, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to... I need to be well-rested so I can get to my mom's on time tomorrow so I don't stay up into the day and they're up there eating Christmas dinner without me. So I bet we'll do a half-off crate, and then we'll see what happens after that. But I do really need to get home to my boiled custard and my ramen. My wife wants to see more Funkos. I'll probably do one more walkthrough through the store. Okay, let's do a half-off. I'll show all the Funkos, and then we'll do... We'll do that. If Whataburger's open, I'll go there instead of ramen. Is Whataburger open? I know Waffle House is. I woke up today and usually I DoorDash my food here. I usually order Subway, Panera, Demas's, which is a local Italian steakhouse here. That's usually what I get. Or Chick-fil-A. Of course, I woke up. Chick-fil-A's closed. Demas's is closed. Subway was the only thing open that was worthy of DoorDashing. And I was like, boy, I'm glad. And so my little Subway sub from like 6 hours ago is worn off. And now Chad is hungry. I might be a little hangry. That's hungry and angry at the same time. No, I don't get angry. I'm historically known for have never getting mad before. Some people can't believe it until you ask Tanner, who's known me since college. And Tanner will tell you, I've never seen Chad mad or frustrated. And I'm on an amazing streak. I've never been mad or frustrated in my life. Some people have known me my whole life, and they're like, Chad, I'm going to try to figure out how to get you mad tonight. And I'm like, ha, 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 ha. Me mad? Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, I do. Maybe there's some things that could peeve me. I may have a few peeves. Maybe a few peeves. Can't make me mad. I have the patience. I have unbelievable patience. That's why I'm great at putting puzzles together. I can get disappointed. I don't really get mad at people. I get disappointed. Yeah, I don't get mad at people. I get disappointed. I'm like, man, that disappoints me. Why did he do that? That disappoints me. All right, let's go over here and see what happened. All right, so I got to find out if Whataburger's open. Did anybody Google that? I'll take the Ghost Funko while you're out there. I don't think we have a Ghost Funko. Do we have a Ghost Funko? I have a Ghost. I had the Ghost figure. So let's do the half off bin, then I'll go up front with my phone and try to tag a few things. What would Seth say, though? Oh, that's just relaxing. Firing Seth, that's not mad. That's just relaxing. Secret to maintaining your demeanor. Yep. I'm known for that too. I don't change. I'm in the same mood all the time. And then here we go. So Scott, if you want one of those ghosts, I can go grab, or you can catch it here in a minute. Let's go through this half off. And then I'll read through all these too, and then we'll go up front. J.D. Crowe and the Kentucky Mountain Boys, the model church. These are just from December 19th. So these are recent, and now they're half off, no more, no less. J.D. Crowe and the Kentucky Mountain Boys, the model church, $22.50. $22.50. J.D. Crowe and the model church. Next thing is Rare Elvis. Nice. Now $15. 87 German press. $15 on that. Herbie Hancock. $22.50. 1980. In shrink and hype. Mr. Hands. Nice copy. Whataburger's closed. I'm not surprised. And I have a pizza. That is true. There's a pizza vending machine here. That is true. I could go to Waffle House and get it to go, but I've never been fond of getting Waffle House to go. By the time you get it home, it's cold. And let me tell you something about cold Waffle House. No cold Waffle House. Babu Bot. Babu Bot. We have Jazz getting Herbie Hancock. Regina getting Elvis. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Susie and other four-letter words. Susie Quattro, $7.50. Dave Greenslade. Look at the Roger Dean artwork on that one. Amazing. That is a 76 UK, $15 on that. Seals and Croft, Year of Sunday, $5 on Seals and Croft. The Door, self-titled, $17.50. Break on through to the other side, $17.50. Come on, baby, light my fire. Grand Funk Railroad, good singing, good playing, $10. It's not Sue's for sure. The Beatles, from Britain with Beat, $15. That's an interview, by the way. Elvis Roustabout. Regina, I need you to maintain your excitement. There's another one for $10. Matt Shepard on The Doors. Come on, baby, wipe my fire. I don't know why I just said it like that. Wayne Bartow on Seals and Croft. And then we have artwork genre. Don Greenslave is probably Prague. If it's typically by Roger Dean and it's on this label, it's typically Prague. Cactus Choir. It's a UK. It's on this label though. This is on the UK subsidiary. I think that's Prague. Okay? Did anybody else know that one? Grand Funk Railroad, Adam Bernardi. Regina Tabor on Elvis. These are half off, no more. Christmas Eve half off crate. How sweet it is. Another King. Elvis Presley. Harem Scarum, gold stamp promo, probably a 77 press, $10. Sly Stone, recorded in San Francisco, 64 to 67, $7.50. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Pendulum, $12.50. Whoa, 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 hold up. I just read something in the chat. Hold up. Waffle House used to have all you can eat? Excuse me? When was this? And what time machine can I go visit? Where do we need to go to see such craziness? I'm highly curious about this. Whoa. I mean, take me back. First thing is there's another Elvis in there as well. Sully gets Sly Stone. Scott Dwallow wants Creed. Creedence Clearwater. So Danny next on Sly. And then we have Chicago. Chicago 3, $10 on Chicago. Air Supply, the one that you love, $5 on that one. And Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline, sealed, $20 on Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. Now, I've had Pizza Hut buffet. Yeah, they cut that out during COVID. But man, yeah, we used to go play golf at our local golf course in Carthage and go to the Pizza Hut buffet, and I would eat so much I'd make myself sick. But it would mostly be salads. The salad bar was incredible. Scott Dwallow on Air Supply. That's sold to Scott Dwallow. Shakedown gets the sealed Bob Dylan. Regina Tabor on Elvis. And Matt Shepard on Chicago. Yeah, I remember Pizza Hut buffet up until 2018-19. Elvis Today, $5. Elvis Today. Dance 60s, 12 great dancing hits of the 60s, $7.50. There is a whole Facebook group where people literally try to track down original style Pizza Huts before they've been remodeled. And there's still a few in America that's operational under the old management where they still have all the classic stuff in them. But there's very few. There's like literally Facebook's groups dedicated to it. Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams. Heard it in a love song, folks. Gatefold jacket, $12.50. But boy, could you imagine going to a Waffle House and just saying, I want unlimited waffles? I mean, they would have to cart me out. I would be, and just they keep on, are you saying they would just keep bringing you hash browns and sausage and stuff? Golly, I would die. The best of ZZ Top, $17.50. $17.50, best of ZZ Top. REO Speedwagon, 9 lives. REO Speedwagon, $10. And Chicago, If You Leave Me Now, You Take... This is a compilation. $10 on that. Whatever you want. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? Just pecan waffle after pecan waffle. Hash browns, they just keep bringing you a plate. Man. Y'all are making me hungry. I've ate at a KFC buffet. It was a KFC Taco Bell together, Gordonsville, Tennessee, I-40 exit. We'd eat there on Sundays after church. And boy, did I eat some chicken. Holy moly. Y'all are making me hungry as heck. J Nutra, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. So ZZ Top will be $17.50. If you want it, fine, sold pass. If not, it goes to Lillian, and then Paula's next. Alicia gets REO Speedwagon. Lily McCurry on Chicago. If You Leave Me Now. And KFC had them too. I've ate at one of those. I've ate at a Shoney's for sure. It's been a long time though. And then we have the Beach Boys Keeping the Summer Alive, $10. So ZZ Top is sold, and this is sold to Lily McCurry. Paula was next in line. We got Marshall Tucker Band, Where We All Belong. Evelyn Tanascalele wrote her name on the cover, but other than that, $12.50 on that one. And then Elvis, the commemorative album. This is originally only sold on TV. The first ones came gold vinyl numbered, and they sold a lot of them, $15. Yeah, so far, no condition notes on any of these. Yeah, this is a whole crate of no condition notes on the vinyl. I'll make note if the cover has an imperfection, especially writing, but everything else should be good to go. We have Tina Turner, Break Every Rule. Tina Turner, $7.50. J.D. Crowe, yeah, this was a nice one, and Shrink, actually. Oh, yeah. That's sold to James Rainey for $22.50. Thank you on that one. And then Golden Corral Buffet. No, this is the Beach Boys, Spirit of America. The Beach Boys is $12.50. Lily McCurry gets Elvis. That one's sold to Lillian. And we have yesterday and today struck down. Wow, Y&T in the half off bin. Now just $15 for struck down by yesterday, aka Y&T. Ryan's. Oh, that's a good one. Oh my gosh, Taco Bell had an all-you-can-eat Texas A&M in '78. Iced tea too. Goodness gracious. You don't hear about this kind of stuff anymore, do you? Golly. But might be a good thing. Might be a good thing. Alan Parsons Project, $10. Vulture Culture. Might be a reason I weigh 322 pounds right now. Alan Parsons is $10. And Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. $10 on Steve Miller Band. We have Y&T sold to Sheldon Bergenhire. And then Sully got Alan Parsons. Danny was next on Y&T. And then over here we have the Beach Boys light album. The Beach Boys is $8.50. Gordon Lightfoot, Sundown, a classic in shrink. Gordon Lightfoot, $10. $10 on that. And Greenpeace, check this out. It's sealed, now just $15. U2, Sting, Lou Reed, Eurythmics, Grateful Dead, NXS. It's Greenpeace. Remember, that's what Russell Dalrymple, he went and worked for Greenpeace to impress Elaine. It didn't work. Greenpeace, Soda Shakedown. Scott Dwallow was next. Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Texas. Wow. Randy Travis, Storms of Life. Randy Travis is $12.50. Does have a little bit of a cover ding up there. $12.50 on that. And Joe Cocker, Mad Dogs and Englishmen. Joe Cocker is $20. That's a great live album. And if it doesn't sell, I'll fold out the jacket and show it to you. Over here, we have LA used to have a Sizzler. They talk about that on Seinfeld too. A Sizzler? That's mentioned on Seinfeld. Wayne Bartow, Gordon Lightfoot. That's sold to Wayne Bartow. Paula was next. Lillian, you were third on Greenpeace. And we have Sully on Joe Cocker. That's a good one. That's a good one. And then Paula gets Randy Travis. Great half off crate. I'm sure this was only shown once at best offer. It might have even been shown late. And now y'all are taking advantage of Christmas Eve half off. We got Good Old Rock and Roll. This is a 28-track compilation, and that is $7.50. Catherine on JC. That's for Joe Cocker. It was already sold. There's no Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I was reading somebody's comment. Somebody's handle on YouTube is called TSO Houston, and they were replying to somebody and letting them know that means Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Sorry, there is no Trans-Siberian Orchestra in the crate. I was reading out loud somebody's reply, and because I didn't want to miss anything, and there's no Trans-Siberian Orchestra in here. All right, we have filled up another crate. That's amazing. Let me go grab another empty crate. We're just halfway through this half off bin, so let me grab another one over here. And if you leave me now, you'll take away the biggest part of me. So please do not leave me now. Stay with me as we go through this crate and then maybe through 2 or 3 others. And then we have Loretta Lynn. We've come a long way, baby. $5 on that. Alicia wants Good Old Rock and Roll. Bonanza. Do you mean Ponderosa? I remember my parents talking about eating at a buffet called Ponderosa, but not a Bonanza. There might have been Bonanza too. Of course, Ponderosa is the house on Bonanza, but they used to eat at a place called Ponderosa here in Lebanon. The Rolling Stones, Goat Head Soup, $17.50. $17.50 for the Rolling Stones. Beautiful copy. It is an early 80s press. It is an early 80s press. Merle Haggard, A Friend in California. Merle Haggard is $7.50. And Andy Gibb, After Dark. That's with Hop Sticker. Andy Gibb is $5. And Chubby's folk album, Chubby Checker, Lodi Low, in shrink, $10 on that. Next thing is this, a Bonanza in Houston. That's wild. There used to be a Ponderosa in Tennessee, or maybe other places too. Danny, Mega Blast first on Merle Haggard. Matt Shepard, you were second. And then we have Willie before his time. Willie Nelson before his time, $7.50. Ry Cooder, Chicken Skin Music. Ry Cooder is $10. And Creedence Clearwater Revival, Mardi Gras, $12.50 on CCR Mardi Gras. That one doesn't come through as often. Someday never comes. Sherry first on Willie Nelson. Sherry, you were third on Merle Haggard. John Durden, Mega Blast first on Willie Nelson. Greg Beddinger second on Willie Nelson. Mark, Don, and Mel. This is essentially a Grand Funk compilation. It's a 2 LP. It is with poster too, 1750. I'm Your Captain, Closer to Home. Lillian McCurry first on Car, which is Creedence Clearwater Revival. I'm sure she got auto-corrected. And then Let's Have a Pizza Party. I'm in. Where at? I am hungrier than the Gaylords. This is $5. The Gaylords. $5 on that. And Wings Over America. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. A triple LP. Paul McCartney and Wings doing Wings and Beatles music. An epic live, $15. Band on the Run. It's worth it just for that, and maybe I'm amazed. Pete Townsend Scoop, $12.50. We have over here, we got Steve Biddlecombe. Nice to see you back. That's the Gaylord, so to him. Sully on Wings. Maybe I'm amazed. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Ambrosia, Life Beyond LA, $5. Now, we're over here talking about American buffets. We got a real live British citizen, Steve Biddlecombe. Now, my curiosity's been piqued. Steve, do they have all-you-can-eat buffets in London? Is that a thing over in Britain? Conway Twitty and Loretta Lynn, Two's a Party. Loretta Lynn is $5. ABBA's Greatest Hits, $10, gatefold jacket. Elton John live in Australia with the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra, $17.50 for Elton John. Mega Blast on Conway and Loretta, that's so to him. Roy Orbison, Mystery Girl with You Got It. Great song, $15 on that one. And then we have Andy Gibb, Flowing Rivers. Andy Gibb is $5. Sully on Ambrosia. That was Life Beyond LA. How Much I Feel. Great song. $5 on that. And then we have Chicago Hot Streets. $5. I Am Alive Again. $5 on Chicago. The Who, Face Dances with the poster. $12.50 on The Who. And then over here we have the Best of the Beach Boys. $10. So over in Britain, we tend to have buffet breakfast. I like the sound of that. And buffet Sunday roast top places. I like the sound of that. I still plan on coming over there in July to see Metallica. So I've been talking more to, what's his name about it? Wolverine. And I still got to secure that trip, though. It's going to be here. It was like a year, and that was 6 months ago. Now it's 6 months from now. It's summer will be here just like that. The Who is so to Robert Warner. So I need to hit up a breakfast buffet in London. That sounds like right up my alley. Wow, Houdini and the half-off crate. Crazy. $12.50 for Houdini. How did that not sell originally? Sealed Ringo, speaking of Liverpool, $12.50. And Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, $7.50. Adam Bernardi gets Elton John in Australia. That's a good one. All right, Susie's got 50 red and 70 green tamales cooking on the stovetop right now, and they smell so good, yummy. Boy, my stomach, I'm so hungry it feels like sand is going through it. Y'all know that feeling? It's like sand goes through your stomach or something. It feels like it's going down your spine. Ringo is So to Shakedown. Danny Thomason on W for Houdini, and Lillian was next on Ringo. I think this crate is worthy of another recap because while we was going through this, you know what we were talking about? Buffets and Waffle House. Somebody said something about an all-you-can-eat Waffle House, and whoever said that, Beast Smoker out there in Texas, you have stirred up a conversation the likes of which we've may never seen here before. Now everybody's talking about their favorite buffets. We love them. Danny was talking about one down in Louisiana about a bunch of, what was that? I was trying to read that earlier. Danny was talking about gumbo, jambalaya, fried fish, shrimp. Look at all that. Crab legs. Holy moly. I had 29 strips of bacon in a Memphis Denny's one time. Okay. Awesome. Wayne Bartow on Mark, Don, and Mel. That is sold. That is sold to Wayne Bartow. Here we go. We have Susie and other four-letter words. Susie Quattro, not Suze, $7.50. The Beatles, From Britain with Beat, $15 on the Beatles. Dave Greenslade, Cactus Choir, 76 UK, $15. Elvis Presley, Today, $5. Dance 60s. There's some great songs on here. $7.50 In the Midnight Hour, Knock on Wood, I'm a Man, Thank, Respect, Land of a Thousand Dances, $7.50. Marshall Tucker, Carolina Dreams, $12.50. The Beach Boys, $10. That's Keep the Faith, Keep the Summer Alive. Marshall Tucker, Up Where We All Belong, $12.50. Tina Turner, Break Every Rule, $7.50. The Beach Boys, Spirit of America, $12.50. Sully Wants the Great Dance Comp. That's sold to Sully. And then we have Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams, $10. Jet Airliner, Swingtown, Jungle Love. I can't whistle like that. Ra-da-da-da. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I met you on somebody's island. Something like that. Elvis, $10. Regina Tabor, Steve Miller, sold to Sully. That is Steve Miller Band, Book of Dreams. There's that. Over here, Beach Boys LA album, $8.50. We have Loretta Lynn for $5. We've Come a Long Way, Baby. The Rolling Stones, $17.50. Andy Gibb, After Dark. Gold Stamp Promo, $5. Lodi Low, $10. Ry Cooder Chicken Skin Music, $10. Pete Townsend Scoop, $12.50. ABBA's Greatest Hits, $10. Roy Orbison Mystery Girl, You Got It, $15. Andy Gibb, $5. Chicago Hot Streets, $5. The Best of Beach Boys, $10. And Tubular Bells, Mike Oldfield, $7.50. All right. Are you sure you don't want the ghost? I'm about to do that right now. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. I met you on somebody's island. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Okay. Tim Turner wants both Marshall Tuckers. So here's what we're about to do. I don't want to lose anybody at all, even though a lot of people just got off because they probably like, okay, I got to go to bed. Both Marshall Tuckers, not both Beach Boys. Almost gave you both Beach Boys. Tim Turner on both Marshall Tuckers. So there's a lot of people interested in seeing some of the Funkos. So while my camera is still stable, let me show you what I've got here on the table. So these are $14.99. If you get to the point where you've bought 5, I'll make them for $10, okay? So there's Richard Simmons, Tom Hagen, Richard Simmons, Tom Hagen, Kylo Ren from Star Wars, U2, Larry, as in Larry Mullen Jr., Luke Skywalker from Return of the Jedi, Pikachu, 553, Charlie Brown, I've got 2 with him and his kite, Charlie Brown. Susie Breedlove wants Star Wars. Do you want Skywalker or do you want Kylo Ren or do you want both of them? Okay, there's Pikachu. I'll go ahead and leave one of each out. And I could have more of those up front if somebody else wanted one. There's another Charlie Brown. That's with the kite. And then we have Star Wars, again, The Mandalorian with Grogu, a.k.a. the Child, or the Child, a.k.a. Grogu. Couple Seinfelds. I've got Newman. I've got Kramer. I've had some of these for a while. I refuse to get rid of them. I've had Kramer now for going on 3 years. That's some of the oldest stuff I have in the store. I just don't want to get rid of them, though. She wants Kylo Ren, so add that to Susie's. $10. She's already bought a bunch. And then Michael Scott, okay? So that means she's passing on Mark Hamill, a.k.a. Luke. Let's put him right there. All right, and then back here in the back, I've got Magic Johnson, Batman, Travis Kelce, Luke Skywalker. Those are all different, by the way. Vito Corleone, Tony Stark, Ash from Army of Darkness, Hershey's Cookies and Cream. I love those. Fredo Corleone, Wonder Woman, Jor-El, and Jor-El. Vito Corleone, that's Marlon. That's the young Vito. That's Robert De Niro. Jor-El here. Not many ways you can get Marlon Brando as a Funko. That's one way. The other way is The Godfather I'm about to go show you. And then back here I've got mini guitars, Eddie Van Halen. I've got it. We sold one of those earlier. That one's $49. And then this one is Randy Rhoads, the White Flying V. That's the White Flying V, or the White Harpoon, whichever one you want to call it. Let's go ahead and unwrap it. We're probably going to have to anyway. This is Randy Rhoads. Here's what it looks like. Awesome. Crazy Train. All right, and then Joe Castillo wants the Mandalorian. That was right here. So $14.99. If you get up to 5 of them, we'll get them down to $10 a piece. That's kind of my Christmas sale. All right, so now we're about to go mobile. I'm going to walk through the store a couple more times. And I'm going to walk through the store a couple more laps. And we still got 150-something people watching. So let's try to sell some like legitimate gifts here on Christmas Eve. And now officially Christmas Day here in Tennessee. The clock has rolled over. You take me back to 20 years ago, I would have been 10 years old. I probably would have been pretty excited for Christmas. I'm trying to get, what did I get for my 10th Christmas? Does anybody remember what they got around that year? I don't know what I would have got. 10, I don't remember 10 years. What grade? I have to think about it and what grade I was in. That's how I remember 10 years. 10 years old is what grade? What grade are you in if you're 10 years old? I don't even know. Let me connect my mobile device here. What's it called? Droid. Yeah, there it is. If you have motion sickness, you're probably not going to like this. Just FYI. But I'm going to try to keep it as steady as I can. Okay. All right, so that's where we just were. I'm now holding my iPhone. Boy, that is shaky, isn't it? Hold on, let me try this. I'm going to look at my monitor. I think that's better. Ultra wide isn't as crazy. Okay, ultra wide isn't as crazy. How much is RPG? RPG, rocket propelled grenades. I don't have any of those for sale. Please don't get the FBI in here. RPG, rocket, Randy, Magic, 4th, 3rd. I was with Miss Tisdale or Miss Walker. Miss Tisdale or Miss Walker. Man, I don't remember what I got for Christmas. There will be a 9 a.m. flip. I got to make those. That's why I'm trying to make sure everybody's got everything they want so I can end the sale and get that done. Danny, what was RP? Randy Rhoads guitar. Ah, that's $39.99. That's literally the price. Now, I know you like to negotiate. I'm under literally a do not sell less than this price contract. The list price for this is $49. The list price for Eddie Van Halen's $49. If you noticed earlier, I did say $39. See? They're stickered. Whoop, wrong camera, Chad. They're stickered $49. I'm under a contract with Axe Heaven. That's the minimum list price for those. Ed made sure to remind me of that quite often. He said, don't forget, you can't sell those for any less. And I was like, that's very true. This is sold to Danny for $39.99. I'm going to put that in here. Now, if you ever hear me say I'm going to take something to the operations table, I'll go, okay, I got to walk over here to the operations table. Here's what I'm doing. I've got everything in order that we've sold tonight, starting with those sports cards, the poster, the $2 bill. There's all the Funkos. There's the coins. There's all the other coins and Funkos. And then Danny's Randy Rhoads guitar is going to go right back here. And that's going to be the last thing, okay? Here's where they watch the sales sometimes. Over there's where they watch the sales as well. Over here, they watch the sales sometimes too, and key in. Here's where we sold cards and miscellaneous. Look, we've sold a whole tub of cards individually already this week. Crazy. All right, so let's go back over here. And my chat is open, and let's go up here. So the problem is my mic cuts out in certain parts up here. So let's do one walkthrough. Let's start over here. Let's start over here. And where I know there's Funkos and where I know you can hear me. And we'll just start right here. So I've got these. Joe DeGato wants the Eddie Van Halen Mini. Okay, I'll sell that to you as well. These Kiss figures are from different sets, but there's all 4 of them. We're asking $500 our best offer. I would love to make a deal on those. Here's some other Funkos I have. Let's see here. An old Mark's train station. Grand Ole Opry, Suncrest bottle. Let's see. Those are original handbills, etc. Over here we got Oshawott from Pokemon, 3 Jimmy Neutrons, Shea Brennan, Michael Clorione, Peter Pan, Michael Clorione, Magician of Black Chaos, Yami Yugi, Superman, Batman, the Joker. Now those aren't 14, those are more, those larger ones. Dragon Ball Z, Star Wars, Shadows of the Empire, Lollapalooza poster, Rage Against the Machine poster. There's the metal signs we had earlier. These are sold. Those are sold. Those are sold. Magazines. Batman figures. That's from the 60s TV show. Of course, they're new or they're modern, but they're pretty cool. $34.99 on each on those, or make offer. I wonder if Paul Brothers is back on. I still have some action figures I didn't get them to. Michael Clorione, I've got 2 different ones. I've got that's when he's over in Sicily. That's Michael in Sicily, of course, after the Captain McCluskey punched him in the eye. So that's when he went into hiding, when he had a high vendetta. His vendetta was high. So that one's 14. Of course, Danny, you're already at the $10 discount. So $10 on Michael. Let's see over here. We got a couple old radios. We got these things here that need to be sold really cheap. I got a bunch of DVDs I need to get rid of. I should have sold those to my cousin the other day. Of course, we've sold a bunch of puzzles. Here's some original Star Wars figures, and we've added to them. There's me. See my reflection? There's me. My name's Chad. I'm your host right now. World War II planes. I got a framed White Album with a signed Paul McCartney photo. And the photo is fake. F-A-K-E. Fake. Fake. I would love for it to be real, but it's not. Fake. Danny wants Michael Corione. Susie wants Peter Pan and something that's next to it. So here's all of our very popular jigsaw puzzles. Kiss, Stones, Nirvana, Iron Maiden, Creator, Iron Maiden. We'll read through those in just a second. Because I got to go over here and pull some more Funkos. Merry Christmas to Kevin J. Reitz. Merry Christmas to everybody that said Merry Christmas tonight. So Danny gets a Michael Corione. Susie, that's the one that was to the right of Peter Pan. So this is so to Susie. Danny get on the left. Susie got Peter Pan. Danny got Michael. Let's do it in the correct order. The other ones are Shay Brennan, Jimmy Neutron, and another Michael Corione, Tom Hagen, Yami Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magician of Black Chaos, which is another Yu-Gi-Oh! Figure. Here's a pretty cool plush. This is the bird from McDonald's. Boy, what I would do to a McDouble right now. Oh my gosh. This is $14.99. You'll look at that and you'll want French fries. And then over here, I don't think I have any jokers. I've got Lost. This is Kate. I've got two Kates, $19.99. And I've got some more on the other side of the store, Grog. I've got a few more characters. There's Kate. I've been told I need to watch this show. I would love it. Everybody's like, you haven't seen Lost? You have not seen Lost? In-stock puzzles for $24.99. Pink Floyd, Slipknot, Queen, Elton John, Stones, Metallica, Iron Maiden, Dead Kennedys, Iron Maiden, Morbid Angel, Metallica, King Diamond, Iron Maiden, AC/DC, Guns N' Roses, Iron Maiden, Green Day, AC/DC, Rush, Iron Maiden, Rolling Stones, Hawkwind, Metallica, David Bowie, Rolling Stones, Creator, Iron Maiden, Elton John, Iron Maiden, Creator, Iron Maiden, Nirvana, Rolling Stones, and Kiss. A Trey O'Quinn Lost figure. I'll probably have to check right over here. And check I will. Let's walk over here. We need to find other Funkos. I have from Wall-E, I've got Eve. From Pokemon, I've got a Sobble. Now here's some bigger Funkos. These are a little bit more pricier. I have from Disney, Little Mermaid, King Triton, Games of Thrones Dragon, and Werewolf by Night Ted. Werewolf by Night Ted. There's another Kramer. Here's the other ones I've been pulling off the shelf and bringing to the back. Abominable, Everest, Ralph Breaks the Internet, Wreck-It Ralph, Skywalker. I hadn't shown that one yet. That's when he's blindfolded training. Falcon, Harpy Lady, and there's Seinfeld Funko, and these are larger ones down here. We have Superman, Evil Queen on the Throne from Disney Villains, and then Jerry's Apartment. That's what they call Seinfeld Mini. Seinfeld Mini. I have Lost. I've got Jack. Who is he looking for? Terry O'Quinn. I got Jack, Charlie, and Shannon over here. There's Eddie Munson from Stranger Things. Spider-Man statue. Thor statue. There's a large Jack. My mic cut out. Okay, I'm going to take a couple forward. There's a good chance cut out. Yellow Power Ranger. Travis Kelce. Luke Skywalker. Let me go back to Seinfeld Apartment. Beep, beep, beep. How much is Jerry's Apartment? Really cool. Look at that. $24.99. $24.99. And I have Seinfeld, The Party Game About Nothing. The Party Game About Nothing. $29.99. Which character has a sculpture made of them entirely out of fusilli pasta? Jerry. Which character works at a publishing company that releases a coffee table book about coffee tables that also functions as a coffee table? Are you kidding me? These are snowballs. These are underhands. Kramer. Which character dates a low talker who quietly convinces Jerry to wear a puffy shirt on the Today Show? Kramer. Those are like, I need something more advanced. I need to, like, is there like an advanced Seinfeld trivia game? I need to know, like, what's Jerry's phone number? KL58383. What's Jerry's address? 123rd West 83rd Street. 125 West 83rd Street. All right, Sully gets Jerry's Apartment. What color was Jerry's shirt on episode, yeah, those are easy. I need something that's going to be like, what? Like, what color pants, what was color of George's jacket during the, whatever, the parking garage episode. We got Harry Potter's wand, a pen. Harry Potter's wand that also doubled as a pen. Harpy Lady, the Riddler, the Mr. Miracle and Big Barda, Fig Pen, Porsche 550 Spider. There's the last 3 mini guitars that I think I have. Metallica, Jimi Hendrix, and Eddie Van Halen. That's another Eddie Van Halen I have, which is a white one. The Stratocaster, which is the left-handed, upside down, I guess you should say, and then Kurt Hammett. If I walk over here, my mic's going to cut out. Grand Ole Opry photo is Elaine who worked. I thought it said who published the book. Uh-oh, wait a minute. I thought it said who published the book. Works at the publishing company. Oh, yes. Pinned It Publishing. Elaine worked there. She didn't want to give Mr. Littman the book idea. She thought it was stupid. I thought it said who published the book. I was like, that was going to be easy. Kramer obviously published the coffee table book about coffee tables. Nice catch there, Sean Jones. Almost had a Seinfeld faux pas, and then I'd been sick to my stomach all night, and then I would have went home puking. Let's see what's going on with this Grand Ole Opry photo. Pinned It Publishing. He says, Pinned It Publishing. Kramer goes, giddy up again. WSM Nashville, Tennessee presents the Grand Ole Opry. It looks like a magazine clipping from the Billboard Music Yearbook, page 481, and it has it's been framed. I think that's something I got out of Fred Goodwin's house. $14.99 on that. Did I miss something over here? What was Uncle Leo's girlfriend's name? Lydia. Moved back in with Lydia. What was the Blue Black Hawk long sign? That is a G.I. Joe. Somebody asked about that earlier. That is a G.I. Joe, really like super deluxe. Super deluxe. The Ryman photo, unfortunately, is not for sale. That's a really nice photo of the Grand Ole Opry Ryman Auditorium. I need to put that somewhere more so where it doesn't look like, but my mom told me if I sold that, she would shoot me in the foot. And I do that enough every night. So, unless you want to hear my not for sale price. We already sold Robert Plant. Somebody's coming to pick him up. Reagan. I think, well, I priced one in the back, my not for sale price. What is this one? That one's marked $275 plus shipping. Reagan Bush 84 with the Texas logo. See how well my mic will work over here. Hey, Seinfeld trivia game. Let's see if this one. Does this one give? Mic is gone. Test 1, 2. Let me walk back over here. Yeah, I can't get in that corner. I try to every time. It's like I try to push it to the limit. But it just doesn't work. Gene Simmons, Cap Gun, Munsters, Cars, Paul Stanley, Golfer. I Spy, Lassie, Circus Boy, Annie Oakley, Ronald Reagan for governor, Kid Rock as a Simpsons, Coca-Cola, Yankees bobblehead. I think I've shown y'all every Funko in the building. There's Rush. Where's Oso at? He almost bought that the other night. It's Christmas. He should buy it now. Copper rounds, $5. Copper bullets, $5. 5-ounce copper, 22. 5-ounce copper, 22. Gold, $45. Gold, $45. Gold, $45. The black muscle car. That one was, I think it's actually a dark blue, unless you saw one in a different cabinet. That one's $19.99. You might have seen this Mastillo 66 Chevrolet Chevelle SS 396 SS. I don't know what I just read, but it's $39.99. And I don't see a 69 Camaro. Of course, most of these I really don't know what I'm looking at. I mean, I kind of do, but I mean, I know like, well, that's a this and this is a that, but I can't give you a year unless I flip it over. All copper rounds, $3.50 each. I'll have to pass, but thank you. That's a real 60s era bobblehead back there, the New York Yankees. I've traded for something. Man, I've had that a long time. I think I did a deal with some records, and that guy had that too. Korn, Ace, Kiss, Gwen Stefani, Reba McEntire. Some of the stuff laying around here is sold. I got to be careful. Dimebag Darrell. There's the ghost figure Scott Dwallow wanted, maybe. And then Cliff Burton. Those are $24.99. Cliff Burton, Dimebag, and Ghost. We sold some of those earlier. That was a baseball book. That is World Series records from 1903 to 1979 with Willie Stargell on the cover. $6.99. There's I Spy with Bill Cosby. Wrong case for the 69. Then you probably saw that one. That was, of course, that's a Ford. This is a Mustang, right? What is this? This is a Shelby GT 350. 66 Shelby GT 350. Grog says he'll take the baseball book. Okay. Locked. Let me go get my keys. I got to get that anyway because I think I sold something out of here earlier. No, I didn't. I already got it out. It was over here. And then Dime 15. Dime is $24.99. We've already sold a few of those tonight. Whoa. I'm looking at my monitor. That's pretty trippy to see how this looks, this wide view. I think my keys are laying back here tonight. Yeah, all those books on that shelf for $6.99. Any of those books, I'll, regardless of what they're marked, if I can get my keys, I'll go ahead and sell them for all those hardback. The Yankees bobblehead, there's Otis's treats. The Yankees bobblehead is $4.99. Now, the problem is my keys are back here somewhere, and, of course, I can always get this stuff out later, but I'd love to find them right now. Where have I done with my keys? There's another set up front, but golly, I hate to. This is what happens when I'm all over the place. I'm laying stuff around, this and that, that and this. Keys are laying by backpack. Was there some up here? Did you see them? How much for Chevelle? That one was $39. Where did you see my backpack at? Does this sit up here? Somebody might be very observant. No, not there. Shoot. Well, we can pull this stuff out later. they'll be fine laying around somewhere. So yeah, the Yankees bobbleheads 49. The books I have in here are Lassie, Circus Boy, Annie Oakley, Janet Lennon. The World Series book is Soda Grog, I Spy, Lassie, and Little Women. And there's two more over here, Ripcord and The Sinister Signpost. The Chevelle was $39.99, Danny. $39.99 on Chevelle. Okay. Yeah, so Lassie $6.99 as well. Holy moly. Keys, anybody? Keys. Keys. Empty bottle. Place is kind of a mess right now because of everything I've sold. Not as crazy as the last sale because I didn't start and we didn't have as big of a wagon to sell from. Didn't have as big of a wagon tonight to sell out of. Probably by the next time I do one of these, we will, though. I bet they're on the ground back here. I think I remember because I remember I had them in my pocket, and I may have just literally pitched them on the ground. The worst thing that I could have done is put them inside of a crate. I have a bad habit of doing that. I'll put stuff down in these crates, and when I do that, they're gone until I can figure out what crate I put them down in. Could you imagine how many crates are in this building? It's like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what have you done, Chad? There's 1 million crates. Yeah, I've laid them somewhere for sure. Silver deals. I don't think there's anything to do a deal on. I don't think I have anything. Yeah, I don't know. Well, luckily it's not the keys to my car or house. It's our showcase keys. I know where the keys to my Tahoe is and my house and the store. My problem is these showcase keys because there's like so many keys to unlock all these different showcases. First of the year, I really want to put on a different lock system because, I mean, look how many different... These are all different locks. And then these are, I think, the same lock, but they're still different than others. All right, so we know for sure the World Series book, possibly Adam Bernardi's ready to make an offer on the bobblehead. Go ahead, Adam. It is Christmas Eve / Christmas Day. Danny, there's virtually no silver anywhere. I mean, unless you're talking about some of the high-end stuff like the statues. But you give it a few more months and these things will be at spot. Maybe another 8 months and silver is going to be $135 an ounce. And you're like, dang, why didn't I go ahead and buy those little silver statues that Chad had? Those little silver statues. Well, I can go around. I'll show you how I can show it closer. If I go around to the back side of the case, I can show you from the back side. But right now it's locked up and I can't get into it. But I can almost show you up underneath it. So I don't really think it has that many chips, or if any. I know that's a big deal on these. I'm trying to get them as the bobble. Of course, we're closed, so when we're open and when we're closed and I'm working out of these cases a lot, they stay locked or they stay open because I'm always pulling stuff out. There's gold at 45. There's the copper. Yeah, there's no silver left up here. You see all the empty stands where we've either sold it and we've had to come pull it out. Oh my gosh, I forgot about all these bobbleheads. Or all these Funkos. I forgot about all these. We hadn't shown some of these. These are a little bit more deeper cuts. These are some of the ones I'm like, well, I really don't know what these are. So when I'm showing them, I'm like, what the heck are these? I sometimes don't know. Okay, are those Napa Valley racks in the back cassette 8-track? These are for cassettes. Yep. I don't know if they're Napa Valley though. They're made to hold cassettes. I think you bought one on those. Yeah, I'm about to read through these. So we have Sharon Carter, the Falcon Winter Soldier, Ralph Breaks the Internet, Shank, Black Adam, House of Dragon, Various Tarjarin, House of Dragon, Otto Hightower, House of Dragon, Corliss Valeron, Super Troopers, Foster, Black Adam, The Batman, Oswald Cobblepot, The Shape of Water, Amphibian Man. Bella Porch, that one looks a little faded. John Winger, Stripes. Fantasia, Peter Pegasus. Disenchantment, Lucy. Disenchantment, Beam. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, Namor. WandaVision, Vision. WandaVision, Wanda. Some of these have a little bit of damage on them. Disenchantment, King Zog. Shang-Chi, Katie. Fallout Boy, Patrick Stump. Thor, Love and Thunder, Valkyrie. Bella Porch, WandaVision, The Vision. Spider-Man. James Bond, Aston Martin DB5 from Goldfinger. And then over here we have Doctor Strange, Wong. Shang-Chi, Mandy, WandaVision, Wanda 70s, Wakanda Forever, Namor, and Overwatch, Hanzo. 1988 Sgt. Pepper Paul McCartney doll figure. I don't remember that being in there. Well, it's got two prices. His collar says $64. And his collar says $64 and the sign says $49. Yeah, this is what we call our back shelf Funko. These are like, what? This is when I start, some of these is when I question what Funkos they're actually making. Like, they made a Funko of what? But then, not only that, they'll make them for like every character in some of these like really obscure movies. I'm like, man, I can't believe they've made a Funko out of this. But not only that, they've made one for every little minor character. Anybody see anything else? This is where your eyes can wander and you can be like, dang, Chad, I need that. Dang, Chad, I need that. Dang, Chad, I need that. If not, Chad's about to wrap it up. The Yankee Encyclopedia. Oh boy. Grog just said, do what? The Yankee Encyclopedia. $14.99. What a steal. The dust jacket's got some dings. Stephen King books? I thought we sold all those. Stephen King. Merv. The Merv Griffin Show. Hey, where's my Seinfeld fans at? A Cubs encyclopedia. With the Beatles. Time Life magazine, hardback. $24.99. Any metal books? Not to my knowledge. Let me prop my phone up here so I can see y'all's comments. Thank you, Paula, and everybody else is saying Merry Christmas. This looks like a 1421, the year China discovered America. Boy, that'll keep you busy for a while. I bet that's got a lot of names in it I can't pronounce. Holy moly. The year China discovered America. Wow. 1421, the year China discovered America. The Controversial Life of George Armstrong Custer. Enjoy the holiday. I think you mean Merry Christmas, right? Ginger, the Billboard's Book of #1 Hits. John McCabe, Cagney. The Civil War, Fredericksburg to Chancellorsville. The Freed Unit book. Most of the stuff is Fred Goodwin's collection. Where did you see that at, Tracy? Now, the next thing is to be finding these. The Freed Unit book. Glory Days, up towards the top right. That is, I think, Bruce. Glory Days. Bruce Springsteen in the 80s, Dave Marsh. $14.99. General Lee. Conversations with Tom Petty. That sounds cool. $29.99. Let's see here. As soon as Tracy figures out, Bruce Springsteen, King, The Secret World of Lee Harvey Oswald. Who is this? Jay Epstein. Third row down. She asked about the Freed Unit MGM title. Okay, we're going to find this. Let me actually do this. Y'all might can see them better if I do back this. GM is in the title. Freed Unit. This is fun. It's like, whoa, hold on a second. I will find it, Tracy. Okay, I see this one. This is the MGM Stock Company, Stardust to Goldust, the greatest actor and actress on the MGM lot. $14.99. Does have some discoloration. That's definitely from Fred's collection. I bet $1 to a donut. I don't know what that means, but I bet his name is somewhere in this. I owe somebody $1 or a donut, whatever that means, but that's definitely from Fred's. He didn't write his name in that one. Okay, and then Lee Harvey Oswald over here, $14.99. Okay. Tracy said she'll take the MGM book. Where's some good stuff over here? You can see how we got them layered. I ran out. These are awesome bookcases. We just ran out of space. And if you want to get nuts, I still have most of Fred's library stored over here. And then in that room over there. That room's pretty much full. Just FYI. I'll take the donut. $1 to a donut. The Oswald is called Legend, The Secret World of Lee Harvey Oswald. Jay Epstein, $14.99 on that one. Jagger, Custer. There are some Civil War books over here. There's Custer. There's Nathan Bedford Forrest, Southern Hero, American Patriot. $9.99. Whoops. Jagger. That's also World War II related. Jagger. Or that's also Civil War related, $14.99. I guess if it was a Keith Richards book, you could say that, right? Keith Richards was a Civil War general. The New Yorker. Elaine wrote some cartoons for the New Yorker. Or she found a cartoon out of the New Yorker, something like that. I better get my facts straight. Giant box of baseball books. I know where they're at. I don't know if I could get to them right now. All right, Lee Harvey Oswald sold to Danny. Let's sold to Danny for $10. And then New Yorker. That one was marked $14.99. Sell this right here to Danny for $7. Let's go back to ultra wide for a second. Boom. Ultra wide lens. This sounds interesting up here. The Great Admirals. This is the kind of stuff that catches my attention. The Great Admirals. Look at that. I don't even know. This don't have a price on it. Unless my mom marked it in pencil. That's not her handwriting. I think $14.99 is what I've priced most of these for. Somebody had wrote $12.99 on the inside. The Sands of Kalahari. Men, Ships, and the Sea. The Great Films of Spencer Tracy. Any Godzilla books. I bet there's a book somewhere in here. About a film, about films that talks about Godzilla. But I don't think I've ever seen any book come through here that just exclusively says Godzilla. Here's Killing Patton. Who just asked about Patton? That's the Bill O'Reilly book, Killing Patton. $14.99. Sunday Nights at 7, the Jack Benny story. Here we go, Grog. Groovin' High, The Life of Dizzy Gillespie, $16.99. Elizabeth Taylor. Camp Forest. Let's go back over here. So first thing I had was Grog offered $10 for the New Yorker. This is sold to Grog for $10. Probably just need to go through these shelves and just call them out and read them. That might be the best thing. And then next is Godzilla. And then Brent asked about Spencer Tracy. That's right here. The Films of Spencer Tracy. $9.99. Films of Spencer Tracy. And then next is, did you see a book on Wolfman Jack? No Hammer of the Gods that I know of. The small John Lennon book. This one right here. I saw that myself. Life and Pictures, John Lennon, $9.99. Grog says he'll take the Dizzy Gillespie book. All right, and then Killing Patton. That's sold to Danny for $10. All right. Nice. All right. I'll pass. Okay. I've lost Wolfman. I got you. We'll find it though. Let me just start. How about I start on a shelf, and that way it'll be a lot more easier, concise to find stuff. Okay. And Brent, I've already sold Dizzy to Grog. Let me go right over here. Is there books behind these books? Have we doubled the stacked them? I hope not. All right, let me just pull a few out. Let me start right here, okay? Let's do this. The Lees of Virginia. The Lees of Virginia by Burton Hendricks, $14.99. The Life of Pastor, R. Valley Rado, $14.99. Tattooed on Their Tongues, A Journey Through the Back Rooms of American Music, $14.99. Flags of Our Fathers, James Bradley. An Indian Affair, From Rags to Rajah, or something like that. The Films of Spencer Tracy, 5. 7. I'll let you win the difference battle, Brent. Marlene Dietrich by Sheridan Morley, $14.99. The Sands of Kalahari, a novel by William Mulvihill, combat fleets of the world, 78, 79, their ships, aircraft, and armament. Tennessee Off the Beaten Path, A Guide to Unique Places. The Lees of Virginia. I think this is, it says, the family of Lee has more men of merit in it than any other family, John Adams. Yeah, I'm assuming that means Lee, General Lee. Let's open it up right quick. Thomas Lee. Richard Lee, Charles Lee, Arthur Lee, Robert Edward Lee. Yeah, this is his entire family lineage here. Sell this Tennessee book to Lillian for $7. That's a confirmed sale. And then there's something that's tucked back in here. Battle of Berlin, End of the Third Reich. $14.99 on that one. All right. I know Brent wants Spencer Tracy for $7, right, Brent? All right, so let's go right here. Rock and Roll Treasure, Identification and Value Guide that has heavy water damage. $6.99. Bruce Springsteen and the Philosophy, $14.99. Black Market Beatles. This is a whole book about Beatles bootlegs, $9.99. Born to Run, the Bruce Springsteen story. The Beatles Years, Volume 3, 19 and 14. It's Christmas. I'm here to strike Christmas deals. And when I mean Christmas deals, I mean deals the like of which most of y'all have never seen before. Springsteen, The Beatles Ultimate Recording Guide. This is some sort of Grateful Dead book. It's missing, obviously, the jacket and spine. Oh, it's tabs. Grateful Dead. It's stickered for $9.99. Heavy damage. Bill Wyman Stone. Now, here's something Brent's going to want. Bill Wyman, $9.99. The Story of Rock and Roll Band. There you go, Brent. Here we go, Brent. Brian Johnson, Death of a Rolling Stone, $9.99. There you go, Brent. There you go, Brent. Up and Down with the Rolling Stones, $9.99. Albert Einstein and the Cosmic World Order, $14.99. The Waning of the Renaissance, William J. Baumusma, $14.99. Jimmy Carter, An Hour Before Daylight. Always check books like this to make sure they're not what? Signed. I have found so many. It's like I was actually literally going through books one night here, right when we started going through Fred's books, and I said, guys, some of these could be signed. What do? I'll pull out Harper Lee, To Kill a Mockingbird, first page, signed by Harper Lee. We had it JS8 and sold it for $1,200. I was like, see, this is why we got to check our books, because Fred probably has no telling how many of these signed. And we have a stack behind the counter that we recently just found. The Lees of Virginia. This isn't rough. This is in beautiful condition. $10 on this, Daddy. This is in beautiful condition. It's got writing. It's got cobwebs. It's in beautiful condition. It's exactly the way it should. How old is this? 130 years old? This is probably like 50 years old. This is probably like 100. Yeah, it's 90 years old, 1935. When you're 90 years old, you're going to look rough too. You're going to look really rough. You're going to look super rough. You're going to look really rough. Here we go. Winning by Earl Weaver. Manager of the Baltimore Orioles. $6. Is this signed? I think this might be signed. No. One of these baseball books I put up here was somebody I didn't know, and it was signed. All Stones and Spencer. So you're talking these three Rolling Stones book and Spencer Tracy for $25, right? You're talking about these three Rolling Stones books and the Spencer Tracy for $25. Brent, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. That's practically giving these away. Weaver, claimed a grog. Danny's got me on the ground and he's still hitting me with his baseball bat. Sell him the Lees of Virginia for $8. Golly, he just hit me hard right there. Even on Christmas, Danny's ruthless. He had me down on the ground. I'm like, Danny, please, no more. Jimmy Carter's not signed. No, unfortunately not. Hilltopper Football, Western Kentucky, $6.99. The Truth About Big Time Football, $6.99. 2-Year Almanac and Party Book, 1940-1941, $6.99. The Great American Baseball Card, Flipping, Trading, and Bubblegum Book, $6.99. Tyrone Power, The Last Idol, $6.99. Sprouts Window Cleaner by Jennifer Wayne, $6.99. Grog Wants the Baseball Card Book, sold to Grog, $6.99. Great Infielders of the Major Leagues, $6.99. A Will to Win, Dwight Lewis, Susan Thomas, $6.99. I'm Glad You Didn't Take It Personally by Jim Bouton and author of Ball 4, $6.99. Fred Goodwin bought this in San Antonio, Texas, July 17th, 1976. 5 for infielders, 5 for Bouton. These are sold to Grog for 5 and 5. That's a total of $10 US. $10 US. Isaac Asimov, a great science fiction writer, $6.99. Legendary. Franklin's Autobiography. Wow. That's pretty cool. $14.99. Benjamin Franklin's Autobiography. How old is this? Wow, look at that. Signed. No, I'm joking. This was printed in 1907. He was dead and buried by then. Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin, $14.99. Understanding Movies. Singing in the Rain is on the front. Understanding Movies, $14.99. We're going to end up selling 3 or 4 whole shelves of books over here. I'm running out of space. Let's move my phone down here. There's the 1421 book, $14.99 on that. Brent gets Benjamin Franklin for $10. That's pretty cool. He's on my, I've been looking at a cut Benjamin Franklin autograph for my Christmas gift. I'm not ready to pull the trigger yet. The Big Book of B Movies, 350 steals, $14.99. Most of these I'm saying $14.99 unless it's something I think should be cheaper. My Life, Those Wonderful Years, Durward Kirby, $14.99 on that. Little Red Hen, $14.99. The Beatles, Every Little Thing, $9.99. The Rolling Stone Jazz Record Guide, oh my gosh, Grog, $9.99. The first comprehensive jazz record guide listing over 4,000 currently available albums from big band to bop, New Orleans, and new music. Any info on the Boo movie like years? Joe DeGallo's Going to Bed. Good night. and then B movies. We have an offer, we have a question, and then an offer. The big book of B movies, or how low was my budget? I think it's ranging from 50s. It breaks it down by genre. Of course, science fiction being the most popular ones. Horrors and science fiction, westerns. Yeah, it looks like a lot of 40s and 50s. 40s and 50s on that one. The Rock Pack, $19.99. This is one of those interactive tchotchke books. $19.99 on that. The Ultimate Beatles Encyclopedia. I have this memorized. See, turn to any page. See Matchbox, I can tell you all about it. Carl Perkins, blah, 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 blah. Over here we have Not Fade Away. The Online World Remembers Jerry Garcia. $14.99. The Grammy Goes To. This is sealed. And this is $14.99. So Brent does get the B movie guide. This is sold to Brent Robley for $14.99. Garcia Goes to Grog for $8. Roll Away the Dew. Jim Morrison, The American Night. $9.99 on Jim Morrison. The Writings of Jim Morrison, Volume 2. The Lost Writings of Jim Morrison, Volume 1. $9.99. Morrison. Ron Reagan, My Father at 100, a memoir. $4.99. The Reagan Paradox, $4.99. Why is Reagan so cheap? That was a good catch, Chad. Sea Explorer Manual. Sea Explorer Manual, Boy Scouts of America, $9.99. Jay Nutra on Jim Morrison. Gotcha. Jim Morrison, sold. I'm going to start a new stack. I'm running out of table space here. Look at all these on the table. Golly, we hadn't gone through any of these. L. Ron Hubbard. That sounds familiar. Isn't he the Scientology guy? Ron, who's the Scientology guy? That was a Western book written by the Thing. Yeah, the Jim Morrisons were $10 each. Yes. Golden Digest Comics, Tarzan, Brothers of the Spear, Korak, $6.99. W.D. Mooney, Headmaster. Some kind of interesting book here. Some kind of warrant of a prison. Prisons and military schools, not prisons, Headmaster. I'm thinking about a prison guy. Rutherford, these are some local books. That's Rutherford as in Rutherford County, Tennessee, $14.99. Middle Tennessee State University, $14.99. Go Raiders. Nice. Wings Over America tour book, Paul McCartney, $14.99. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. The Lovin' Spoonful guitar book, $6.99. The Lovin' Spoonful guitar tabs. TIAC, $24.99. We actually may have this here in the store. TIAC A410 stereo tape deck operating instructions. $24.99. A Day of Deceit, The Truth About FDR and Pearl Harbor, $14.99. Okay, nice. Hold on, let me stretch my arm. Oh, and pop my neck. That felt, hold on. I was holding my phone. My arm is jello. Come on, get back. Wings condition. Looks pretty solid. Let's take a flip through it. It's got a little bit of a crease right there. Oh, this is, my bad. I should have looked before I spoke. This is more tabs. That's more tabs. It's not too bad, though. My bad. It's actually marked $19.99. Some of these do have prices on them, but I'm sure it'll average out one way. I guess let's not get too OCD and finish this shelf. Or should we jump to a different one? I think I want to kind of go through this one right here. So I'm going to move them up to the top. Marlene by Marlene Dietrich, $14.99. Marlene by Marlene Dietrich, $14.99. The Vigilantes of Montana, $9.99. Great Western Stars. I can tell we're in Fred's collection. $6.99 for Great Western Stars. Yogi, It Ain't Over Till It's Over. Yogi Berra, $6.99. Let's lay him right there. Conversations with Tom Petty, as stated earlier. That's a good one. $29.99. Jagger, written by Kerry Schofield, $14.99. Custer, The Controversial Life of George Armstrong Custer, $9.99. The Mayor's Dream, $9.99. The George Raft File, $19.99 for George Raft File. John Lennon Mojo Magazine, Special Edition, $9.99. Grog Gets Yogi for $5. Let's keep this pile going right here. I cleaned off a spot right there for later. Bruce Springsteen, Michael Stewart hardback, $14.99. The Longest Journey, The Civil War, A Narrative, from Fredericksburg to Chancellorsville, $14.99 on that one. The Great Movie Stars, The Golden Years, $9.99. And Custer, The Man, the Myth, the Movies, $14.99. I'm going to start taking some of these and transferring them over here. We already showed that one, The Great Admirals, $14.99 on that, The Great Admirals. And then Men, Ships, and the Sea, $14.99 on that one. I think it will still fit up here. It will. And then from Flappers to Flivvers, the Roaring Twenties. We helped make the 20s roar. Flippers and Flappers, $14.99. All right, I'm going to start moving some of these to the pocket I've made here. Tom Brokaw, The Greatest Generation Speaks, hardback, $14.99. The Genius of the System, Thomas Schatz, $14.99. Fred Zinman, An Autobiography, A Life in the Movies, $14.99. Warner Brothers Television, $14.99. Make sure this one's not signed. Okay, it's signed by the author. Yeah, we found one signed by Lucille Ball the other day. Laughs, Luck, and Lucy, How I Came to Create the Most Popular Sitcom of All Time. Jess Oppenheimer, and it's signed by the artist. Adam, I was just about to counter 10 on this, and somebody's offered 10. So 10 on Brokaw. If not, Lillian said she'll take it. So that's going to be sold to somebody. Let's go ahead and lay it right there. And then Tracy Songer wants Lucy. I said $14.99 on that one, I believe. Signed by Greg Oppenheimer, or Jess, the author, I think. Adam Bernardi said he will take the Brokaw book for 10. The Films of Bob Steele, $14.99. Bob Steele Stars and Support Players. Some very deep Western film reference stuff here from Fred's collection. The Real Bob Steele and A Man Called Brad, $14.99. My Life, Bill Clinton. That's Hollywood. A behind-the-scenes look at 60 of the all greatest films. Hold on a minute. Look at 60 of the greatest films of all time. $9.99 on that one. I Was a Teenager, Juvenile Delinquent, Rock and Roll Beach Party movie book. That looks interesting. $14.99 on that one. Lyman 50th Anniversary Reloading Handbook. This will tell you how to reload ammunition. That looks pretty interesting. How much is this stickered? This one's been stickered $24.99. Reloading Handbook. The Pythons Autobiography by the Pythons. $9.99. That seems cheap for such a big book. A&R Pioneers, Architects of American Roots, Music on Record, $24.99. I should have just said 14, 14, 14. That'd be easier on those. But I've already said 9 on Python, so we'll sell it to Brent for $7. That's $7 in shipping there. Oh my gosh. Sell that to Brent for $7. I'll do 14 on these. John Willis, 87 Film Annual Screen World, $14.99. Saturday Morning TV, 30 years of the shows you waited all week to watch, $14.99 on that. The Serials, Lights, Camera, Action, Action, $9.99. Gettysburg, 3 Days That Saved the United States, $9.99. Saturday Cartoons, sold to Tracy Songer, $14.99. Saturday in the Park. Samuel Goldwyn Presents. Looks like an MGM book. We'll say $14.99 on that one. That's another MGM book. My Father's Keeper, Children of Nazi Leaders, An Intimate History of Damage and Denial, $14.99. Stephen and Robert LeBray. Charles Whiting, this one is Heinrich, Henchman of Death, $14.99. Those dang Nazis. From Mink Slide to Main Street. That's something else about Murfreesboro, Rutherford County. $9.99 on that. From the CMA Vaults, I had that the other night up here. Wow, this one's marked $99.99. That's not the one I had. I had a CMA Vault book we had the other night for $14.99. Fortunes, Fiddles, and Chicken, a Nashville business history book, autographed copy, Bill Carey. Chicken. Fortunes, Fiddles, and Fried Chicken. Happy holidays to whoever is watching this video and figuring out where Chad is putting all these books he sells them tonight. Yeah, that's somebody's going to be coming in on Friday with a lot to do because they hadn't watched last night's show either. Donald Rumsfeld, Known and Unknown, a memoir. The Search for the Ancient Order, a history of the Restoration Movement, 1900-1918. All right, let me pause there because what is the rock book on the shelf under where you're at? Rock book? Oh, yeah, this is a monstrosity, but it's water damaged. The pages aren't stuck together, but it's called The Great Rock Discography. Complete discography listings of your track. This is essentially Discogs in a book, but there's no way there's everything, but it's got a big chunk. It's still, you can still use it, but the pages are kind of screwed up. It got wet, obviously. This has a lot of information, but obviously it doesn't have everything. You could spend some time looking through here, though. Golly. Look, when I see books like this, I say this quite often, right? I mean, look at this information. Somebody typed, like all this stuff right in here. Look at all that. They typed all this and got it all. Just on, how many hours did this take? Typing all this, and then how do you gather it, right? All these catalog numbers, and to type all this in. How did they do that? Did aliens help them? I mean, how did they do that? Whew, God, that makes my head hurt. Restoration price. The Search for Ancient Order, that one was $19.99. I'll do it for $12, Adam. Tracy needs to put back the Saturday. You can. And I won't even charge you a restocking fee because it's Christmas morning. It's literally Christmas morning here at Coletco. Let's put that back down here. This is, we'll replace it with this. The Search from the Ancient Order. $12 sold. Okay. What's down here? Super Illustrated. That's a cover of Sports Illustrated with Reggie Jackson. $2.99. Let's go back to ultra wide. Will Clark. Hey, Will Clark. Will Clark. Babe Ruth. Thank you, Grog. I know who that is. Mickey Mantle. Sports Illustrated, somebody, $2.99. 96, Julian and Watson, $29.99. The book jacket's gotten ripped. Danny Saturday for $10. Now, I had already sold that to Tracy for $14. So now, why do you think I should sell it to you, Danny, for $10? If you can give me a convincing argument, since I already sold it to her but she put it back, if you can convince me why I should sell that to you for $10, I'll listen. The Battle, a novel by Alexander Klug, $14.99. I'm going to put that one right up here. Use every space we can for these shelves. Danny once again just beat me to death on these prices. A Line in the Streets, $14.99. Big Bands, what do we have here? Big Bands, Dance Band Swing, a reference price guide for 78 RPMs, $9.99. The Beatles album book, $19.99. Ringo Starr, Postcards from the Boys. Wow, with a lenticular cover. Ringo, $19.99. And it's signed. No, I'm joking. Better check it. Wouldn't that be something? Oh, no. 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 Then it would be $1,500. Louis L'Amour, Mustang Man, $6.99. When will you love when you lose someone you love? Tracy wants Ringo. So this is Tracy Songer. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. And I guess sell this to Danny for $10. He breaking my kneecaps again. The Historical Atlas of World War II. Wow, 170 maps. The most cataclysmic event in World War world history. $14.99. I've got to stop here in a second. I'm getting extremely famished and hungry. I can't stop though. We're selling. We just keep selling and selling. We have sold literally 2 whole shelves of books, or 2 pockets. We've showed 2 or 3 pockets of books, which is amazing. Okay, let me see what's over here on this table. I still got to record the morning videos. History of the Confederated Memorial Associations of the South. History book of Confederate memorials. $14.99. I'm going to get this off in here. Some of these I'm kind of confused why we even have. You know, I'm like, what? I understand some of these aren't too good books, but sometimes I have stuff in here and I'm like, where did this even come from? Okay, let me try to see. Let me step back and make sure we didn't miss any high spots. Oh, we'll have to do this another night. I still got to film the morning videos. I still got to eat. I still got to eat drink boiled custard. I was going to try to watch a movie tonight. I was going to stop at midnight. I was going to stop at 12:30. Then I was going to stop at 1. And then I was going to stop at 1:30. And it's 1:30. I'm not going to take this to 2. History sold to Lillian for 10. We better stop. I need y'all to get some Christmas sleep on this Christmas morning. I got to get some sleep on this Christmas morning. I got to wake up. We better stop there. We'll do this again soon. I mean, I know now how to connect this phone, so y'all bug me some night when we're doing books after a record sale, and we'll come up here and do this more often, okay? So, Wolfman Jack book. Yeah, what happened to that? Wolfman Jack. Let me squat down. Oh my gosh. I hadn't sat down in, as usual, in like 8 hours. Wolfman Jack. Who wanted it? Or are we just trying to find it to look at it? Wolfman Jack. Hey, this sounds interesting. Here we go. Willie Nelson, An American Icon, $29.99. That's a good book there. Look at that. Willie Nelson, American Icon. That one's marked $29.99. Where's my comments at? Up here's my comments. Next to Bill Clinton. Really? Where'd you see that at? Shelf from bottom. Second shelf from the bottom next to Clinton. Oh, there's 2 Clinton books. There's 2 Clinton books. There's that Clinton book, and then there's this Clinton book. Let's see. The Battered Stars have... Oh, right here. Yeah. Have Mercy, Confessions of the Original Rock and Roll Animal, $14.99. Tony Curtis, Gary Cooper, Willie, A Soda Danny for $20. That's a good one. That's Soda Danny for $20. Whew, that made me lightheaded. I stood up so fast. Oh my gosh. There's Wolfman. Not for sure who interested, but there it is. Wolfman Fred, I'm running out of book space. Yeah, we all are. Let me show, I got to walk to the back. This is $8. I got to walk to the back to turn off the feed anyway. I got to end the show back here. But I'm going to show you all the books that still, look at all these tubs. Can I even get in here? Golly. First of all, the amount of comic books, too, we've accumulated. Gonna pull a hamstring trying to move 300 pounds of comics. Oh. Okay, I'm in. Yeah, here's the remaining of Fred Goodwin's library. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, we'll say 40 tubs of books left. 40 tubs of books left. These are all unprocessed comics. They've been sorting them by title, genre. Hey, there's that Kiss comic, finally. I've been trying to find this Kiss comic here for somebody else. Yeah, I know where it is now. Golly. A Spider-Man Laserdisc. I think that one's pretty pricey. There's a COA. I've got 2 autographed guitars, one by Creed and one by Kid Rock, and they're buried. I hadn't been able to get to them in forever. Those are Beatles mono box sets. There's 3 more Beatles mono box sets there. I bought them from their website. Been meaning to get them out and see if anybody needs them. And then I think the rest of the, let's see here, the rest, this is all Fred stuff too. We've never gone through. This is Fred stuff maybe we've gone through once, but it's been a long time ago. There's a tub of books. I think those are really good sports books. And then there's there's one box of baseball books, Grog. If one day, I can get to that pretty accessible soon, okay? I'll keep you updated. And then when I started the show tonight, I was like, yeah, we're going to get back in here and go through all this Kiss stuff and all these Kiss cars and all these Star Wars figures. There's boxes of posters back here. There's more comics. And guess what? We didn't even make a dent. That's books down in here. And yeah, box sets. Yeah, we didn't make a dent. There's about 100 million unprocessed albums. Rush poster is Miles. He's an artist. Miles Sang. It's $500, I believe. I've had it kind of back here, not for sale, but it's it's a Moving Pictures anniversary poster. It's awesome. Let me go back to a different camera. Yeah, it's awesome. Boy, I'm shaky, aren't I? Yeah, we need set work. I got to hire about 3 people. By the first of the year, which is not too. I keep saying first of the year, and that's like in 6 days. So maybe by spring, hopefully sooner. Here's the shipping department. This is kind of everybody's desk. That's sort of Steve's desk. That's where everybody works out of there. This is Hatchet Ed's desk. I don't know who needs to hear this, but stop tracking that package. It's in the Lord's hands now. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Here's our putbacks. Putbacks and misclaimed records. That's $1,000 that I'll never get back probably. Sold stuff. This is all waiting for payment. This is stuff I'm waiting for people to pay for. Danny Thomason. You got some posters here, Danny. I don't know when those are from. Susie? I see people's names I shouldn't be seeing. Of course, this could be stuff that's paid for that they hadn't shipped yet either. Look at all this stuff. Golly, that's last week's. We're in pretty recent stuff right here, actually. I do think, though, there's a stack. Yeah, there's box sets down here that this stuff isn't sold. Golly, yeah, there's, I don't know. That's posters from a long time ago. Holy moly. That's a big looking receiver there. Is that a Pioneer? Golly. I know that's for sale. That's probably why they got it down there on the bottom, because it weighs 200 pounds. That's stuff from the last time we had a walkthrough sale that hadn't been paid for. Whew. Pay your bills, please. Don't get too far in a hole. Look at the CDs, folks. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Look at all these CDs. Oh my God. Holy moly. Look at all these records. How did I end up with all this stuff? Look at all those CDs. That's the jazz collection. Look at all that. All those white boxes, that's that jazz collection we stopped going through. I just had to take a break from CDs. My eyes were going fried every night. We'll bring them back eventually. I mean, we got plenty of inventory to go through. So all that CDs, vinyl, records galore. This is like when somebody says, Chad, do you have this record? They'll be like, Chad, do you have Rings of Saturn? I'm like, yeah, actually I do. And I'll say that to anything they ask me, because I'm sure it's back here. I'm sure it's back here. I mean, look at all the 45s John still hadn't got through. The show is coming to an end. There's Kiss and Elvis Beatles cards. Well, the good thing about these jazz CDs is I just made a donation to the radio station, and I basically got them for free. So I didn't put any money into those. Most of the CDs back here, fortunately, we have very little money in. So I made a donation to the radio station and got those. And then these came with a blues collection, but that's all from one person. He had all those. The good thing about stuff like that is we tell people, man, we just really can't. I mean, this is a major undertaking. This is going to take hours. Somebody be like, they'll price CDs out. I'm like, do y'all realize how long it's going to take us to sell these and how much time? It's going to take months, hours, years, and thousands of dollars to sell them. I look at a rack of CDs like that, and I'm like, yeah, that's a lot of money there. But to get all those sold and shipped, that's thousands of dollars in labor just to go through these. And I mean, that's what? Like 10 straight days around the clock just to read through them and check them? Probably more than that. I could probably be live for 300 hours and not thoroughly check them all and read off every title. That's insane. I mean, it goes all the way down to the floor, and they're like 5 deep. So, yeah, we need to sell 35. You're right. That's exactly right. We got to sell $35 records instead of $5 CDs. Otherwise, we start losing money. That's why I have to do it late at night after we've gone through all of our vinyl, and I don't mind doing it, but I've had to explain to people, like, at some point, we almost start losing money selling stuff. Doesn't make a lot of sense, but to some people, but I'm like, literally, this could literally start costing us money selling these, even at $7 a piece. It's so much time. It is so much time over there. So we give unpaid stuff about 30 days, and then we start reselling it. And then we start blocking people. We start reselling and blocking. All righty. I'm back to where I do the sales right here. Let me change over to my other camera. And here we are. And now I can put my hands down to end the sale. Perfect. By the way, this sold. I need to go take that over there. What was the Snoopy to my side? That's a good question. I know one thing though, and this is a true statement. People love Charlie Brown and Peanuts. Possibly more than anything we sell. People love Charlie Brown and Peanuts. I mean, I could write Charlie Brown on a napkin and I bet I could sell it. Or get Laura to doodle a picture of Snoopy. People love some Snoopy and Woodstock and Linus and Lucy. And I guess it's just kind of an all-over generation thing. But man, I mean, we could sell posters, t-shirts, records, Funkos, toys, playing cards, lights. Jay Neutral, I walked back through the back. I didn't see anything. Do you know where it's at? American flag. I'll look through again. Let me try to figure out where you found that at. Krispy Kreme donuts. Let me try to figure out where you seen that. Let me reset my chat so I can see you. What record, Patrick? Let's see here. Back there, walk back there before the doorway. Peanuts with American flag. Okay, let me try to find that. If I have to, I'll take my phone back here again. Once again, y'all have found so much stuff that I can't even see. Peanut American flag. There was this that looks like it's a Grateful Dead shirt, I think. You may have seen this. I think you've probably seen this. I could see maybe where you thought it looked like Snoopy. Was it laying on top of some crates? You probably saw this. I think it's a Grateful Dead shirt. Did you see that? It kind of, maybe you caught that and you thought that was Snoopy. That's actually a Deadhead shirt. Seal John Mayall. Yeah, I did have some Snoopy posters earlier, for sure. I know another thing that's going to take me at least an hour before I can leave tonight. Not only making the videos for the morning, I've got to I got to kind of go back and pull stuff off the walls, and there's so much stuff I've sold, and now I've got to go back and find it and walk through the store and be like, oh yeah, I got to take that up front, that up front. So there's that. A life-size plush Bugs Bunny. A life-size, like 6 foot tall? That'd be pretty insane. Yeah, I like stuff like that. Yeah, Peanut stuff is wild. Charles Schulz. You should go look at his his signature value and like signed Charles Schulz stuff. It's kind of like Dr. Seuss. It's pretty pricey and pretty rare. But yeah, let me tell you this. If there's something Peanuts in this store that I don't know about, we had those posters, and I don't even know where they came from, and we found them tonight. And I sold a couple of them, but I was like, man, I don't even know where these came from. Or I would have already shown them during the sale, because if we find something Peanuts, we bring it to the threshold. I'm like, Peanuts? That's, you know, when we post a Peanuts pre-order for a new record, oh my gosh, we can probably sell 50 or 60 or 100, which is quite a bit for something like that, I think. All right, folks, I'm going to go ahead and say good night, good night. And I guess I'm signing off. I've been live for almost 7 hours. It feels longer than that. What time did I start? I guess I did start pretty late. No, I've been here, yeah, 7 hours and 20 minutes. I've almost made it a full-length show on Christmas Eve. It's now Christmas Day, and guess what? I'm officially signing off. I'll go ahead and let you know right now. Coletco is closed tomorrow. Stores closed. Customer service closed. I'm closed. I won't be back until Friday night. Thanks, everybody. Merry Christmas. Here's what I got to do. I'm going to go make a 6 a.m. video. I've got to go make a 9 a.m. video. I've got to pull out all the stuff that's sold so it's all organized and in order. Not too much. I just got to kind of get it all in one general area, because Friday morning they're going to come in. The store is supposed to be open, so they're going to have to take all this stuff to the back because it's going to be open on Friday. They're going to have to take all this stuff to the back, organize it, start tagging it and watching it. And then we're going to have to do a sale. So, yeah, we're going to be busy. So a quick day off and then full force on Friday. Thank y'all. Good night. I'm going to end the stream, and I'm going to go eat some ramen, boiled custard, and watch a Christmas movie. Merry Christmas, and I'll see you before the new year.